I'm Derek Fage, and I encourage you to join me each and every weekday at 2 p.m. for an edition of Daytime Ottawa. We will share with you some fabulous stories, inspirational stories, and of course, recipes from local chefs. We'll tell you about some wonderful musical performances, introduce you to local businesses and charities, and so much more. Join us here on Daytime Ottawa at 2 p.m. weekdays with repeats at 6 and 11 p.m.
Next time on Simply Cooking by Chef. With the cost of food constantly on the rise, we can't afford to let good food go to waste. I'll show you how to whip up a tasty and healthy meal with on sale and discounted items, which will save you a few bucks as well.
Paula Roy's Favorite Foods is made possible with the help of Farm Boy. It's all about the food.
For a festive drink to go with our special meal, I do try to stay away from things like soda pop or sugar-laden juices. So we're going to make this chai lemonade and control the amount of sugar that's in it. So we're going to start by heating some water. And as soon as it's warm, we're going to start to add in our other seasonings. So I'll put the lid on to help speed that process up. There's lots of chai recipes out there. When I had it in India, there were fennel seeds in it, all kinds of delicious things, but I'm keeping it kind of plain Jane so that it has a broader appeal. So what I'm going to be adding in are whole cloves, cinnamon stick, and cracked green cardamom pods. And the pods have some flavor, but the real flavor comes from these teeny tiny little black seeds. And then we're going to add some slices of fresh ginger. I really like ginger, and it's very, very good for us, good for digestion and all sorts of things. So I'm going to slice it thinly. There's no need to peel it because you're not going to be eating or drinking it. It gets strained out afterwards. Check on our water here. Just turn it up a little bit. And then we're also going to add maple syrup, my sweetener of choice. I have made this with honey and it's been fantastic. And you could also use brown sugar, for example, but try to stay away from those ultra-processed sugars when I can. So I can see we've got a little bit of steam action happening. So in go our spices, our cinnamon stick, our cloves, our cracked cardamom pods, our ginger slices, and now our maple syrup. Just going to give that a little stir so that it all gets mixed in, especially the maple syrup not sticking to the bottom of the pan. And that's all that needs to happen. Now that it's hot, we'll put the lid back on and we'll let it steep for about 20 minutes. And that will help the flavors just infuse. The spices in particular will be really good. So I love to make batches of this chai mix and keep it in the fridge, and you can actually add it to black tea, for example. You would make your strong black tea because you're going to be diluting it with this water mixture. You can add it to warm milk. You can use it for all kinds of things. I've even used it as a flavoring in my baking. So I have this week's jar from my fridge here ready to make our festive drinks. So we're going to need lemon juice, obviously, and as I've mentioned before, freshly squeezed is always best. I've got the remains of a lemon from another recipe here, and I'm just going to give it a squeeze. For the drinks that we're going to make here, 2 of them, probably a tablespoon or 2 is enough. Another benefit of squeezing the lemons freshly is that you get the maximum vitamin C from them. If you squeeze them too far ahead of time, they do start to oxidize and they lose some of their nutritional value. So that's worth remembering. I'm also going to cut some slices to garnish our glasses. It's really never too early to start teaching your kids about what makes things festive, and it doesn't have to be expensive or fancy, just as simple as having candles at the dinner table if they're not going to be rowdy and knock them over, of course, and having a garnished drink, that sort of thing. It really can make them feel special, and it helps them understand sort of some of the civility of eating. Okay, I think that's going to be a good amount of lemon juice. Now you can absolutely add the lemon juice to your jar of chai mix. You need a bigger jar, obviously, but like I said, the potency will go down over time. So to make our drinks, I'm going to put the chai mix in first, and I'm going to fill the glasses just about more than halfway, I think. Are they even? Kids always want them to be even. And then we're going to add our fresh lemon juice. Make sure that's even as well. There we go, right down to the drop. And then instead of straws, we're going to be fun and put cinnamon sticks in. And that can be kind of a fun game. They are capable of being used as straws. And last but not least, we're going to add our lemon slices. That one I sliced a little too much. I'm going to do another one because I want them to look perfect for our special dinner. Tricky when I'm getting down, I'm going to start a new lemon because, like I said, I want it to be perfect. Nice thing about this too is it makes a great mocktail for adults, of course. I'm going to take the seeds out because some people, believe it or not, do like to chew on the lemon slices. I'm not among them. There we go. Our chai spice lemonade is perfect for our special festive just because family dinner. The next time you're planning a little family celebration, even if it's a just because fiesta, why not get everybody involved in making a meal that's as much fun to make as it is to eat? This beautiful homemade macaroni and cheese with bacon will be a hit with everyone. Add in some chai lemonade and lemon squares, and everybody will be smiling by bedtime.
I'm Emily Bertrand, the owner of Royale Equestrian Center. This is Diamond. She's a 10-year-old thoroughbred. She used to be a racehorse and then made the transition to a riding horse. She loves jumping, and she's used for our more advanced students. So we started the farm 14 years ago with my mom and brother. My brother was actually driving by one day and saw the sign, and we applied. There were 60 applicants, and we got it. When we first started, there was not very much here, so our property's about 25 acres, and there was just this 100-year-old barn. And from there, we built onto it. We fixed up one stall at a time, one paddock at a time. We added one horse at a time, and slowly it built into what it is today. Every year, we're improving and trying to continue to build. And most recently, we added 2 shed row barns this year. I love horses. I've been obsessed with horses since I was a little girl. The first time I got to ride, I was 4 years old, and I just loved it. My mom thought it was going to be a phase, and that phase never ended. I kept riding all through high school, and then eventually, started Royale Equestrian Center. It was my dream to always own a farm and to build a place that I could share my passion for horses with others and do the same thing for the kids that the horses did for me. So I absolutely love it. It's a dream come true. COVID hit, that was challenging. I was pretty stressed, especially the first few months, trying to figure out how are we going to navigate all of this. Our business is based on people coming in. We don't make much revenue if there's nobody coming in to ride. So that was really challenging. And then the other aspect of it was how are we going to care for all these horses if we're fully shut down and there's no income coming in. So we worked really hard. Some of our team were so kind to actually just come in and volunteer and help us out. And we made through it. We got through it. It's been hard and a lot of work, but it's also shown us how resilient we can be. So I'm happy with how we're coming out of COVID. Hopefully this is, we're nearing the end of all the shutdowns, but we've, survived it, and now we're starting to thrive again, which is great. Yeah, the kids were very upset during the shutdowns, not being able to come out to the farm. They really lost their routine that they had, and it was hard on them. But a lot of them love following our social media posts. We tried to keep them updated on, what the horses were up to and what we were doing at the farm, and they would walk by the farm. So luckily here we actually have a bike path that borders two sides of our farm. So they would come out, walk the bike path, and they'd say hi to the horses from the fence. And so that kind of gave them a little bit of, a bit of a break and a bit of hope that we'll be opening soon, and they got to see their favorite horses from afar. So we have a great team. We have about 14 coaches, and then we have all our regular barn staff. We have our maintenance manager and crew, and if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be able to do this. It takes a huge amount of people, and then we also have a volunteer program. The volunteer program, it helps with us, especially with our beginner program, so they help with tacking up the horses and caring for the horses when we're really busy. And then they also get to gain some work experience. We take co-op students on. We're quite a busy and vibrant place, and it takes a lot of people to make it work, even through to behind the scenes from our accountants, my family, who are always stepping in to help out. It takes a small village.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Play 4 games of bingo from the comfort of your own home each Monday at 7 p.m. for your chance to win money from our $2,000 regular bingo or $5,000 super bingo night. Kiwanis TV Bingo, Mondays at 7 p.m. on Rogers TV.
What is it?
Anxiety disorder.
Depression.
Clear.
PTSD. 1 in 2. A flip of a coin. That's the same chance we'll experience a mental illness by the time we're 40. $1 a day can help change those odds and bring hope to those in need.
You're watching Rogers TV.
to start in 1 minute. Nous commencerons dans 1 minute. Merci. Bonjour tout le monde et bienvenue. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and for those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Merci. Thank you. As we begin our meeting today, on behalf of all members of Ottawa City Council, I want to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. Right, before we move to the introductory remarks for this term of council from each of the councillors, I'd like to ask the Deputy Clerk to do the roll call.
Councillor Luloff.
Present.
Councillor Dudas.
Ici.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Ici.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Plante.
Ici.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Truster.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Morning.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor DeRuse.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor DeRoche.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. All right, so we have a full agenda today, lots to discuss, but this is one of our first full meetings of council. We had the one last week, of course, which was less than an hour in length, I believe. I don't think we'll break that record today. But I did want to give the opportunity to all members of council to open this term of council with some introductory remarks. So I'm going to allow 5 minutes for each member. You don't have to take the whole 5 minutes if you don't want to. And I'm just going to do them in order of height. No. Although we know who would go first in that circumstance. No, we're going to do them just in numerical order. So we'll start with Councillor Luloff, who is joining us on Zoom. Councillor Luloff, if you're ready to go.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. It's an honor and a privilege to be returning to council with the second highest vote count in the city. Way to go, Teresa. By the way, many of you already know me, so I'll spare you a 5-minute speech on my priorities by saying that many of us were elected, especially those of us in the East End, on a promise of getting back to basics. We're a municipality and we're in the service business. We're here to fix and maintain infrastructure, deliver programs and services within our core competency, and do our best to keep life affordable for our residents while we do it. And I believe that everything that we undertake that is outside of this broad mandate will take up valuable staff time and undermine our ability to deliver on our files that our residents pay dearly for. So I want to make sure that we do our best to stay focused throughout this term. It's important for us to work hard to not allow marginal groups to control the agenda of this council. We're here to work for everyone, all residents. We're not here to represent ideological groups that are trying to undermine our democracy. You've been re-elected because your ward has supported your vision for our city. Now, of course, there will be differing opinions around the table, but we have to respect the fact that all of us come from a place of deep love for our city. We might disagree sometimes. It shouldn't be personal or taken personally. We agree, and we know that we won't always agree on everything. We have to work hard together despite our differences. And we have to do that in good faith. To deliver for our residents across the city. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you. Thank you again to the residents of Orleans, East Cumberland for the strong mandate that you gave me. I'm very much looking forward to working with my colleagues, especially my colleagues in the East, to deliver on the promises that we made during the election. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff, for those sentiments. I appreciate that. And thank you for giving us back 3 minutes. Also appreciated. Councillor Dudas.
Merci beaucoup. I probably will be shorter than that. I just wanted to say a heartfelt thank you to Orleans West Innis for your continued support in continuing my mandate to serve you as your voice at City Hall. I look around the table, I see so many new faces. I see people who have experience and are returning, and I look at it with a sense of enthusiasm and hope. We have 4 years ahead of us to accomplish great things: city building initiatives, ward building initiatives, and local neighborhood initiatives that will better the quality of life for our residents. And it is truly a one city, one team perspective on how we address these concerns and these opportunities. It's an honor for me to represent the ward where I live and where I raise my family.
So meaningful to me to be able to continue to do that. My roots were as a volunteer in the community, and I had always wanted to continue to be that strong voice for my neighbors, for my family, for the people that I serve, and for our city. And as I said, I am beyond honored at this opportunity to continue to do that. So I wish to thank once again the residents of Orleans West Innis and the entire city for their continued support as we move forward on this wonderful mandate for 4 wonderful, amazing years of success and prosperity for the city of Ottawa.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm honored to represent the residents of Barrhaven West over the next term of council. I'd like to thank the city staff for an outstanding transition program, and I look forward to working with all of them, as well as my council colleagues, as we forge the path forward for Ottawa. And especially a huge thank you to my family who were so supportive of my transition from my service in uniform to my service for the residents of Barrhaven and the citizens of Ottawa. I'd like to commend my predecessors in what is now Ward 3, being Caroline Meehan, Scott Moffat, and Jan Harder. And I'm hopeful to work with council over the next term to find balance in our investments such that we're focusing on core city business while striving to improve our local economy. Without a strong business sector and good paying jobs that come with that, our city will not be able to absorb the 500,000 new residents projected to live here over the next 30 years. Yes, new residents will need new homes and we need to solve that issue as well, but they'll need employment opportunities as well. We need to be a competitive, attractive market for business to start up and to thrive, and a healthy economy provides opportunity and resources for broader programming to our citizens. And if we're serious about modeling our city as a series of 15-minute communities, then we need those businesses and job opportunities to be throughout the city. The suburbs at present are not reflective of this model. Housing has been a dominant theme over the past year and has been accentuated by recent provincial legislation. I believe that we need to build to the clouds, both downtown and along the transitway. And this means active participation with all of our stakeholders, from private developers to the National Capital Commission to community associations, and a willingness to compromise and find novel solutions. Increasing our housing supply is critical to affordability within Ottawa and will enable further action on our deficit of deeply affordable housing. Growth needs to be balanced such that the quality of life across the city allows our residents to live, work, and play, and our grandchildren to be able to afford housing security and safety. We need to address the suburban infrastructure imbalance, lest we create more capital expenditures down the road. This is why our provincial cooperation for the Barnsdale interchange is so important. We need a multi-year deliberate get well plan for our aging roads, walkways, and pathways because we're behind the curve on this. And our transit system is not aligned with the new reality of the hybrid work in the federal public service. We need a revisioning of transit to include a review of local route options and a more reliable communication system so that transit riders can depend on their bus showing up when it's scheduled. Ottawa is a geographically vast winter city, and the proportion of active transportation systems in smaller, warmer cities are in many ways not valid comparables. We need to balance our level of ambition for greenhouse gas emission reductions with the associated costs and impacts. We need to prudently work towards reduced emissions, but in a way that is affordable to our city, while at the same time reliable and safe for our residents. Suburban growth comes with concerns about security, changing traffic patterns, stunt driving, increased criminal activity. We need related investments to address these new trends in Barrhaven while being sensitive to the diverse needs across the city. I'm supportive of revisiting the mandate and resourcing of the Ottawa Police Service in order to better situate them for operational success. If they lack the specializations and capabilities for our needs, then let's address that head on. I could not be more enthusiastic for the investment from all three levels of government for a downtown for Barrhaven, situated both on the north-south and east-west transitways, with a library, performing arts center, ethnic and senior centers, and a green space connection to the Jock River Parkway. This space would also be a prime location for a secure federal remote work facility. This downtown, once Greenbank Road is realigned, will transform Barrhaven into a community fit for multimodal transportation. Thank you again for the opportunity this term to work with you on council. I look forward to advancing our shared objectives on behalf of the citizens of Ottawa, and my heartfelt thanks to the residents of Barrhaven West who have entitled their trust to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. I'm not going to take the full 5 minutes, I don't think, but I did want to take the opportunity to share a couple of things I think would be valuable for new councillors to know about Canada North and to remind returning councillors about. In our new official plan, the Canada North Tech Park is designated as a special economic zone. I'm not sure if everyone realizes this, but it is the largest technology park in all of Canada, the second largest in North America. I'm not sure how many tech companies you might think are located in the heart of Canada North. It's not just 20 or 30. There are 540. 540. The companies there provide over 35,000 jobs for people in Ottawa and bring in hundreds of billions of dollars into Canada. Right now, there are over 1,800 jobs available, open, looking for people to take them. Companies in the tech park are solving some of the world's most challenging problems, and I want to let councillors know that there's a standing offer to all city councillors to attend Tech Tuesdays once a month in the tech park, where you can go to listen to company executives share what their companies are doing. I go to them almost every month, and I'd love for you to come with me whenever you can. So about once a month. The vision for the tech park, just so you understand it as well, is to expand the work of our universities and colleges. They're already set up there, Ottawa U, Carleton U, Algonquin, and La Cité, to have their students there to live there, study there, do internships in there, and get permanent jobs there in our Canadian tech sector. The special economic zone with the expansion of Nokia as the start is much more, it will see much more residential housing in the park to ensure that our tech park retains talent and attracts talented people from all over the world to come to a place where people want to live, work, play, learn, and innovate. And the biggest attractor for that, my second key point about Canada North, and what people we know love about this city is its green space. Ours in Canada North is threatened by a developer who cares nothing about a contract they signed with a full understanding commitment that the land that is a golf course for 6 months of the year and a public park for 6 months of the year would stay that way in perpetuity. The community has been fighting in the courts for years now, and the saga continues. Council and staff voted against the development and have continued to support the community in its and the city's fight against this developer. I'm looking forward to that continued support from this council. I wanted to keep this brief, but I did want to say that I may have highlighted two key things that are important for the people of Canada North: green space and economic development. But I want to be clear that the issues that I think as a council we will probably focus on for the most this next 4 years: transit, adequate and affordable housing, our climate initiatives and challenges, public safety, social service provision, pandemic recovery, and fiscal responsibility, are ones that are also very important to the residents of Canada North. It's not just economic development and green space. The things we will spend a lot of our time on are not unique to any one part of the city, neither is green space and economic development. It's important for the city as a whole city. I look forward to working with all of you on what lies ahead, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning to you, and good morning to all of my fellow councillors, as well as the city staff that join us here every week to support the City of Ottawa and the work we do as council on behalf of our residents. I, of course, must start by sincerely thanking the people of West Carleton March for putting their trust in me to be here and be their representative at City Hall. I also need to acknowledge my predecessor, Councillor Eli El-Shantiri. If I had $1 for every time I heard you have big shoes to fill, I would definitely be able to retire at the end of this term. So I do want to take this moment to thank him for his 19 years of service to our community and to the City of Ottawa. As a lifelong resident of Ward 5, I could not be more honored and excited to represent the community that shaped who I am, and a community that I love very much and care very deeply about. I also love and care about the City of Ottawa as a whole. I've been lucky enough to travel many places around the world, and as beautiful as exciting as those places are, nothing matches the feeling of returning home to the nation's capital. The waterways, the architecture, the people, there is so much this city has to offer those who call it home and the millions of people every year who visit. I was elected by my constituents to be their voice at this table. Geographically, West Carleton March is over 740 square kilometers. You could fit the entire city of Edmonton just in my ward. There is almost no access to public transit. We have no grocery store. There are more veterinary clinics than there are medical clinics. And services and resources are fewer and further between in my ward than I think in every other ward in the city. We are the biggest geographically, but the least populated. But rural wards are incredibly important for the future of our city. The green space we have will be important for our fight against climate change, and our agricultural sector is a great resource and opportunity for our city and our region. To say the needs of the rural wards are different, I think, is an understatement, and I am here to ensure that the rural voice is heard. However, I wholeheartedly reject the idea that there is a natural divide between rural, urban, and suburban councillors. As I've stated in the past, what you want to achieve for your constituents may be different than what I want to achieve for mine. But we are working for our constituents, not against one another. And I think that's something that we need to keep in mind as we embark on this next 4 years, working on behalf of the people of Ottawa. And in that spirit, I look forward to working with each and every one of you through this term of council on our shared priorities for the city and in helping each other deliver for our constituents. The newly elected members of this council bonded during orientation over our shared excitement, exhaustion, and confusion. The returning councillors have been very supportive and encouraging, and the clerk's office, I would like to extend a thank you to them as well for the support that they've showed my team along the way in getting our feet under us. If the cooperation and communication we have experienced so far is any indication of how this council will function, then I think the people of Ottawa have every reason to be optimistic. I'm honored to be sitting at this table with all of you, and I look forward to the great work that we will do together.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. I'm enjoying hearing the details and facts and figures about each ward as we go around the table. This is great. Councillor Gower, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. My name is Glenn Gower. I represent Stittsville, one of the most exciting suburbs in North America, and I dare say the world. I'd like to share with you 3 of my local priorities and 1 citywide priority that's important to me. Locally, Stittsville Main Street. It's a very special street, a unique street in our community. Last spring, Planning Committee and City Council approved a public realm plan. And my hope is in this term that we get the funding to support an upgrade of the street to include upgraded accessible sidewalks and a multi-use pathway. Many people come down the Trans-Canada Trail every week in our community, but it's very hard to get north and south in a safe way. So that's a small but important priority for my community. I've also recently begun to chair a group that is looking to bring a health hub to Stittsville. We're inspired by the work that's been done in the East End on the Orleans Health Hub, and we have a number of partners, including the Queensway Carleton Hospital and CHIO and the Western Ottawa Community Resource Centre working on that. And we're also looking in 2023 to launch a bit of a pilot at our ward office at Cardell Rec, the local rec center, a welcome center for all of the new people who are arriving in our community, whether it's from around the globe or from elsewhere in Canada. We are seeing a massive increase in diversity in Stittsville and a real need to help people feel welcome and connect them with the services that are available through every level of government. On a citywide level, I think the biggest priority for council is addressing the housing crisis. As of this morning, we have 10,997 households on the waiting list for affordable housing. I checked with staff on that number. That's a staggering number of people who do not have an affordable place to live. And the housing crisis every month hits more and more people in our community. Obviously, young people who are looking to rent or buy for the first time, seniors and older adults, and newcomers and racialized people being disproportionately affected by this, along with single income families. And as an adjacent to that, I am really concerned about the recent changes the province made to our official plan. This is our biggest project as a council last term, and we had a goal to ensure that more growth would occur through intensification in our city, and that more trips would happen through sustainable modes. And through the recent changes the province made to the OP and through Bill 23, it's going to be very difficult for us to achieve that. And what that means is a city that will be more expensive to live in, more expensive for our city to service, lower quality of life, harder to reach our goals around climate change. So in spite of these changes to the OP and Bill 23 and whatever other surprises may come from the province in the next few weeks, I do think it's a responsibility of our council to use whatever tools and initiatives we have to try to set us back on the right course so we can continue to meet those goals. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking forward to working with all of my colleagues in the next 4 years.
Thank you, Councillor Gower, and thanks for reemphasizing that citywide priority. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's been a privilege to have the experience of the last 4 years, and I look forward to 4 more. I feel that it would be great to help out the newcomers. I'm very happy to do that. I call myself Councillor Mama. If you need anything, just let me know. But from what I've seen, you're extremely capable and talented, and I look forward to working with you. So I represent Bay Ward, which is beautiful and diverse, and it's aptly named because it's right along the shore of the Ottawa River. And it's where you get all your drinking water from. So be very respectful of it. It's also home to Britannia Park. Bay Ward is also right now a big construction site. This is the place where the Stage 2 LRT can really be seen. And we're going to have 7 new stations. This is massive. It's a game changer, not just for Bay Ward, but the entire city. It's my privilege to work with the team very closely, the Stage 2 team. We talk practically daily, but always almost weekly for just to keep up on everything that's going on. And that's some pretty devastating stuff of road closures and exit closures and everything else, but we know it's going to be worth it, and it's going to take a while. And Bay Ward is a place that is a wonderful place to live, and we want to keep it that way. I want to have it as safe and healthy and equitable and inclusive as possible because of its diversity. We do need more housing. We need affordable housing. And one of the biggest priorities I have is the reduction of greenhouse gases. That's why we need that intensification. We need those stations. We need to have walkable communities. And there's a lot of development that's going to happen in Bay Ward because of these stations. Ontario's government's Bill 23 has tried to dictate a development strategy for our city, but we need to ensure that we set our own standards to keep our community livable while increasing in the intensification. Sustainability, transit-oriented development will allow us to meet the growth that is needed in coming together for the next 20 years. I support the principles that were implemented in the new official plan, the one that we put together, 15-minute neighborhoods, an excellent transit system, green spaces, cycling and pedestrian infrastructure is all very, very important. I'm proud to have been named the first council liaison on women and gender equity. It's been a privilege to lead the communities of women out there and gender diverse persons on so many issues. And we have the first strategy for the city. I'm equally proud of the anti-racism work and the community safety and well-being plan and the new mental health strategy that we'll be working on this term. And I appreciate the work of my colleagues, Ralston King, who did a lot of work on that anti-racism strategy. I'm excited to work with everybody. We have lots of work to do. It's been tough. The last 4 years had many challenges, but we've come through it, and we're gonna move forward. I know we will. I'm very excited to work with all of you, and I'm a collaborative person, and I hope we can work together. So let's get at it. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Johnson.
Salut et bonjour. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hello to all of my new colleagues around the table. It's been a real pleasure to be able to meet with several of you and talk about our mutual priorities. My name is Lane Johnson. I am the new City Councillor for College Ward, and I am a fairly typical resident now for College Ward. I have 2 small children, very small, could not care less about what my day job looks like, and I have a husband who works in the trades, and we have a young family. And when I went out on Halloween, there were many, many, many families that look just like me. The demographic is changing. We have a lot of first-generation homeowners that are aging out, and a lot of new families moving in, whether that's their first home that they've purchased in the last 5 years often. And so responding to that demographic change is very important to me because we have a real breadth of needs that are present in College Ward. And what I heard more often than not is that the residents of College Ward have been feeling very left out. Their voices have not been heard or represented adequately at the table. And so what I promised was a fierce and loving leadership. And so I intend to show up with that commitment every day to my residents, but also every day to my colleagues around the table. I believe that we can enter into this next term of council in a transparent and accountable way that crosses political ideology. I think we all believe that trust, restoring trust, is a big, big opportunity and challenge for the next term of council. So we're going to need to model that behavior with one another and to be able to hold each other accountable in the conversations that we have and the decisions that we make. For the priorities within College Ward, certainly echoing many of my my council colleagues, which I think is what's so exciting about this next term. We have serious safe mobility challenges in College Ward. We have a lot of people who don't have transportation options. We don't have the infrastructure to support people moving around our neighborhoods otherwise by car. And this is creating congestion. This is creating really unsafe conditions for pedestrians. And I know that we can do better if we share those values across the table. Connectivity is a real issue as well. So, you know, we've got neighborhoods like Bell's Corners, which would love to be better connected north-south. We have opportunities with stage 2 all the way down the Queensway that we need to be looking at and working again with the provincial government to be able to invest in different modes of transportation north-south. So to echo, you know, some of my colleagues, that advocacy with the provincial government is going to be really imperative for us to be able to deliver on our priorities. And from the user perspective, it makes no difference which level of government is responsible for what. And so to be able to communicate with residents, describe it in front of us and the choices that we have to make to be realistic and pragmatic while still being positive, I think these are all possible aspirations from the table. And I want to make sure they echo, you know, that strong commitment to housing. I want to be able to ensure that everyone, regardless of their family composition or their affordable means, are able to feel secure in all seasons to have a roof over their heads. And I think we can still make some great choices around defending those values, even though the province has decided to help us along. So I want to work with you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to work with my colleagues to ensure we have a positive and collaborative relationship where differences of opinion can still allow for a mutual respect and forward thinking that our residents will be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Devine.
Bon matin, Monsieur le Maire. Bon matin à tous mes collègues.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning to my little city, not silly councilors, but city councilors. So I am truly grateful to be able to utter those words. Good morning to my fellow city councilors. And so I do owe a debt of thanks to the people of Ward 9. But I'm grateful because I had to, this was not my first run for public office. I had to experience defeat twice before I could truly appreciate the joy and humility that I now possess. We all got here by hard work and dedication, but all of that hard work and dedication is really, in truth, the bare minimum price of admission to this chamber. We truly earn our right to hold these positions when we humble ourselves to the positions we hold. The decisions that we make, and perhaps more importantly, the way we make them, are the true test of our right to hold office, not just the number of votes we gathered on election night. And so perhaps because of my prior history of noble electoral failures, I have quite literally daydreamed about being here for 7 years. But I didn't dream about winning. I dreamed about serving. I dreamed about making our city as good as we can hope it to be. And it's our collective enthusiasm for this opportunity, which I am proud to share with you, my colleagues, because politics is the art of the possible. So as we rise as a council to face our city's challenges together, I'm hoping that we won't settle for solutions that simply work. I hope that we'll be guided by a commitment to seek out nothing short of the best solutions possible for the people who depend on us. And to help us get there, my staff and I, as the collaborative agents of my office, are dedicated to improving and enhancing the quality of our municipal government so that trust in this institution is restored, grown, and sustained into the future, because that's what people want from us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I very much look forward to serving with all of you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm so incredibly impressed with everybody's comments. They really understood the assignment, and And Councillor Devine is going to be hard to follow all term with his background in acting. So I'm going to try my best here, but bear with me. So I know we have a full agenda, so I'm planning to keep my comments brief, and my colleagues have done such an excellent job articulating our shared priorities. So I wanted to formally thank the residents of Gloucester Southgate Ward for their trust and confidence in me to represent them around this council table for the next 4 years. It's going to be a challenging term ahead. Inflation's running at an all-time high, and the added pressure from the new provincial legislation will compound that. So we need to ensure that our city remains affordable while still advancing our key priorities. Priorities like our transit system, affordable housing, climate change, and building a healthy, resilient city by investing in our communities. We have a lot of heavy lifting to do around the table, and I'm looking forward to working collectively as a council with the goal of leaving this city a little better than we found it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Tierney, who was still scribbling notes just minutes ago. This.
I'll certainly keep this a little brief. First of all, I want to thank my wife, Jenny, my family. Every campaign, it's your family that gets you across the finish line. We all know it, especially in that last week. You're like, are we going to get this done? Un grand merci pour les résidents.
Many thanks to the Beacon Hill Surville residents.
When it comes to the work that we're doing from a city perspective, I'm very proud of what we've accomplished now, but there's still quite a bit of work to do, whether it's a central library or in the East End with all my Eastern colleagues. When it comes to Stage 2 light rail, there's still quite a bit of work ahead of us, and we want to make sure that we keep our eye on the ball and make sure that we have a terrific transit system in the East End of the city, but also citywide. And of course, local projects with community centers, road resurfacing, and connectivity and pathways between our stations is very critical. So we have quite a bit of work. I'm also very proud that I remain unchallenged as the #1 Nickelback fan on council, which I know you wanted to challenge me on that one, but sorry guys, it's all mine. Kidding aside, when I first started in office in 2010, I had black hair. I got on the council, and I had a few mentors, whether it was Rainer Blois, Bob Manette, Eli Elshintiri. They helped me find the coffee maker, figure things out, how to operate in office and get things done. And I've been very privileged and happy to speak with a lot of the new colleagues and to pass on some of that, the Dean of Council attitude and mentorship that I can possibly do. And last but not least, a tremendous thanks to my office staff, but also the city staff. They make everything happen around here, and they always demand, or deserve, I should say, a tremendous round of applause. So thank you very much, and look forward to this term of council.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Conseillère Plante.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le maire. Faire partie du conseil.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Being part of the City Council in the national capital is something that citizens, the elected representative, business people, students, and stakeholders, municipal workers are partners, equal partners, to make a city a better place where to live and where we can accomplish ourselves individually and collectively. All social, environmental, cultural, and economic horizons must contribute to this innovating city who's listening to its population. The Rideau-Vanier team will prioritize the 5 following issues: the housing crisis, the lack of family doctors, the green spaces, climate changes, francophonie, and revitalization of the Biward market. In Rideau-Vanier, we want an area that is safe and inviting with decent housing where it's easy to move around. We want a city that provides a good financial management to be able to serve the citizens. In Rideau-Vanier, the francophonie is at the center of our identity. It defines us. Francophonie is also an industry, a very important sector of our economy. Francophonie was a poor cousin in Ottawa over the past few years, even before the pandemic. A strategic plan for francophonie will help to guide City Hall to reach its long-term objectives to fight against linguistic insecurity. And we have a motion on this today. The city of Ottawa, like the rest of the planet, is suffering from climate change. The consequences can be felt more and more every year, be it the flooding in the spring or the very high heat during the summer. This reminds us how urgent it is to adapt and reduce the impact of climate change in our society. Raising to the challenge in the next 4 years will require determination and work, and we will succeed. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Plante.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. It's an honor to have been re-elected as Councillor for Rideau Rockcliffe. I'd like to congratulate you on your election as mayor. And I'd also like to extend congratulations to all my council colleagues, both new and returning, on their electoral success. Like all of you, it will be my continuing objective to help build safe, affordable, and healthy communities. Over the last 3 years, I'm proud of how much the city achieved together, despite the challenges of a global pandemic and difficult social economic conditions. Working with both council and the community, our city created an anti-racism secretariat and developed an anti-racism strategy. Our anti-racism office conducted extensive engagement with over 1,000 Ottawa residents and community stakeholders to create a broad and comprehensive plan that identified concrete actions to remove systemic barriers in city programs, services, and policies. It will be imperative that we continue to advance this work and even more equity work in the new term of council through real investments in order to improve the lives of our residents. Measurable results must be made towards improving affordability and quality of life. Therefore, council must work to deliver the poverty reduction strategy and food security policy that it started last term. Council must also work to address the growing specter of homelessness and the affordability challenge by building affordable housing and improving social services. Despite the challenging economic headwinds that we are encountering, we must continue to invest in people and invest in policy innovation. This includes enabling land trusts, assisting diverse communities provide culturally responsive, affordable housing, investing in non-market public housing, ensuring that we reduce the costs of transit with fare freezes, and making recreational activities more accessible through lower fees. It will also be important that we focus on improving the health of our communities. I believe Dr. Vera Etches and the rest of the team at Ottawa Public Health need to be commended for all the incredible work they undertook to keep our city safe during the past 2 years. While our public health agency performed in an exemplary fashion, the pandemic has revealed the socioeconomic and racial disparities that need to be addressed. We have begun some of that critical work through investment in preventative health measures such as neighborhood health and wellness hubs, but we will need to do more. As we move forward, it will be imperative that we take more action to protect our environment against the existential threat of climate change. This will mean working to ensure that we improve and implement our climate change master plan, to implement the conversion of our transit fleet, and pursue the deep retrofit of buildings. Council will also need to be diligent to deliver a fair and transparent urban planning process in the face of provincial changes such as Bill 23 that aim to remove planning powers from local government and the public participation of residents. We therefore will need to consistently work to improve democracy and accountability at City Hall in an effort to address the massive fiscal and LRT oversight challenges that confront us and fight climate change to create a greener, more livable city. We'll also need to work together. In an age of political polarization and ideological division, it is clear that our city and its people will only prosper if we all collectively seek common ground. Governments need to be able to coordinate during times of crisis, and members of council need to be able to cooperate to advance the interests of all those who sent us here. In sum, I'm excited to be back at this table once again to pursue the concerns of my residents who are seeking more housing, more green space, the protection of our built heritage, more economic development and jobs, significant investments in affordable housing, in traffic management, snow removal, road and pathway maintenance, in pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, in reliable transit and parks. With the next 4 years being critical for our city, we will need to deal with all these issues, but I remain optimistic about our collective prospect of success. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Choster.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I am so privileged to be able to represent Somerset Ward, where City Council actually sits during this term of council, this dynamic and diverse downtown ward. I would argue that we're the culinary capital of Ottawa, though some of you might fight me, with incredible restaurants and attractions on Elgin, Sparks, Bank, and Somerset, in Chinatown, Little Italy, and in many other pockets of the ward. And we have incredible street festivals and parades, and we're home to major events like Capital Pride and Blues Fest. But Somerset Ward is also a ward full of contrasts. On one hand, we're the #1 contributor to property taxes in the city and home to great wealth. We also have the highest rate of poverty in the city. The median income of the people who live in Somerset Ward is $20,000 to $30,000 lower than the rest of Ottawa. We are home to the most rooming houses in the city. These are homes that are often cramped and poorly maintained, where 8 to 15 people must share a kitchen and a bathroom. While these living conditions are not ideal, they are often some of the only homes that people living on social assistance or disability benefits can afford. I know I don't need to tell you about the housing affordability crisis in our city because everyone's experiencing this. But in Somerset Ward, it takes on a particularly crushing dimension, as so many of my neighbors live in precarious rental housing. With the average price of a 1-bedroom apartment now up to more than $2,000 a month, so many of my neighbors cannot afford a place to live. We need to dramatically increase our city stock of deeply affordable housing, especially for those who need wraparound supports to thrive. This is how we end chronic homelessness. And I'm also interested in working on strategies to help preserve the moderately priced rental housing that we already do have. The overdose crisis is also hitting our city very hard, with particular challenges in my ward and in Rideau Vanier. Simply put, we need more resources for people struggling with addiction in the face of a poison drug supply. That means more access to the harm reduction interventions that the evidence shows us saves lives, safe supply, supervised consumption, and ultimately a decriminalization of drug possession. The majority of conflict between neighbors in my ward is connected to homelessness, addiction, and poverty, social programs that are a direct result of abandonment by all levels of government. And while the solutions are complex, evidence shows us that criminalization is not one of them. And that's why I will be advocating for us to try to do things differently here in Ottawa, starting with a pilot project on non-police crisis intervention. The city of Denver, Colorado did this in 2020, and their approach is more compassionate than the current alternatives we have here, and it's led to a decrease in minor crime of 34%. You may also not be aware of this, but Somerset Ward is a community with the least trees in the entire National Capital Region. As climate change creates heat domes and so many of my neighbors live without air conditioning or a balcony, greening our downtown core is also a key priority to mitigate climate change and prevent heat-related illnesses and deaths. I'm so honored to sit at this council table today with all of you and for the next 4 years. I look forward to building relationships that will allow all of us to strive for a city where absolutely no one is left behind. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I will try to keep it brief. Mayor and colleagues, on election night, I had the opportunity to talk to residents and supporters about the coming term of council. But in the course of my comments that evening, I failed utterly to thank my spouse for her support, as many people have pointed out. And so I would just like to take this opportunity to say, Natalie, I couldn't do this without you. I am grateful for your partnership every day, and I love you. Fun fact about me, I've lost track about whether or not I've seen Springsteen 32 or 31 times. And in conclusion, I would just like to say, I worry that the prosperity that characterizes this city is increasingly unavailable to more and more residents. We need to build a juster and more equitable city. I absolutely love the energy that I've seen around this council table for the last several weeks. I believe that if we collaborate, if we cooperate, if we treat one another with generosity and with respect, if we work with our amazing professional staff, thousands of them at the city, that we can accomplish that. And that is my commitment, is to show up every day to try to build a better Ottawa. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning to everyone. Congratulations to all members of council for your success in the recent election. Our discussions over the last month have been cordial, pleasant, dedicated to the people of Ottawa, and refreshing in tone and spirit. River Ward is an urban ward of 50,000 people. We have 6 distinct neighborhoods: Carlington, Central Park, Carlton Heights, Riverside Park, Hunt Club, and Ridgemont. We are diverse in history. Some neighborhoods are up to 80 years old, and diverse in people, with no shortage of success and good news, and certainly no shortage of our share of challenges and need. There is no level of government I want to serve more than at the municipal level. We are the most active, the most engaged, and the most important level that impacts residents on a daily basis. I acknowledge the important seat that I occupy, and I will continue to serve residents, all residents, over the next 4 years. We do have serious social economic divides, lack of affordable housing, infrastructure repair and upkeep. We need to refresh our community safety plans, and there's historic developments in River Ward. My focus is on the health and vibrancy of neighborhoods, active transportation, park amenities, successful businesses, reliable public transit, significant environmental initiatives. We all have a certain claim to fame for our ward. I like to say River Ward is the most beautiful. The natural beauty is breathtaking, named after the Rideau River. We have the McCarthy Woods, Mooney's Bay, Hogs Back, Vincent Massey, the Experimental Farm, Carlington Hill. It is stunning. We look at some of the macro issues that we'll be tackling this term of council in River Ward: the Trillium Line expansion, the relocation of the Civic Hospital, the redevelopment of Westgate Mall, the need for the Baseline Road Rapid Bus Corridor, to name a few, will keep us very busy. I am truly honored to serve River Ward. I've been elected 5 times by River Ward residents. I never take this for granted. I will work for you, River Ward residents, and the taxpayers of Ottawa every single day. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Menard.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate this opportunity. This is new, and it's nice to be able to go around the table and hear from our colleagues about their own lives. I also wanted to thank the clerk's office and city staff, who I know have been working overtime these days with the election, the transition, the governance report, dealing with all the changes coming from the Ford government, and of course, a lot of new members. So thank you for setting us up. I know it's been a lot of hard work. Some fun facts about me is I have 2 pear trees and I love pears. It's just very enjoyable. I make killer Caesars. So if you ever want a Caesar, let me know and make you a really good one, gin or non-alcoholic. I enjoy a broad eclectic music like The Strokes, T Swift, Santa Gold, The Weeknd. It's eclectic and a little ridiculous. And I wanted to really welcome new colleagues who have been extremely active, engaged, hardworking. I think I've met with all of you, and I'm so just happy to have all of you around the table with us this time around. Capital Ward residents who sent me here, I want to thank you so much. The people of Old Ottawa South, Old Ottawa East, Glebe, Heron Park, and Walkley Road, the Riverside Towers, Glebe Annex, Dow's Lake. I heard you loud and clear at the door and what you wanted. And you talked about things like affordable housing, making it easier to get around our city, climate action. Our ward is home of the Red Blacks, the 67s. We overwhelmingly want to get Lansdowne right for everybody. And we want to do that with a collaborative, consultative approach. We have 30-kilometer-hour speed limits in our ward in every single residential area. Overwhelmingly, residents have talked about the need to continue to have safer streets on places like Bronson, Bank Street, and not building new expensive roads through our already declining green space. We are lucky to have the canal, a lot of NCC property, Rideau River, and green space, though it continues to decline. And overwhelmingly, people have talked about the need in our ward to make sure that we preserve the tree canopy, ensure parks have longer pool hours, more public bathroom accessibility, and that people really want action on climate, affordable housing, and of course, better transportation options. So I just want to thank the people of Capital Ward, and I will work hard for you every day while I'm here as well. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Carr?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the residents of Alta. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Menard, Councillor Menard, for assisting me with the audio. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the residents of Alta Vista Ward who elected me as councillor. Thank you to my newly elected colleagues who have welcomed me as part of the incoming class, and to those returning councillors who have shared their knowledge with me. J'espère un jour pouvoir partager mon expertise avec
I
vous.
hope I can share my expertise with you one day. Thank you to the City Clerk's Office staff who provided me with exceptional services.
And the service was absolutely extraordinary. I also want to thank all the staff and all the departments who have taken so much time to help me get up to speed. Je suis extrêmement fière de représenter.
I'm very proud to represent Alta Vista.
Meadows, Elmville, Canterbury, Faircrest Heights, Herongate, Ridgemont, and Alta Vista proper. I couldn't have found a better place to live, and I love the community. While it is a beautiful community, the ward itself is full of aging infrastructure in need of the most basic repairs, whether it's play structures, sidewalks, roads, or sewers. While our infrastructure has not kept pace, we are welcoming thousands and thousands of housing units over the next decade. My ward is home to 3 wonderful hospitals in the Pearly, 2,500 Ottawa community housing units. We have wonderful parks and green spaces. The ward has one of the highest food bank usages in the city. Currently, 2 of my 4 community center buildings are being used to house the homeless populations. The city is in a climate emergency, a housing and homelessness crisis, and we are experiencing high inflation. One of the issues that concerns me the most is that of food security. The Ottawa Food Bank spends about $4 million on food annually, in addition to the $9 million in donated foods it gets, in order to keep up with demand and provide nutritious options. We need the city to play a greater role. This year, the Ottawa Food Bank is projected to spend nearly $6 million on food alone. Pre-pandemic, the Ottawa Food Bank spent $2 million on food. We need to focus on poverty reduction and funding social services in the city. 1 in 7 Ottawa households report experiencing food insecurity, compared to 1 in 15 in 2017. There was a 37.5% increase in food bank visits last month and a 10% monthly increase in visits each month since March 22. We absolutely need to fund the community safety and well-being plan. I don't want to underestimate the challenges and complexities that lie ahead in terms of my role in decision-making against this complex backdrop. But what makes it easier is to sit around the table with a group of individuals who have fought so hard to represent their residents and make those difficult decisions. Many of the incoming class, like myself, went without pay for months in order to earn the right to do this job. It is very humbling to sit around a table with all of you. I look forward to working with all of you while working for the residents of Ward 18, Alta Vista.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm obviously very honored to continue to represent what was Cumberland Ward and is now Orleans South Navan. Fun fact of existing wards, my ward changed the most after the ward boundary review. So I have the privilege of representing many neighbors that are new to Ward 19. I'm excited to get to work for them. J'aime cette ville, ma ville natale. J'ai passé
I love the city of Ottawa. I was born here. I spent my whole life here.
In the rural part of my ward, where my partner's family has been farming for decades. So if you ever want to pet a cow, I'm your girl. Orleans South Navan is unique in being a rural suburban ward. It is growing rapidly. And because of that, it has its unique issues, especially when it comes to infrastructure. Not unlike some other suburban areas, we struggle with speeding and congestion simultaneously. We need efficient transit, better active transportation options, and walkable amenities. And in the rural area, the state of our roads is nothing short of atrocious. But what makes the situation in Orleans South Navan unique is a long-standing stalemate with the NCC on the path forward for the infrastructure we need in order to grow in a healthy way, which isn't fully dependent on cars. And my wonderful East End colleagues will agree. Compte tenu de l'importance des projets de développement dans
We're continuing with development project in my ward. And this project will contribute significantly to the housing crisis. We're trying to find a solution.
A lot about the Brian Coburn extension and Cumberland Transitway, and if you ever want to have a coffee so I can tell you all about it, I'm free anytime. Mais Orléans Sud Navin est un quartier très diversifié.
Orleans is now a very diversified ward.
Many of you have heard me talk about how I had a very strange start to my adventure on council, joining midterm in the by-election virtually. And we all know how many crises we had to experience as a council, unfortunately, in the last few years. Je suis donc très heureuse de prendre
I'm very happy to start on the right foot and to be working with you. I do believe that we have different experiences around the table.
By so many this new term. I think it's an important tone to set. I won't challenge Councillor Kavanagh on being council mama. I think that's your title to wear, but please do know my door is always open. And I don't think there's going to be any shortage of challenges for us to face, but I really am confident that we're going to do great city building work together. So thank you very much for this opportunity, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Merci, Conseillère Kitts. Councillor DeRuse, you're next, joining us virtually. Go ahead, Councillor DeRuse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations to my colleague on your election. Some of you have been here before and some of the new one. I'm looking forward to work with all of you and to be able to help and assist in moving forward in the next 4 term. I want to thank my resident Osgood Ward for putting their trust in me for a 3rd term, and I'm looking forward as a rural councillor and a rural resident to be able to work and deliver the importance for our rural area and address the issue that we have in our communities. I heard 19 councillors, and I want to congratulate you. It's amazing to hear each one of us that been elected and lately that we have our own challenges. We all have our communities, but we all share the same common goals. We're all here to make our communities and our city a better place to live and play and bring our new and future generation. Mr. Mayor, I'm looking forward to work with all my colleagues and the new one and the old one and yourself to address the issue that we have in our city. I know we will be facing challenges in the future, next 2-3 this term. From financial, from many other things, but I think collectively, with the energy we have at the council table, I'm looking forward to be able to address all these together collectively. It's okay to agree and it's okay to disagree, but the respect and the camaraderie that we have on that table should be always be there. Because we do have challenges. I have 8 villages in my ward, and I have also 3 shared villages, so total 11. We have roads, we have neglected roads, we have parks need to be addressed, but slowly and surely we can collectively work on a priority. I also have a new boundary and new resident in Carlsbad and in Vars, and I'm also looking forward to serve them all collectively to work with you. Mr. Mayor, councillors need to be able to focus on and deliver what our resident brought us in, our core services. We need to concentrate on to make their life better day in and day out, because we are the lowest level of the government, but we are the most important one, and we impact our residents' door every day. We impact our communities, and we help our community day in and day out to go through their daily work, to be able to go to work, the kids to be able to go to school and play in parks, pick up their garbage, fix their infrastructures. I'm looking forward to work with all of you in a new term, and if anyone like to do a rural tour, I'll be more than happy, and I'm working with my colleague in rural area to address those issues, and maybe we'll set up a tour to take all my new colleagues on a beautiful bus tour in rural area and show them the farms that we have and the way that rural way of life in the city of Ottawa, because it's amazing you have what we have in our rural area. Looking forward for that, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for the opportunity to address my council colleague and the resident of the city of Ottawa.
Thank you, Councillor DeRuz. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And with so many positive sentiments already shared around the table, I'll endeavor to keep my comments, like myself, short and sweet. I would like to start off by thanking the residents of Ward 21 for their trust and support and having me represent them for the next 4 years. This has been a long journey for me, almost 10 years. And so it certainly is the culmination of a dream that I'm sitting here and able to represent my home communities. I'm looking forward to working with all of our colleagues around this table collaboratively and in a positive way. I think there are many challenges that we have to face, but I think together, working as one team, one city, we can certainly do that. I would also like to thank my family, because this is not a one-man job in my case. And I think my family has seen the desire that I've had over the past 10 years to be an elected representative, not so I could have a job, but because I want to do good for the people that I wish to represent. And now I have that opportunity. And a specific and special thank you, similar to Councillor Leeper, to my girlfriend and the support she has shown me. And I think over the last 3 weeks, she's seen just how hard it is to get time with me now. And so I look forward to the continued support from her over these next few years. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to address my residents and our colleagues, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Desroches.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. It's a tremendous honor to take the seat again and represent the residents of Riverside South and Finley Creek. This is a much different world to my first speech in 2006, where we had a desperate rally for the construction of the North-South LRT. And I must admit, it was very dramatic at the time, but it's not an uncommon event in democracy where we have a change in the council. It was a very rough start to the city council in 2006. And frankly, it was a wound that took some time to heal. But we eventually turned the page and made progress on a number of fronts. And the main task then is the same today: build a modern and sustainable city. I want to take this opportunity, Mayor, to congratulate you on your election. As I said to you during the ceremony, let's do some great things together on behalf of the residents. And I do want to extend my congratulations to the new and returning members of City Council as we take up the task. I've had the somewhat unique experience of serving here for 8 years and then stepping back for 8 more years. And I say to members of City Council that despite the ups and downs, nothing compares to the impact that you can have on your neighborhood in this job. I want to say thank you to my family for supporting my return to municipal government. During the election, I missed many of my kids' hockey practices and games, and we postponed various plans and vacations. And I want to thank the families who stepped up during that time to be there when I couldn't be there for my family. We heard a range of views during this very turbulent election campaign, which will surely drive our decisions and priorities. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight some of the characteristics of my ward. To understand my ward is in many ways the key to understanding my perspective at this table. Riverside South and Finley Creek are one of the fastest growing parts of our city. It's a bustling, growing and highly diverse community. It is a frontier town on the edge of the urban boundary. It's a place where Canadian dream comes to life for many residents. It's the place to own your first home. It's the place to start and raise a family. It's a place to move out of your parents' home. It's the place to find a rental unit to study or work. It's the place to start a new life in Canada. It's the place to care at home for your aging parents. It's a place where you can upsize and downsize your home. It's a place where you can open your own business. It's a place where you can work from home under this new hybrid work model. And it's a place of artists and entrepreneurs. And I think of local Métis artist Rod Bourguise, who's been inspired by the Rideau River in Mosquito Creek, or Sandeep Gupta, who's an entrepreneur recently recognized by the Indo-Canada Chamber of Commerce. GB's Honey on Rideau Road, which makes honey and promotes the importance of pollinators. The photographic restoration of Susan Potter and Finley Creek, which is a good example of our home-based businesses. And Stinson Fuels has its main office there. They could have chosen to put that in any other municipality outside of Ottawa, but they chose to put their headquarters, their main office within the boundaries of the city of Ottawa. This community of Riverside South and Finley Creek is not sprawl. It's planned growth, and it's taking pressure off hyper densification in older parts of our city. I continue to meet with residents who have moved from one street to another in our community. And it, to me, is a performance measure that people love this community and they want to stay here. And I'm very happy to have two very strong community associations to work with. They really underline the adage, good neighbors make good neighborhoods. And like most parts of the city, there's a lot of work to do to manage and accommodate the growth. The housing outcome cannot just be housing and houses, rows and rows of housing. We want to have a balanced community. We want to build a neighborhood where we have parks, schools, roads, pathways, and rapid and reliable transit. I heard from many candidates during the campaign that they support the concept of a 15-minute community. I hope that we'll be true to that and help build a city within a city in the south end of our city. And residents are not asking for anything other than just to fulfill our plans and our obligations that we've done through the community design plans, through our infrastructure plans, through our recreational plans, so that again, that we can build a much more sustainable city and take pressure off many of the recreational complexes. For example, like Sawmill Creek Pool was not designed to accommodate the tens of thousands of people that are now part of the South End community. So I look forward to working with colleagues here. Again, thank you for the honor to serve once again and for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRoche. Councillor Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also want to thank my family and my residents for this privilege to serve once again my community. My passion to serve my community goes back 40 years when I started volunteering in the community, and over time taking more and more of a leadership role to help build our community. To put it in context, when I started working in Canada, the population was 24,000 people. That same geographic area today is pushing 150,000 people. So Canada has grown, and I look forward to working with my colleagues, Kathy Curry and Glenn Gower, to keep the growth manageable and make sure that people are getting the services that the DCs were collected to provide, such as Robert Grant Road in Councillor Gower's ward. I also look forward to working with the excellent staff here at the city to continue serving our community, and also with this council on protecting taxpayers as well as building a better city. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Hughley. Councillor Lowe, I promise the next time we do something like this, you'll go first instead of last.
Okay, because the first line I wrote was, I think I'll have to get used to going last. It's so great to hear from my colleagues, to learn so much about different parts of the city and different challenges we all face in our respective areas. Now my challenge is to follow those 23 speeches. I want to start by thanking former councillors Jan Harder and Caroline Meehan, who devoted time from their lives and families to work to improve the communities they represented, the communities that my colleague David Hill and I now have the privilege of representing. I attended the Barrhaven BIA's annual general meeting last night. The board recognized Jan for the undeniable role she's played in Barrhaven's development from, and I quote, Farhaven, Barbecue Haven, Boarhaven, and Barfhaven, to a community that's still where people go home to at night, but one where residents can also work and play during the day, unless you work night shifts. Jan's work and legacy will no doubt continue to be present in Barrhaven. I mean, I'm talking about her now, and she's retired. I can't continue without thanking the residents of Barrhaven East for their trust and the opportunity to be their first ever councillor. It's truly an honor and a privilege. I also can't ignore the significant role my former employer played in shaping who I am today. I turned 31 2 weeks ago, and I started at OC Transpo at 22. It's basically been my entire adult life so far. The experiences, my knowledge and skills are heavily based upon and matured in my 2 roles at the company, including working with all of my returning colleagues to address customer concerns together. And Madam Amilcar, I still have my employee card. I have to give this back to you. There's a prevailing sense of excitement in Barrhaven East that a large portion of the community is no longer an oft-forgotten appendix of a ward that's mostly on the other side of the river. Sorry, Steve. There's excitement for representation that is truly for Barrhaven East as a part of Barrhaven rather than an administrative anomaly. After more than 3 decades of near continuous growth, Barrhaven East finally found itself some stability. I'm focused on ensuring that stability is not compromised in the face of incredible outside growth pressures. This includes improving our roads to, from, and within Barrhaven, creating a transit system that works locally and recognizes changing travel patterns, ensuring our city's services are equipped to manage the growth, and employing innovations and new solutions to improve how the city's money, our money, is used. We have such an exciting decade ahead. Barrhaven just secured a major employer in Amazon, and we're expected to welcome some 13,000 new neighbors over the next decade. And the town center secondary plan will completely change the look of our community so the tallest structures are not the streetlights on the 416. Too bad for me, everything is actually in Councillor Hill's ward. But I'm grateful we have established a solid working relationship because despite the 2 wards, it's still one Barrhaven. I'm so excited to work with my 24 colleagues, city staff, and most importantly, residents over the next 1,439 days, including today, to make Barrhaven and Ottawa the best it can be for residents now and long into the future. And if we ever need bus tours, my CZ license is valid till 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Yeah, I was going to suggest you, if we did do a rural tour, we know who to ask to drive the bus. So yeah. Thank you. I want to thank all my colleagues on council. Merci à tous et à toutes.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you for reflecting the priorities of your communities and our entire city as a whole. And thank you for sharing some personal perspectives and anecdotes as well. All right, let's move forward with the agenda. We have received no declarations of interest. Communications received from AMO are noted on your agenda, and there were no regrets that were received. So I'd like to ask Councillor Gower now to introduce a motion to introduce reports. Councillor Gower.
That the report from the city clerk entitled 2022 to 2026 Council Governance Review be received and considered, and that the report from the Finance Services Department entitled Proposed 2023 Budget Directions, Timeline and Consultation Process be received and tabled for consideration by Council at its meeting on December 14th, 2022.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. That's seconded by Councillor Kitts. Is the motion carried? All right, so we are going to move to our governance review. I just wanted to start with a few opening thoughts. There are a lot of motions that we're going to consider, and looking forward to discussing those and voting on them. And I want to say that I'm delighted to see how engaged that council is, and councillors are in our governance report. And I take the high number of motions as a very positive sign. And I'm looking forward to discussing the ways that we can improve the governance report to make sure that we are in position to better serve the people of Ottawa. But as we begin our discussions on governance today, I want to take this opportunity to advise council that I've spoken with the interim city manager, Wendy Stefansson, about the critical importance of improving accountability to the public in everything we do. And in our discussions, the interim city manager has indicated to me that in light of the commission's final public inquiry report on OLRT, she and the senior leadership team are committed to strengthening openness and transparency. She also recognized that work needs to be done to help reestablish councils and the public's trust going forward. After these discussions, I have full confidence that staff will take the necessary steps toward achieving this goal under council's direction. And some of our motions today will also be important steps in improving accountability and rebuilding trust. I also want to re-emphasize my desire and intention to work with all of council and all of staff in a collaborative, trusting, and transparent manner. And I'd now like to ask Wendy Stefansson, the interim city manager, to say a few words.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. I want to
Thank you very much.
That last week was a very difficult one for the city following the release of the Commission's final OLRT public inquiry report. But that sometimes it really takes somebody from the outside to point out where change is needed. First, I recognize that council and the public's trust has been eroded over the light rail over a number of years. And today, I want to assure you that the senior leadership team is taking lessons from the inquiry to heart, and we're committed to taking the necessary actions needed to restore full confidence in the city's public service and to make sure that the public knows that we put them first in every action taken on behalf of City Council. They are at the heart of the city. Openness and transparency need to be of paramount importance, not only to the senior leadership team, but to the organization as a whole. And we are actively looking at practical ways to enhance our processes and change any parts of the culture that lessen accountability, and to take council's direction to show the public that their public service is trustworthy and transparent as we move forward. Merci.
Thank you. Just before we go any further, by the way, I wanted to recognize a special guest who's in the audience. As you know, the Big City Mayors Caucus has been happening this week in Ottawa. We met with the Prime Minister yesterday, and my new friend from Calgary, the Mayor of Calgary, Jyoti Gondek, is here along with her colleague, Amy. So I just wanted to recognize them and welcome them to Ottawa City Council. And she must really enjoy council meetings, because even when she's not at her own council meeting, she's coming to ours and sees that as a fun thing to do in Ottawa. So welcome, Jyoti. Great to see you. All right, let's move forward with the governance report. The recommendations are set out in 5 parts as noted on the agenda. So we're going to go through each of the 5 parts of the governance report one by one for questions, motions, and debate. Each part has at least one motion that has been submitted on it and a number of recommendations. So once we have debated and voted on all of the motions for each part of the report, I'm going to ask council to approve that part of the report before moving on to the next part of the report. So we'll do it in 5 sections, and members may call for a separate vote on any individual recommendation if they wish. All right. So we'll start with part 1, which is council, standing committees, and related matters. And we have a number of motions on part 1. Before we introduce and debate the motions one by one, do any members have any general questions to staff on part 1 of the report? Councillor Gower?
Thank you. We are proposing to set up a number of committees. I was wondering from the clerk's office if this will mean the need for additional resources to handle the extra meeting requirements.
Mr. Mayor, we were planning to look at that very issue after council made any decisions. However, I'm of the view that very preliminarily, if all of these new committees and new things happen, we will be seeking resources in the very near future.
And then any requests would be coming back to us through the 2023 budget process, is that correct?
If I need them sooner, Mr. Mayor, I would bring them forward in early spring when we do our annual report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Any other questions before Councillor Leeper?
Thank you very much. One of the proposals in the governance report is to fold the IT subcommittee into FEDCO. It's a move that I support. I'm not sure, and I agree with staff's rationale for making that proposal in the report. One of the initiatives that I think both Councillor Sudds and myself introduced at IT subcommittee, though, was a regular standing item on IT security, where a committee would go in camera and hear the latest on the state of our IT security. I'm wondering, can staff speak to their willingness to continue with those briefings on some frequency, be it quarterly or be it twice a year, to FEDCO? I know we can't ask the chair of FEDCO whether they want to hear that briefing or not, but I did want to raise it today just to make sure that it is on the radar for FEDCO when they are eventually constituted.
Thank you for the question, and thank you, Councillor, as well, for chairing the IT subcommittee, and for the other members of the committee. It was, I think, a very useful committee, and we appreciated the support of the members of the committee. So I do think that it would be extremely helpful to have periodic in-camera updates on cybersecurity for FEDCO if this is where that committee ends up sitting. And I would propose quarterly updates would be appropriate, and we would be very happy to provide those.
Thank you. So I'm very pleased to hear that willingness, and to the future FEDCO members, I hope that you'll be willing to get those briefings on that quarterly basis. The security of our IT infrastructure is critical. I'm not sure if this is the right point at which to pose it, but we are talking about the committee's overall. One of the proposals around the Transit Commission is to create a citizens or a resident advisory body to the Transit Commission. One of the, and I agree with removing councillors from Transit Commission. Sorry. Oh. Start
all of us
over. Oh my goodness. So I absolutely agree with the proposal to remove resident commissioners from the Transit Commission. One of the things that will help is that those seats will be taken by councillors, and the more councillor eyes we have on transit who are required to be engaged day to day with the work of OC Transpo, the better. Councillors have the resources necessary to research. We have the platforms, we have the profile. When transit riders are upset with how they're receiving service from OC Transpo, I doubt that very many of them approach transit commissioners. I suspect that many of you, new and returning councillors, have already received those customer complaints about transit service. We're the ones to whom people turn. We're the ones to whom we are the ones who are accountable to the public in a way that resident commissioners are not. One of the proposals, and I imagine that no matter how the motions turn out today, there will be some kind of a transit advisory body formed. My request of Ms. Amilcar is you're going to have some significant input into how that advisory body is formed, who is sitting on it, and working with the advisory committee members. Can I ask you to take it as direction to work to find a almost ex officio role in that advisory body for Ottawa transit riders, the lobby group, the citizens group that has formed around transit issues? I don't want to make it a motion today. Because I'm not sure exactly what that role looks like. I don't know what the structure of the new advisory committee is going to look like. All I know is that I want to make sure that Ottawa Transit Riders has a seat at the table. And so I'm asking staff today whether they would take it as direction from council to work to include a role for Ottawa Transit Riders in that new advisory committee.
Ms. Amilcar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely, Councillor Leeper will do.
Fantastic, and I look forward to seeing what sort of a role can be carved out for them. I think they've added something in Ottawa with respect to highlighting transit issues. I don't always agree with their position, but I have a lot of respect for the work that they do, and I believe that they truly represent a wide diversity of transit riders. So their ongoing participation with the city through the advisory committee would be helpful. We're not on the delegation of authorities at this point. So I will leave
we'll
my
have time
questions.
to speak to those. This is just questions about part one, but we'll get into the individual motions.
I'll leave it there then.
Yeah. Thank you,
Chair.
Councillor Leeper. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as an overriding comment for all that is about to come, I really would like to ask staff to make sure, it follows up on Councillor Gower's question, that we have a clear understanding. I know maybe not exact budget amounts, but for all the motions that come forward here, how much would they actually cost us? And it's not just in terms of money and maybe additional staff, but staff time. So when these motions come out, I would love a staff comment so that we really understand that. Because, don't get me wrong, I think one of our challenges here today will be that the why we are doing what we're doing is all agreed upon. People want more transparency, more trust. We agree on the why. It's the how. And I often find that we do things with this great intention and we actually create more problems than we could have ever imagined. And no one can see the future, but I would really appreciate a thoughtful comment on what it might mean.
And the one example that Councillor Liebler just mentioned was the transit. If we were to set up a bunch of different committees and have a bunch of different advisory bodies, you think about how much time that would take for Renee to be at all those meetings, to have all the staff there, to do all the presentations, to prep for all those committee meetings. Those things come at a cost, and it means potentially that the staff are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And that, I think, is not always clearly understood, where staff are not doing something, but we don't know what that something is. So I would really appreciate some clear comments from staff on what they would imagine some of these motions might create. So that's my overall comment on every single motion to come. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment quickly on the shift to move housing to the Planning Committee. I wanted to mention firstly that I am very encouraged by the revisiting of the Lands Corporation, the Ottawa Community Lands Corporation, to look at opportunities for affordable housing. And I know we had talked about that at our initial meeting, so I'm very encouraged by that nuance to that mandate and very excited to see what will happen. I just wanted to offer my comments on what it might look like for the Community Services Committee once protective services comes off and once housing comes off. Coming from the nonprofit sector, I have felt that often we can be looked at as the beneficiary of mandates and of handouts. And when we start removing some of the more structural or practical components of the EPS and of housing, we are left with community social services. What I would be afraid of is that those services would start to feel like nice to haves, while all of the things that we want to have deeper control over are being shifted around into new governance structures. And I just want to make sure that, you know, given that some of these things have been shared between those two governance structures already, that we are indeed solving a problem that exists in the first place. I just wonder about the perception of leaving the Community Services Committee with less and less to oversee, and what that signals in terms of their value and of terms of their importance. So that was just something that was coming up for me that I wanted to share with other members of council before we move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Bradley.
Yeah, I kind of want to follow up on that line of questioning. In the report, it references that Planning Committee has one of the heaviest agendas as it is, and yet we're adding more to it with this housing portfolio. So I guess my question is, can we accommodate it, the housing portfolio, with an already heavy agenda? And do you expect a significant reduction in work as a result of the new provincial legislation?
Someone like to?
Sure. Could you repeat the last part of your question? I did not hear that.
I guess I know that we're anticipating that fewer items might rise to Planning Committee as a result of Bill 23. And so I'm trying to understand what that reduction in workload looks like so that it makes sense to be adding on to already a heavy, a committee that has a heavy agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's a very good question in terms of the impacts of Bill 23 and Bill 108. We do expect there will be a reduction in the number of applications, just given the nature of as of right permissions that the province has dictated. That's going to be very difficult to quantify. You know, we're in very early days of looking at those impacts. So that's something we will be monitoring over the course of the coming number of months. So I think it's fair to say there'll be a slight reduction, but I can't give you any firm numbers at this point.
So I guess a follow-up would be, do you have any concern with adding the housing portfolio to planning and that it might overburden this committee?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, in terms of the number of reports, I don't think it's hugely significant. I think it's more of a strategic move in terms of aligning planning and the housing crisis. And no, we're supportive of that approach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. And Councillor Johnson, just so you know, Donna Gray is on with us virtually. So if during the course of various motions as we move along, if you have questions or if anyone has questions for Donna Gray, she is on the line. Okay. Okay. So I'd like to now ask Councillor Desroches to move a motion related to the nominating committee, please. Councillor Desroches. Oh, it's on the screen, Councillor Desroches.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas pursuant to subsection 94(2) of the procedure bylaw, the first meeting of the nominating committee has been scheduled for 1 p.m. Tuesday, December 13th, 2022, with its report rising for consideration at the City Council meeting on Wednesday, December 14th, 2022. Therefore, be it resolved that Council approve the appointment of the following members of Council to serve on the nominating committee, including the Mayor as chair, to make recommendations to Council on appointments of members of Council to standing committees, subcommittees, boards, and the selection panels, and other appointments as set out as in the government's report. Councillor Curry, Councillor Gower, Councillor Kavanagh, Councillor Kitts, Councillor Tierney, and Mayor Sutcliffe. So I'm happy to move that for you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the work that's been done to find, I think, a balanced and very workable group that I think will serve us well on the nominating committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. And the motion is seconded by Councillor Luloff. Councillor Carr, I think you had your hand up. Are you okay? Okay. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. In seeing that list, I understand people might have been called this morning, and just in seeing that list, I think what we're trying to do is be as representative as we can of the city. That was one of the big pieces we talked about is representation across the city. So I think in the interests of that representation regionally, it would make sense to add one more member to that, because I'm seeing 5, 6, 7 in the urban core unrepresented on that committee. So I propose to add Councillor Brockington to that list as well.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that?
Yeah.
Second. Okay, Councillor Leeper. Okay, Councillor Leeper, you have your hand up? Okay.
I do. I wanted to weigh in on that list as well. There's a downtown kind of core. There's issues around the hospital build and all the mega projects that we have going on. I absolutely am happy to second Councillor Menard's motion to add somebody who's a little closer to the downtown into that nominating committee list. I hope colleagues will agree to that.
All right. Other comments? Anyone? Councillor Brockington, do you have anything to say? You do.
I'm happy to serve at the will of council, and I do believe that representation is important. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. To be clear, I see Councillor Kavanagh as representing a ward that's close to downtown. I also live in Kitchissippi ward, and I'll be on the committee. And the intent is, for all of the chair positions and committee roles to be, as I've pledged repeatedly, to be geographic representation of the entire city. This is the nominating committee, which will do its work between now and the next council meeting. So we'll vote on the motion, on the amendment first, unless anyone has any other comments. Okay. Is the amendment carried? Okay. Is the motion carried?
Carried.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to the motions from part 1 of the governance report. Councillor Gower has a motion to rename FEDCO. Go ahead, Councillor Gower.
Thank you. This will be the shortest motion today. Whereas the current name of the Finance and Economic Development Committee does not fully reflect the terms of reference of the committee, therefore be it resolved that the committee be renamed the Finance and Corporate Services Committee. And thanks to everyone for your feedback on this.
Okay, that's, I believe, seconded by Councillor Lowe. Any thoughts or comments on that? Any discussion? Okay, is the motion carried? All right, next we have a motion from Councillor King, seconded by Councillor Gower on the Built Heritage Standing Committee. By the way, You don't necessarily, I understand you don't necessarily have to read all the whereases in these motions, just in the interest of time. They'll be on the screen. We'll be able to see them, but you can just read the resolution if you choose to.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've moved this motion with the support of our previous planning chair, Councillor Gower, to create a full standing built heritage committee for this new term of council. I believe that the creation of a new standing committee demonstrates our collective will as a municipality to protect, promote, and preserve our city's built heritage. Bill 23 includes changes to the Ontario Heritage Act, which will require the city to be more agile to protect its heritage resources. The current model, where built heritage subcommittee items need to rise to planning committee, could make it difficult for the city to meet statutory timelines for heritage approvals under new provincial legislative changes. The creation of a full built heritage committee will streamline the city's legislative process by removing the need for additional approval through planning committee and will have minimum impact on city staff in terms of work and cost. The creation of the new standing committee would also enhance its advocacy role. Most major municipalities in the province, including Toronto and Kingston, have had their respective heritage committees report directly to council for years, which is befitting such large cities. With a new challenging legislative environment being imposed by Queen's Park, and with our city now surpassing 1 million people, it is important that we signal our intent to protect Ottawa's superb built heritage in the effort to maintain our special sense of place. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2022-2026 Council Governance Review Report be amended to include the creation of a full built heritage standing committee, which will include 5 members of council, including at least 1 member of the Planning Committee, 1 member of the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee, and 1 member of council whose ward encompasses a heritage conservation district, and 4 citizen members with appropriate experience appointed by council, with at least 1 of the citizen members that resides within a heritage conservation district. The mayor is an ex officio member of the committee. 2, report directly to council on heritage matters, and 3, where applicable, heritage applications that have an associated planning application would continue to be considered jointly by planning committee, as is current practice. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Troster.
Hi, thank you very much, Mayor. I would like to support Councillor King's motion. Somerset Ward has 4 heritage conservation districts. And given that we're adding an extra workload to the planning committee to make it planning and housing, to me, it only makes sense to pull out this heritage piece. And I agree, I'm very seriously concerned about some of the changes that Bill 23 makes to heritage conservation districts. It does require us to be more agile. There's a ticking timeline on when you have to declare those properties as being heritage properties or not. And I do think having a standalone committee makes a lot of sense. So thank you very much, Councillor King.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. I don't have a lot of strong feelings on this one. I haven't made up my mind how to vote after reading the motion last night. Can I just ask what it would mean to have applications that have both a heritage and a planning, let's say a zoning component to them? How would that continue to be jointly considered by planning? Is it suggested that where developers receive a heritage permit, that planning committee would then have the ability to reverse that heritage permit? Or I just don't understand that mechanism. I just want to be on solid ground on that one.
And are you asking that question?
I'll ask, I'm looking at the mover of the motion, but right. I think staff could either or.
Okay.
Yeah, I would defer to staff.
Okay. Is there someone, Mr. Herwire? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding is that where we have heritage and planning applications, they would be brought jointly to planning and housing committee, as is the current practice. For those where there is not separate applications, they would go directly from built heritage to council. That's my understanding of the intent of the motion.
So would planning continue to have the ability to make a recommendation to council on the heritage permit?
They would be considered at the same meeting. Yeah. Yes.
Yes. So it is possible that heritage might make a determination to deny a heritage permit, and then when the matter is considered as a heritage permit and as a rezoning at planning committee, that planning committee could overturn the heritage permit?
They could make a different recommendation to council, yes. Only in those instances where there's a joint planning and heritage application.
And you're good with that? Okay. Okay. And then do we have some notion, there was some discussion earlier about the planning committee's workload as a result of the addition of the housing portfolio to it. Would it be a meaningful reduction in the amount of work planning committee is doing if this were to move forward? I'm guessing it would be, which is a good reason to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I assume your question is related to the built heritage motion.
To the heritage,
yes. Yeah. Certainly there would be a reduction in the number of reports that move from built heritage to planning to council. I don't have that number in front of me, but certainly with the legislative changes the province has imposed, it would help us in terms of those timelines, having one less step in a very condensed time frame.
I've got to assume that with the time or the clock now ticking on designation reports, that we're going to see an acceleration of those. And by sending those straight to council, that would help to significantly reduce some of planning committee's workload. So yeah, thanks. I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Brockington, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the mover and seconder for this motion. I have a comment, and that is the citizen members of the Built Heritage Subcommittee have been excellent. Their input, their expertise, their engagement, what they bring to the table. This is the type of citizen members we want on our committees. One thing I don't know, though, is where they live. And I don't think it's relevant for me to know that. As long as they're a resident of Ottawa, and they contribute to heritage matters in Ottawa. If they meet expertise criteria, if they meet the merit, the requirements, then that's good enough for me. And I raise this because the motion asks that one of the 4 seats be reserved for someone, citizen member who lives within a heritage conservation district. So my question to staff is, if we get some top quality candidates who meet the professional expertise requirements, but no one lives in a heritage conservation district, will that seat remain open on the subcommittee, or will we still appoint 4 members in that regard?
Mr. Mayor, should that situation occur where there are no qualified applicants that reside within the designated area, then the selection panel would have the opportunity to recommend to council an alternate candidate and waive that provision in those circumstances.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Luloff.
Just a very quick question to Mr. Herwire. Would this change require any further resourcing for your department, or are we, is this pretty much status quo? It's just lumping these two together and just making things more efficient?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. In terms of planning real estate and economic development, it would not create additional pressures. I would defer to the city clerk if there's additional pressures at the committee level.
Mr. Mayor, if I might add, the Built Heritage Subcommittee currently, due to the statutory timelines of the Ontario Heritage Act, meets with the frequency of a standing committee already. So we do not believe there would be additional resource impacts from this change.
I really appreciate the additional context. I'll certainly be supporting this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor King for bringing this forward. I just want to give a very quick example of how this benefits the public. Under our procedure that we followed last term and the previous term, actually, I remember personally, there was an issue around the Bradley Craig farm. And as a resident, I had to go in front of Built Heritage Committee and take half a day off work. And then 2 weeks later, come back in front of Planning Committee, take a whole day off work, and then try to lobby councillors when it came to council a third time. So basically, we're making it possible for residents who care about a particular file to only have to come and present to one committee on most of the heritage files. So it's a lot friendlier to residents who advocate on heritage issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Any other comments or questions? Is the motion carried? All right, thank you. Next, we have a motion from Councillor Desroches, seconded by me, regarding the establishment of an LRT subcommittee. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the City of Ottawa's light rail transit projects are the largest infrastructure projects in the history of the city, and it's critically important that these projects receive specific focused attention by Council to enhance public accountability and transparency on the Confederation Line and Trillium light rail projects. Whereas the Mayor and Council believe that Ottawa's light rail transit projects should receive more focused attention by City Council in order to ensure that they are built, operated, and maintained in accordance with the project agreements and the public's expectations for safe, reliable transit service. And whereas the Confederation Line light rail projects fall under the mandate of the Finance and Economic Development Committee with respect to having oversight and reporting to Council on all matters related to the Stage 1 and Stage 2 LRT projects, excluding those assigned by Council to other standing committees and the Transit Commission, including procurement, contract award, and construction progress. And the Transit Commission has a mandate to provide direction on and ensure the implementation of policies and programs with respect to the operation of the transit services. Whereas subcommittees have been used to address specific high priority ongoing mandates of the standing committees, they report to and allow for regular monitoring and progress on those areas. Whereas subcommittees allow for increased and focused review and public input at critical stages throughout the duration of a project or initiative. And whereas the Ottawa Light Rail Transit Public Inquiry had recommendations specifically related to governance and Council oversight with respect to the light rail, as well as lessons learned, which will be further explored in the companion report to be prepared by staff. And whereas other third-party reviews of the city's light rail transit system are expected, and those would also benefit from a focused review. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council establish a light rail subcommittee of Council to provide oversight over non-operational matters related to the Confederation Line and the construction of Confederation Stage 2 and Trillium lines. Be it further resolved that the membership of the subcommittee be comprised of 5 members of Council, including the Chair of Transportation Committee and the Chair of the Transit Commission, with the remaining membership composed of elected representatives who have expressed a specific interest or expertise in the mandate of the subcommittee. And therefore, be it further resolved that the city clerk be directed to develop terms of reference for the light rail subcommittee that includes staff reporting regularly on the exercise of their delegated authority related to all light rail projects and the reporting of the Independent Safety Commissioner on issues related to the Ottawa Light Rail Public Inquiry, identify a routing from the subcommittee to Transit Commission and FEDCO where appropriate, and also make recommendation on items directly related to decisions regarding strategic and governance matters for Council consideration, and present those draft terms of reference in the normal course. So I move that, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to do that. I think this is a step in the right direction for this Council. Listen to colleagues on several made mention of the Commission and how important it will be to ensure that we're tracking and monitoring and following up on those recommendations. Councillor King said, you know, we have a massive oversight challenge ahead of us, and I think this subcommittee will help us do this. This report, this Commission report, is huge. I was saying to a few people, this is like a Chicago, New York, Toronto report for a very small city where it's still 1 million people, and we don't have a lot of these billion-dollar projects like some other big jurisdictions do. So it's a massive report, very complex recommendations that I think will take some extra effort on our behalf. And I think we can do that with the help of this subcommittee and the oversight that I think many councillors have expressed an interest in seeing happen here at this table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. So I'll open it up to questions or comments on that. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the attention we're giving to the public inquiry. It's extremely important. This is going forward. We have to do the lessons learned. However, I ask, why don't we use the existing committee of the Transit Commission and have it dealt with through there? That's my concern. That is where, when we look at the public inquiry, when we look at where questions were asked and didn't get answered, it happened at the Transit Commission. And here we are treating the Transit Commission separately and creating a new subcommittee. So we're creating more committees, and this is important work. However, why not give that important work to the Transit Commission, particularly since we're having all councillor members who can really focus on this and will understand that this is part of their mandate.
Okay, that's a comment / suggestion rather than a question?
Yeah,
Is that
I'd like to know
okay?
why we're not considering that.
Are you asking the question?
Yes.
Okay, of Councillor Desroches, or I mean, I can also speak to that a little bit.
It's up to you to answer it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I support the motion. Obviously, I'm seconding the motion. I think that given the seriousness of the report from the commission last week, that I think it's warranted to create a new subcommittee of council that would oversee the projects while the Transit Commission continues to oversee the operations of the system. I think the public expects more accountability, and I think this committee, which would be a subcommittee of council, would create that accountability and make sure that city councillors were fully engaged in the projects going forward. So that's the rationale behind it. Okay, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councillor Desroches that we're not a city with many billion-dollar projects. And is my mic also on here? Is that why you're looking at me? Or okay, yeah, good. Yeah, no, I agree with Councillor Desroches that we don't have many opportunities for billion-dollar projects because by many measures, we are a small city. And the LRT inquiry report and this motion can actually provide a lot of guidance for future similar projects of scale and scope. City building opportunities and such. I would like some clarity though in terms of the reporting relationship, unless I've missed something in the motion text. Is this subcommittee going to be reporting to Transit, or is it going to be reporting to FEDCO or the renamed FEDCO?
Can you say that again, just with the door slamming behind me? I didn't hear all of that, Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, you can blame Councillor Plante for that. The reporting relationship for this subcommittee, is it going to Transit or is it going to the renamed FEDCO?
It's a subcommittee of council. Is that correct? Yeah, it's a subcommittee of council, so it would report to council.
Just to say the part of the motion is to have the terms of reference done, which maybe then would make that more clear.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Part of the motion would direct the Office of the City Clerk to work with staff to review the terms of reference, including which matters may report to Transit Commission or FEDCO in addition to council.
And if I may follow up with that, part of the motion states that it'll oversee the non-operational aspects of stage one, line one. And my question is, where do you draw the dividing line for what is operational, what is non-operational for stage one? Because at least from my view, and you can correct me or supplement it, everything about stage one right now is operational.
Yeah, I think that would be defined in the terms of reference as well, and that would come back to council. So we'd have an opportunity to look at that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Bradley.
I think my question is to the clerk's office. I've never heard of a subcommittee of council, and maybe there is precedence for that. But if it reports directly to council, does that not make it a standing committee? How does that work from a process perspective? How do you, what defines it as a subcommittee?
Again, this question, Mr. Mayor, may be elaborated on by the mover of the motion. Our understanding of the motion and what it would direct us to do is to identify through the terms of reference the appropriate routing of the subcommittee. So as members have noted, there are aspects of it that may touch on the mandates of both Finance and Corporate Services Committee and Transit Commission. And the opportunity for council to approve those terms of reference would be at a future meeting when it comes forward.
Has there been a subcommittee of council before?
Mr. Mayor, there are those with recollections longer than I have on that subject, but my
You're
understanding
thinking
is
of anyone in particular?
council may establish a subcommittee or a standing committee of council of any size or scope that it so determines.
I guess my concern is that now we have it, we've got construction or we're going to FEDCO, we've got operational issues going to Transit Commission, and now we have this newly formed subcommittee that has carriage of somewhere in between of those things. It seems like it might be complicated, and maybe that will get fettered out in the terms of reference. It just seems unnecessarily complicated. And perhaps maybe Councillor Kavanagh's comments of that it should sit at Transit, it's maybe more appropriate there.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. I'm led to believe that member services is an example of a subcommittee of council. So there have been others. Okay, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Is this the only ad hoc committee or subcommittee that is being contemplated to be formed as a result of the inquiry commissioner's report? Are there other committees that are going to be formed to tackle the content of that report, or is this the main one that we are considering?
So I'm not sure we can answer that question because as you know, there is a staff report that will come back as a response to the findings of the commission, and presumably there will be recommendations in that. So I don't think we can answer that question today, but I think the purpose of this committee would be to ensure there is a new level of accountability and oversight of the construction projects related to light rail going forward as a first step, but not the only step in responding to the inquiry report.
Yeah, the motion, Mayor, says on items directly related to decisions regarding strategic and governance matters. So that has a established focus. There are many other things coming out of the report that council, of course, is going to have to be engaged in. So I'm not opposed to the creation of this subcommittee. I will support it, but I'm just saying we've got other stuff that we're going to have to tackle. My other concern is the timeline. So how long, I'm going to ask the city clerk, we're tasking him to develop terms of reference. How long will this take to develop? The public is very keen for us to get going on the report and not wait too long to immerse ourselves in those recommendations. So with respect to the TOR, how long will that take?
Mr. Mayor, I anticipate being back here in Q1 of 2023.
Okay, fair enough. So again, Mayor, I raised this. The report was released on November 30th. I heard yesterday we could get the staff companion report in February. The public wants us to get going. And this is a gap that I think people are going to start to ask questions. What is City Council doing? How are they officially going to respond to those recommendations? So the matter before us, I will support today, but wanted to raise those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Menard, if you could assist again, please.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much. I'm going to check the mandatory training list and see what I've missed in terms of audiovisual. I've been meaning to get to that. I just have a question. I fully support the recommendation to create a subcommittee as someone who takes transit regularly. I was one of those people that was frequently on a stop train, stuck in a throng at Herdman Station where you couldn't move, and very keen to see some resolve. Just in reading the terms of reference, it strikes me almost as if there's two separate issues. And in terms of ensuring that the implementation of the lessons learned, both from the provincial report and the upcoming staff report, some of these are extremely far-reaching and far beyond transit. When I look at some of the recommendations, they implicate project management, governance, information management, procurement, and it seems to go quite beyond transit. Whereas there's also the other portion where focusing on transit, ensuring, operational readiness, ensuring that future phases of the LRT. And so it seems to me, this is a subcommittee, but with two huge components to it. And I'm wondering, perhaps we talked about the terms of reference. Perhaps there could be an opportunity to hive some of the recommendations off. It seems that it does touch a lot on FEDCO, and some pieces are more aligned with the LRT. Is it possible to have maybe a subcommittee specifically to deal with the recommendations and keep some of the LRT stuff more focused with transit? It just seems to me it's so large.
Okay, well, we'll see how it comes out in the terms of reference, I guess, and we can review it then, but we can also talk about it offline if that helps. But I think, the purpose is for there to be a committee that it has accountability for the light rail projects going forward, to create oversight and to take one step toward rebuilding the public's trust in the light rail project. Councillor DeRuse, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Brockington probably addressed most of the clarification I have, but it is also while we're building the terms and reference for the committee, I'm thinking maybe also this is going to address the recommendation that also came from that report, or it's going to be, I understand staff is working on a report, but it will be nice also to have the committee following up on those recommendations, making sure we're looking after all of the recommendations came out of the report.
Thank you, Councillor DeRuse. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to help make this a little bit realer for me, one of the key considerations that I have with respect to what we need to do moving forward is ensure, and forgive me if I get the technical language wrong, but there is an issue with the rail wheel axle interface, I believe is how the report terms it. And we need to get that fixed. I'd be looking through this term of council to be hearing from OC Transpo, from RTG on even a monthly basis about how the progress is moving on that, evaluating what the problem is, what the fixes are, and implementing those fixes. Is that the kind of reporting that you would anticipate would come to this new LRT oversight subcommittee?
So I would say in general, yes. I think we want to see that kind of reporting. I wouldn't. I'm at this stage. I might not be as explicit about as you about the timeline. But in principle, yes. In principle, okay. I think that's the place where we want to see reporting. And again, I think it would come down to the terms of reference, and then the members of this committee could then make decisions on what their expectations are going forward.
I think it makes sense to have a standing committee, or I guess we're calling it a subcommittee, but some sort of a committee of council to which those sorts of things get reported. I imagine one of the other proposals that is in the governance review is to start having more committee meetings here in council chambers. And I imagine that if that kind of reporting were coming back to this subcommittee, we'd want to host those meetings in this room because a lot of us would be very interested in attending. Okay, I'll continue to listen. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Drosh for this motion. I will be supporting this motion. I just want to highlight, from my perspective, the tone that I've heard from residents in Barrhaven with regard to this issue is a disheartenment and a desire for a call to action. And I think there's a genuine need for us, if we do want to take the first steps towards rebuilding trust with the public, to find some means of demonstrating that we're taking the governance component of this seriously. And I think this is a good first step. And I acknowledge the fact that, aligned with what Councillors Carr and Brockington had indicated, there are going to be some complexities here. And I think there are going to be some pieces that we're going to need to grow over time as we get more information from various other staff reports or from this standing committee itself. But I think this is a good first step, and as such, I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting this. And I think what's happening here is because the report just came out, we have the governance committee report, we're all trying to figure out what the best way forward is. I think the smartest thing is to think about the terms of reference conversations that will take place, and we determine, is this actually the best thing? You know, you have some things laid out in your whereas clauses, but you know, maybe that might not be the best thing. What Councillor Leeper is talking about is to have actually some real focus on the mechanical part of it, what went wrong. Maybe that is how we separate out Transit Commission from this other committee. But some of that I think we still have to talk about, because we're kind of trying to do something quickly here, but still send a message to the community that we're doing something. We have listened to the overall messages from that report that we need to have more oversight. This is one way to go about it, but I think it can be clarified as to what the best way to go about it is through the terms of reference. So I think we should all just support this. And if we need to reconsider something or another, a lot of that stuff's in the whereas clauses anyways, then we can do that.
Okay, Councillor, thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not going to wear these. That's terrible. Okay, so yeah, I think overall we seem to be circling the idea that, you know, to create a new committee creates a lot of new resources, and so we want to make sure that form follows function, and that's just a thoughtful way of using our resources in front of us. So I just wanted to clarify, I do understand wholeheartedly that we want to demonstrate an active councillor oversight into the mechanics and the future of this project, right? So I think in that sense we want to demonstrate that. When we create governance structures, clear roles and responsibilities are absolutely part of that. And we do have certain oversight bodies with respect to major capital projects and the LRT that already exists. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is, as my Canada North colleague mentioned over there, you know, if the terms of reference demonstrates that we actually do have resources in other existing oversight bodies, will it be considered to revise or revisit the form of this committee so that we can be most stretch the resources that we already are putting into the governance structures? Is that a reasonable question? Well, it's a reasonable question, but is it a clear question?
So are you asking, will we have a chance to revisit this at a later?
Yeah, what if we walk all the way down and we go, you know what, there's actually ways that we can strengthen our existing oversight bodies and task them with these roles and responsibilities and have these reporting structures in place. And so perhaps this committee isn't going to look like this committee as proposed at all. I just wonder if there's a way of walking back or reframing so that we can maximize those resources that we already have in place with these other oversight bodies.
At what point are you, Mr. O'Connor, did you want to speak to that?
At the risk of talking about midterm governance when we're doing governance, I agree that we would probably be looking at it again with tweaks at midterm. That would be our recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Any other comments or thoughts on that? I'm happy to do a recorded vote if there's opposition, but is the motion carried? Okay, motion's carried. Thank you. Next, we have a motion from Councillor Devine, seconded by Councillor Bradley, regarding the public members of the Transit Commission. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my seconder, Councillor Bradley. I know that time is of the essence, but I will be reading the motion for the sake of ensuring that the public at home hear it just as much as we do. So, whereas the issue and substance of the city's management of its transit system, as well as questions over the city's transparency in providing oversight on transit, have so recently and vividly been brought into question. And whereas several of the recommendations put forward by Commissioner Horrigan in the OLRT Commission report speak to the need for transparency in both process and communication. And whereas in the governance review, the mayor recommends that the Transit Commission would be composed of elected officials for the 2022-2026 term of council, thereby eliminating the inclusion of citizen appointees on said commission. And whereas recommendation 14 of the governance review directs the city clerk to, quote, bring forward to FEDCO and council in the second fiscal quarter of 2023 a report and recommendations regarding matters relating to advisory bodies such as advisory committees and the proposed new transit advisory body. And whereas the approval of said process and timeline to establish a transit advisory body composed of public members would result in there being no formal citizen representation on transit matters until at least June 2023. And whereas our governance review procedures allow for changes and amendments to committee structures at Council's midterm review, therefore, be it resolved that Council defer the recommendation to eliminate citizen representation on Transit Commission until no later than the midterm governance review, with the full context of the clerk's second quarter of 2023 recommendations relating to advisory bodies. And be it further resolved that the public transit commissioner positions be included in the ongoing public member recruitment process with a preliminary term of up to 2 years to coincide with the midterm governance review. So I thought my 5 minutes, my 5 minutes included that. Well, I was going to add a whereas on December 7th, 2022, City Council just approved a new built committee comprising of citizen appointees and councillors. But rather than add that whereas, I'll just ask the clerk just to make sure that it's not my word, but the clerk's. Clerk office, did we just convene a new committee comprising of both citizens and councillors?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And that committee has the full powers as a committee should?
Presumably once it gets started, and I've done the terms of reference and council has approved.
Thank you. So we did convene such a committee. Colleagues, all that my seconder and I are asking for with this motion is that we pause to consider what's at stake here and then take some time to make the best informed recommendation possible. I've spent the past several days considering the recommendations to eliminate citizen appointees from Transit Commission. I've spoken to many of you around this table. And the opposition I hear most of the time is about the illegitimacy or the less than desired legitimacy of councillors being on committees with citizen appointees. My goal in these conversations has been to honestly and objectively compare the potential benefits and risks of making such a decision at this particular moment. What do we risk from moving forward today with this recommendation in what will absolutely be seen as a hasty decision? I think we risk losing a great deal if the goal of regaining the public's trust at this particular moment means as much as I believe it does. And not only will we sustain a blow to this institution's credibility if we act hastily, when rebuilding that credibility should be foremost on our minds, but pragmatically, we risk casting aside a form of citizen engagement which may in fact be our most effective means of engagement. And we'd be trading that for a form of citizen engagement that isn't only further down the ladder of authority, but it hasn't even been defined yet. The framing of this new transit advisory body hasn't even really genuinely involved us yet, other than the rush conversation that have happened over the past few days. I think it's a mistake to assume that there's a gap in the quality of representation and accountability between elected officials and appointees. Appointees serve all across the province, and as of less than 15 minutes ago, we've approved that appointees may serve on a citizen council committee. Citizens and councillors may serve together. In the essence of 30 seconds, I would urge my colleagues to support this motion. And if they do not support this motion, I would urge them to let all of us hear the reasons why, if those reasons no longer stand on the illegitimacy of councillors and the citizen appointees on the same body. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. The motion is seconded by Councillor Bradley. I'll just raise a small comment about one of the whereases, which suggests or implies that I wrote this recommendation. It's not my recommendation. It was a recommendation in the governance report, which is not written by me. It's a recommendation that I support, however. So just to clarify that, and maybe I'll ask the city clerk to explain how a recommendation like that in the governance report surfaces, because there was a process. This was not something that was done hastily. There is a process that informs the governance report that comes forward to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And with regards to this particular instance, I am one of the probably few people around the horseshoe that can recall back several terms of council, excuse me, when we put forth a recommendation from staff based on, excuse me, successful bodies like the Built Heritage Committee. And when we had the Built Heritage Subcommittee, we had heritage experts, we had architects, we had planners. These were the public representatives with the experience, with the skills, with the tools that we were looking for to wed with elected representatives so that they would be able to rely on these individuals to provide that expertise on these sort of joint committees. With regards to transit, the commission, and with regards to various matters like that, we had originally proposed, I think it was 3 terms ago now, that we would be able to do the same thing with Transit Commission, that we would be able to get engineers and experts in transportation, because Transportation Canada is here in the nation's capital. What we found out was a lot of those people who were retiring as a result of that, and I don't say this in jest too often, they did not come to our advisory committees or to provide their services for free. They became transportation consultants, and I don't blame them for that. So we were unable to fulfill a key portion of what we were putting forward as we did in the Built Heritage Subcommittee. So we didn't have that professional expertise. We didn't have that background that people, individuals from the public could help members of council. So what we ended up was shifting from a view that had experts on these panels to views that were bus riders. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, Mr. Mayor, but as we developed this with all members of council, and we had an overwhelming support in this regard, was to change by removing those citizen members and setting up a transit advisory committee by which we could get that sort of citizen reflection. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, Mr. O'Connor, that just to be clear, that the feeling of the majority of members of the past city council was that this was advisable to remove the citizen commissioners.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues for drafting the motion. After careful consideration, I will not be supporting this motion. On the transit file, I absolutely agree wholeheartedly that we need to increase citizen engagement and participation as we move forward on this file. It's something that is extremely important to me. I've stated my own experience as an LRT rider. I just would like to mention, I did mention I had a lot of issues on the LRT. I had a wonderful ride in on OC Transrail this morning. The only thing that went wrong is I keep getting off at my old stop, but I just want to mention that. So I think it's really important that we restore the trust in the system. I'm very pleased to see the proposal for an LRT subcommittee, and I think that having that committee will really help advance the issue. I think it's important to clarify the difference between citizen engagement and governance. Citizen engagement is absolutely critical to inform governance to make these decisions. But with respect to governance itself, it's the officials that are elected to represent the citizens that should play that role. Transit commissioners aren't well positioned to engage with residents, nor should they be. It's us as elected officials that need to seek a wide variety of input. We need, as elected officials, we need to seek out those voices that haven't been heard. Those are the voices that I heard over and over again on the doors that I knocked: the disabled, the bus dependent, the seniors. I heard over and over again that they haven't been represented. That's not the job of a transit commissioner to do that. That's our role as elected officials. And I think that we need to stop delegating away our responsibilities to others. I also think I hear in the motion that recommendation for a delay. I think as councillors, we need to be decisive and we need to make the decisions. As the city clerk said, it was clear to me when I reviewed the historical makeup of this committee that transit commissioners were designed to provide expertise with respect to transportation in the same way that the Heritage Committee, it's expertise. It's clear that that expertise has not been there, and it's difficult to find. And I just want to say that I fully support the advisory committee. I was very pleased to get the letter from the transit riders, and I think that it's going to be an excellent way to engage going forward. So I don't support this motion, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Devine, for putting forward this motion. I agree with Councillor Carr that I also don't support this motion because comparing the Built Heritage Subcommittee, or what will become the Built Heritage Committee, and the Transit Commission are not fair. One is a multi-million-dollar operation that affects the day-to-day lives of people, and the other is a committee that, I'm going to diminish their work, aren't I? Without diminishing their work, One is a committee that issues heritage permits with regards to how we preserve and maintain our, preserve our heritage properties in face of development. Councillor Carr's points about the role of citizen transit commissioners is right. That while they do provide a narrower scope of view to complement and in some cases supplement our wider scope in terms of city governance, I don't think there are places on a committee. There are better models of governance. There are other ways that citizens can and be more effective at being engaged. I just don't think that it is on Transit Commission as citizen members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I guess for me, I want to explain some of my own history with this, because I think it's relevant to the conversation today. About 12 years ago, we had a transit advisory committee in the city. One existed. We didn't have citizen commissioners at that time. I was actually the vice chair of the Pedestrian and Transit Advisory Committee, as it was called at the time. And during that time, like many, I think, advisory committees right now, we found it a bit difficult to get some issues on the agenda. We didn't feel like we had a lot of teeth at that time, and that it was, I think, difficult to ensure that councillors were working with us on route changes and some of the changes to the system that were necessary. It wasn't easy. We started to speak up a bit more. We started to put out news releases and things like that, that we said, okay, let's really push the envelope here. Let's make sure people are listening to this advisory committee. And when we started to do that, we were getting some media attention, that we had more teeth. That Pedestrian Transit Advisory Committee was canceled, right? Was eliminated. And a lot of us saw it at that time that because we were starting to speak up a bit more and take a little bit more space, there was a concern that was having too much teeth. And then we ended up with the eliminating Transit Advisory Committee and having citizen transit commissioners. And so I think that's a relevant story for this conversation right now, because what we don't want to do, I think, is create less teeth for the public in getting route changes, in describing what they want for paratranspo, in ensuring that people have a working group with staff that they've been really pushing for a long time, and it hasn't existed. And so I also, I guess, would draw back to the last term. What we saw, unfortunately, was attempts to silence some transit commissioners. We saw that in the WhatsApp group chats, right? That was true. There were people that were speaking up, and they were attempting to silence them because they didn't like what they were saying. And so the caution here is, let's make sure that we're moving forward with good representation from residents, but that we get it right. Just today, we had a motion to add the transit riders folks on here, and we had paratranspo users, and I know ATU 279 and others we're talking to the election, that they're on there. We're kind of doing this on the fly, and we want to make sure that we get this right with a proper group that's going to have teeth and not be dismissed when they start to speak up about the changes that they want to see in the city, like we've seen in the past. So all that to say, I'm gonna support this motion because I think we need a bit more time to consult and make sure that the new body setup isn't just repeating past history and past mistakes that we've made, to make sure that we've got good resident representation. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Bradley.
So it sounds like this might be a cyclical discussion. I was pleased to second this motion. Residents' voices are incredibly important in decision-making, and transit is no exception. However, I hear what my colleagues are saying, and I recognize that there may be alternative options to include resident voices on these matters, and one that may give more opportunity for diverse people to participate. I'm open to exploring those options, but where I hesitate is that the formation of a transit advisory committee has not been fully fleshed out. It's not clear to me, based on the recommendations in this report, exactly how resident voices will be strengthened with this new body. As well, the timeline for implementation leaves a significant void where there will be no resident voices on transit at all. This means no voice during the upcoming budget discussions or as we grapple with the recommendations that have come out of the public inquiry. To me, that's not acceptable. To say that having unelected individuals on the commission is undemocratic also doesn't sit right with me. In addition to approving the Built Heritage Standing Committee today, We will also be debating a motion to recommend that the Police Services Board allocate a higher honorarium with the hopes that the board will appoint a public member as chair, a motion that I will be supporting. We should not be speaking out of two sides of our mouths on this issue. There are many examples of public members being at the table alongside members of council dealing with major city issues, the police services budget, which is also a multi-million-dollar budget, Ottawa Public Library Board, and the Public Health Board come to mind. If we did not get the expertise we sought out back in 2010, then that sounds like it's a recruitment problem and not a structural one. The motion moved by Councillor Devine asks that council defer the decision to eliminate public transit commissioners until midterm governance. This will allow staff time to bring back a more fully formed proposal on how a transit advisory committee will increase public participation, transparency, and accountability in the oversight of our transit system. How we'll better include diverse voices, including users of paratranspo and the union. Until that work is done, it feels overly hasty to eliminate resident voices on our transit commission today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate the debate and discussion that we've had today and prior to today. And I think for me specifically, I see it as we're struggling to define the role of citizen advocacy and input. We're debating the venue for citizen members to serve. And I think we have to clearly understand what role we are asking citizen advocacy and input to be collected. And I think that will then shape, well, where is the best venue for citizen advocates to serve? What is the proper forum? For me, that's what I'm wrestling with. If we want riders, LRT, bus, paratranspo to contribute to policy and overall vision, then it sounds like an advisory board is the right place to go. We have sought the expertise and the professional qualification of commissioners in the past to serve on the Transit Commission. We've heard that's not been successful. So what been the value added of having 4 transit users on the Transit Commission? What's the additional net benefit that they've brought? Yes, they're riders, they contribute their experience, but at the end of the day, people elect councillors to serve the general needs of the people, including on the Transit Commission. So yes, citizen advocacy and input is valued and sought on many, many issues, but what is the proper forum or venue to have that there? And there are other venues. Councillors can hold sessions with the public. We've heard Madame Emeka wants to host forums with various cohorts under the public transit umbrella. There can be facilitated sessions with the unions, facilitated sessions with different riders in this regard. So I do want to ensure that we have a venue for citizen advocacy and input. The input from the past council was near unanimous that they would like to see changes on the Transit Commission with a newly defined role for citizen advocacy, and that is to not have citizen commissioners on the Transit Commission. And I agree with comments that there's some concern that it's going to take some time to clearly define what the advisory board is going to look like. That can be amended or sped up if people wanted to move that. But I will not be supporting this motion today. I do think the Transit Commission needs to be going through a bit of an evolution, and hopefully under new leadership and a new board that we're about to appoint very soon, we will see that. But we can't exclude the importance of the citizen advocacy and voice around this table. And I look forward to that input on an advisory board. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the mover and seconder. I'll tell you, I've gone back and forth on this one. I keep waffling because I do ultimately believe that an advisory committee from an equity perspective is a much better choice because we can have designated seats for paratranspo users. We can ensure that meetings are held at a time where families with young children or people from low-income communities who rely on transit can make it to those meetings because most people can't come on a weekday when the Transit Commission tends to meet. I'm just curious to staff or to the mayor, if we wanted to expedite the creation of this advisory committee, what would the timelines look like? Because where I'm torn is this idea of appointing temporary transit commissioners for 2 years, because it seems to me that it won't take 2 years to put an advisory committee together. So I would just love an update on timing. And again, I appreciate the intention of this motion. I truly do. I think we all want to see better and robust citizen participation in our transit system. But I also agree that this is a time where council members have been very recently vetted by the public and by voters and have the confidence of voters. And during this time, I am concerned about unelected members managing a project of this scope and this cost.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. I would just say for my part, I'd like to see this committee, the Transit Advisory Committee, created as quickly as possible. I think it's an opportunity to have lots of representation. There's a motion coming next that would that I support, which would be about having representatives of the transit union on the committee. I also am open to Councillor Leeper's suggestion. So I think there's an opportunity for this Transit Advisory Committee to have robust representation from the community, and I want to see that kind of input. I think that I feel it's a better forum for that input. But to answer your question, I don't know if anybody can provide more detail on this, but I would seek to create that committee as soon as possible and move quickly. And it certainly would not take 2 years to do that. Thank you. Councillor Johnson. Oh, sorry. Councillor Luloff, your hand came up in a different color from the others, so it wasn't as, the bright yellow stands out a little better.
I don't know why I don't know why it's different. I'll switch it up for you, Mayor, to make it more apparent.
Sorry about that.
No problem. I think that this is a question of accountability and responsibility. You know, we're elected by our residents to take responsibility and to be accountable for the decisions that we make here. So sloughing off that responsibility with delegated authority is not becoming of us, as we've recently heard in a very lengthy report, and neither is diluting it. I think that it's difficult to make the argument that we don't hear every single day from transit users in our office, and that we're not effective in being able to create the change that they're asking for. In my first term of council, very inexperienced as an elected official, I managed to work with our transit services to create a new route because I was hearing that residents in the north of my ward were having trouble connecting with the south, as everything seemed to kind of push everyone to Blair. People still needed a route to be able to get around the ward, to connect with the businesses up on Innis. And it didn't take us very long to do it either. It took about 6 months, which is about as much time as it takes usually, because of collective bargaining agreements and making route changes effective and ensuring that they can be implemented properly. I was incredibly impressed with how responsive I was able to be to my residents that were asking for this, and the great work that transit staff did to establish it. So, I think that it's very important to continue to have an official forum by which, in a public forum where we can receive this advice. I think that the approach of having an advisory committee is a very good one. But make no mistake, we are the ones that were elected by our residents to make these decisions. I think it's important that we continue to receive that advice from a body such as the one that's being proposed. And you can, and I guess this is a message to the new councillors, you can affect change in your ward and across the city by taking the advice that you receive every single day from your residents, and do things like help to create new routes, address issues of late buses, which, we had some moderate success in last time in my ward personally. But there's a great deal of work that you can do as an elected official, as an advocate for transit users in your ward. We heard in the last term that people were concerned that they were not going to be able to cross the 174 in a safe manner if they're using active transportation because of the lack of funds that were provided by the province. We ended up with an interchange where you're crossing a major highway at grade, and through the regular budget process, we managed to get enough money to get the pillars up for an active transportation corridor across the 174. And we're continuing to do the advocacy work that we need to do at the other levels of government to get the rest of that bridge funded. So I encourage everyone to take an active role in representing their community and their transit users, because you can affect change. And I don't think that what's being proposed here is the right approach. I do believe that having this advisory committee is going to make a big difference. I think we've all heard me laud the great work that was done over the course of the last term by our accessibility advisory committee. There will obviously be a council liaison for this body as well. You can do an incredible amount of work this way, and I look forward to seeing the great work that this new transit advisory committee will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lulaf. Okay, Councillor Johnson. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Yes, my questions I think are to the mover and the seconder, just for clarification, because I might not understand the spirit of the motion in the way that other councillors do. Is the intention of the motion to suggest that if the advisory body that is designed by the clerk's office and brought back to council is for whatever reason considered not appropriate, that we would maintain the citizen representation on Transit Commission? Or is this to suggest that this is a gap filling exercise whereby we still have citizen representation until the moment where we have this advisory committee come forward?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's both and neither. It's not meant. It's meant as a gap filling measure. What it is essentially meant is as a gap filling measure so that we might have some form of citizen engagement until we are presented with options to make the most informed decision. And neither is it really a recommendation either to maintain, I'll be speaking to this in my wrap up, it's not a recommendation to then go forward with either decision. It's just so that at that point we can make the proper decision.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. So similarly, because of my background in citizen participation, I am uncomfortable with the optics of removing citizen participation in a forum that is already existing. Although, as a new councillor, I also understand that there's a corporate knowledge or corporate memory here that I don't have a privilege for. I believe I will be supporting this motion in the sense that I do think we need to consider the public perception of removing citizen voices at this time. And for me, it is a question of risk. And if we are looking at an expedited creation of this advisory body where we have better information, then I think that risk is mitigated and that I would err on the side of having citizen participation. But there are still remaining questions for me, sort of what happens to these transit commissioners too? Do the citizen transit commissioners automatically get a place on the advisory committee, or is it a completely different recruitment process for the advisory committee? And with any citizen participation, you need to let citizens know when their voices are going to be considered and when they will not, and when they will begin and when they will end. And that is part of the trust exercise. So I would request that if this motion passes, that those pieces be considered in the advisory body recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. And just to respond to one thing that you said, my hope would be that what we're doing here is not removing citizen participation from decisions that are made about transit, but that we're adding to the representation. There will be more people, more inputs from a wider range of people on a transit advisory committee than there will be or has been from 4 citizen transit commissioners. So I would not characterize it as removing that. I would characterize it as enhancing it. And in terms of, very quick, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to suggest, yes, I see your point. I don't think that we would be removing it either. And I do have a motion that relates to the value of advisory committees coming shortly. So I do support that framework.
Thank you. I'll just mention too, just before Councillor Devine wraps up, that in response to what Councillor Troster raised, I would like to propose a formal direction that staff expedite the review of the new transit advisory body that includes public members as outlined in the 2022 to 2026 Council Governance Review Report as soon as it is practicable and no later than Q2 2023 to ensure user experience is considered on matters relating to the operations of public transit, paratranspo, conventional bus service, and the O-Train. So that's the formal direction. Okay, everybody good with that? Okay. Councillor Devine, you can wrap up on this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't want to make the same mistake of wasting my time. Forgive me for having spoken so fast before. I did not know that reading of the motion takes up to 5 minutes, which apparently it does or it does not. So my motion, what I want to do now is address some of what I heard and just clear up some things. So our motion is not to choose whether or not to have citizen appointees. Our motion is to defer the decision until we have properly constituted what the options are, because as Councillor Menard said right now, it does feel like we are crafting this replacement body on the fly, which I do not believe is respectful to the citizens who are most concerned. And I will let you know, I'm confused by the dichotomy that I'm hearing on the floor from my colleagues, where in some instances, as in Built Heritage Committee, in some instances, it's fine to have citizens providing oversight, but in other instances, it's our sacred duty that the buck stops here. It's as if we're conveying a message to our citizens that it's okay if you participate in the process, so long as it's not very important, which I don't think is a good message to be sending out there. And on the flip side, as Councillor Bradley said earlier, it's almost as if we're saying, it's okay if you speak to the matter as long as it's not important, unless it's with regards to police. So there's a dichotomy that is being presented here that is going to be pulled apart by the citizens. To address a few specific matters, Councillor Lowe, you were making the argument that with regards to transit, we have to, it's important that we have expertise at the matter, and I agree with you. And so I think the instance there is not a question over the nature and legitimacy of citizen appointees. It's about the process of how and whom we select, and that responsibility falls to us. And we are not doing a very good job of being rigorous in that process. To another councillor who asked about the concern over a lack of comfort with having these interim appointments be there for 2 years, it is no later than 2 years. The point being, should we convene a body that is to our agreed upon consensual satisfaction, then we jettison the transit commissioner. I'm saying that is a possible eventuality. It's not a binding contract for 2 years. To one of my colleagues who brought up the question, I think it was, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to name people. There was a question that we are struggling to define the role of citizen advocate. I completely agree with you. We are struggling, but this is our struggle. And while we have this struggle, I think it's important that at the very least, we allow citizens a seat at the table rather than showing them the door and keeping them on the outside in the cold. So all I want to say then, thank you, is what Councillor Bradley and I have put forward is a motion simply to pause, to allow a more comprehensive and fulsome review of citizen engagement committees to proceed before we make a change to our current structure. It allows us to make interim appointments instead. That's all we're asking out of the best interests of our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. I'm going to ask to call the vote now, and we'll do a recorded vote.
Councillor Gower?
No.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Councillor Desroches?
No.
Councillor Kitts?
No.
Conseillère Plante?
Oui.
Councillor Leeper?
No.
Councillor Hubley? Councillor Kavanaugh?
No.
Councillor Bradley?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
No.
Councillor Johnson?
Yes.
Councillor Carr?
No.
Councillor Lowe?
No.
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Councillor Curry?
No.
Councillor Luloff?
No.
Councillor Kelly?
No.
Councillor Devine?
Yes.
Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor Hill?
No.
Councillor Troster?
No.
Councillor DeRoos?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe?
No.
6 yeas, 18 nays.
Thank you. A couple of people have inquired about break for lunch. I'm going to suggest we try to tackle a couple more motions. We obviously have a lot to cover today, and I know people are hungry and might need a break, but we also want to get out of here as soon as possible. So it's kind of two conflicting priorities there. What I'm going to suggest is we cover a couple more motions and then we break for 15 minutes so people can go and grab something, maybe bring it back, if everyone's all right with that. So let's move on to the next motion, which is moved by Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. Whereas the 2022-2026 Council Governance Review recommends the establishment of a transit advisory body composed of public members, including at least one user of paratranspo. Whereas the advisory board would be, or body, would be responsible for providing advice to the Transit Commission on matters that fall within its mandate and would be a source of expertise and real-world experience on matters related to transit, as well as a forum for the public to identify emerging issues. Whereas unionized OC Transpo employees are a vital part of delivering quality transit, operational insight, and expertise, and can provide a valuable perspective of the transit system. Therefore, it be resolved that the Transit Advisory Body include one active member from an OC Transpo union involved in the operation of the transit service.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. I'm seconding that motion. Any comments, questions? Oh, Councillor Curry, your hand's up.
Just quickly, when you do something like that, and we saw that at the school board often, that there would be union members on advisory committees, which is great. You know, to Councillor Dudas's point, we want to hear their voice. We found it sometimes became more of a bargaining for union negotiations as opposed to really what we wanted to hear from them. And I wonder, are there ever any kind of parameters around that when you have a union rep there, that is not their role, and so you don't want to see that constantly talking about their percentage increases or things like that, you know, that it's not a forum for that. How do you get at that problem?
Mr. White, go ahead.
If I may, Mayor, I would suggest that be made clear both through the terms of reference, but also through the recruitment process. I mean, I think it's obviously the responsibility of council and of its committees to guide with the kind of information that it's looking for from its advisory committees. And so I think that can be made clear that this is not a forum for the discussion of things like collective bargaining. Those don't fall within the ambit of the terms of reference for the advisory committee that's contemplated anyway.
Okay, that's super. Thank you. I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Lowe.
That was actually my question.
Okay. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. Just clarification from the mover. The motion talks about one active member from a union. Do you mean member of the executive who speaks on behalf of membership, who has sort of a more global view of the issues of their members? Or are you referring to an employee who is a member of a union?
So my goal is to not be prescriptive. I think the best person for the job will be either selected through the city processes in partnership with those active unions. And whether it's somebody who is operating a bus or whether it's somebody who's in the executive but is a member, I'm happy with whomever, as long as they bring the expertise from an operational perspective. So I am purposely not being, hand-picking someone. I think that would go contrary to what the intent of this is. I think it would go through city staff and the processes we're establishing for these advisory boards. And Councillor Johnson is bringing forward a very fulsome motion soon about that. So once again, whomever it is should be the best person for the job, whether it's a member or whether it's an executive member. That will be out of our hands. It should be part of the application process.
Yeah, it's my understanding that at least one of the unions that represent some of our OC Transpo employees does want to have a greater role to play in advocating on behalf of their members. And I think if we're going to form the advisory body and we're thinking about various cohorts that we want represented around the table, yes, an employee who happens to be a union member certainly brings that perspective that we're looking for. What I'm discussing today, though, is the executive member, I think, has a better knowledge of the issues impacting that union's membership as a whole. And so if we're talking about representation and getting the best people at the table, for me, I would be even more prescriptive in saying that we would want one active executive member from an OC Transpo union. And so I just think it brings more to the table And that's why I raised that. So this motion does not exclude that from happening, as you said, Councillor Dudas. But when we think about the membership of the advisory board, I'm going to be looking to that in particular because I think that's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Lowe.
I actually have a question this time. I guess it's for either the clerk or the integrity commissioner if she's here. If we were to have a union member and therefore an employee on an advisory committee like this, are there any provisions in the code of conduct that would either prevent it, or do we have to modify anything in the code of conduct to allow it, or are there any other caveats like that that we have to think about?
Mayor, I'll take that. The code of conduct kind of falls within my office. Given that this would be a council decision to put an employee on, in the ordinary course, we advise employees who may want to participate in things like advisory committees or engage otherwise with council that they need to be mindful that they are not taking part in any kind of decision making that potentially could influence their own personal interests. In this instance, this is an advisory committee. Council is particularly going out to seek the kind of input that this person can bring. And it doesn't have a decision-making role. I would not contemplate that there would be any need to amend the code of conduct to deal with it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much. And again, to Mr. White, would this particular, what provisions would be in place so that this particular employee would be able to speak their mind without fear of reprisal at work? I just want to make sure that we're getting top value out of this individual. And so that they're not, self-censoring and being worried about how they, may be perceived at work.
Again, I think, Mayor, it can be made clear as part of the kind of the recruitment process, but also just in terms of the development of the advisory committee and of that position at its inception, but also through its development. Obviously, the city has provisions in the code of conduct that prohibit such things as any kind of retaliation and those kinds of things by management. Furthermore, and this gets into an area that I don't foresee being an issue with this, but for example, even the Canada Labor Code has provisions that would prevent actions against an employee, for example, because of their participation in a union. And if this could in any way be seen as some kind of a connection to that, there are statutory provisions that would serve to prevent that. But I think the general view, mine anyway, would be that the provisions of the Code of Conduct and the city's commitment to allowing employees that kind of open dialogue in this context would be the protection I'd be looking for.
Okay, thank you. Entirely satisfied with your response.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I'm wondering if the mover of the motion would agree, and this is something Councillor Brockington, who's already been on the speakers list, is very interested in seeing. Would the mover of the motion take it as a friendly amendment that the resolution read, therefore be it resolved that the Transit Advisory Board include one active executive member from an OC Transpo union?
I appreciate the intent, but I think I've already spoken as to the rationale behind my specific wording, which I really agonized over, in that if a member of the executive, and it very much might be the case where that is the situation, is appointed, then that's fine. But the fact is that we should go through a thorough application process, however it wishes to see itself out. I want the right person on this. I want the right person giving the expertise. So if an executive member deems that they are the one, and then they have that application before us and we select them, that's great. But frankly, at the end of the day, I don't want to limit it. I've been a member of a union. I've been on a union executive. I know the value that members can bring as well. So I would like to keep it open. I don't want to be prescriptive, and I know I do not see that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so just for Councillor Brockington's sake, I'm going to make a motion then. So I would like to move that the the motion be amended to read, therefore be it resolved that the Transit Advisory Board include one active member from an OC Transport Union, and that'll be seconded by Councillor Brockington.
Sorry, what can we, you're saying, are you adding the word executive then? Is that what you're? I don't think you actually said that word.
Shit.
You didn't. Yeah.
When are we taking lunch?
Yeah.
So that I'm adding the word executive.
This is Jeff Leeper on an empty stomach.
Therefore, be it resolved that the Transit Advisory Board include one active executive member from an OC Transport. I said that. I did.
Does anyone think he said executive? No.
I heard something else.
Caitlin, is that good?
Understood, Mr. Mayor. We're replacing the word active with, or we're adding the word executive member after the word active in the final resolution.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone want to speak to that amendment? Councillor Curry.
So really, we're excluding anybody who's not an executive. Is that what you really want to do? We don't care about you unless you're an executive member. I don't think we want to say that. How about you at least say member or executive member? I mean, Councillor Dudas is saying she's open to whoever, but why you're just saying, we don't want you on this. You have no opportunity unless you are an executive member.
I would add too that this could be discussed when the terms of reference come back. If the motion is left open-ended, we still have choices when the terms of reference come back.
Exactly. But I don't want to be exclusive here. I'm voting against this if this goes forward.
Okay, Councillor Lowe and then Councillor Troster.
I agree with Councillor Curry there, and it can't be exclusive to executive members of the union. There are lots of valuable members in the other unions and in the general membership that can provide lots of insight that's very valuable to public transit. It's just like us, right? There are people who are really good at what they do, but in the end, it's who wins the vote. And in the union executive, sometimes vote splitting happens. You don't get the best people, and especially if there's infighting that happens, it may not be very conducive to a good working relationship with us.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Leeper, are you saying you're withdrawing the amendment?
Thanks. Yeah, I think my colleague recognizes the will of council on this one. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Menard, did you still want to speak to this?
Sure. No, I'm agreeing with my colleagues around the table here. I think the point, though, that was trying to be made is that they select a representative to be part of that body. That it's not just, that the actual group of drivers that represented have a representative from them that are selected by them. I think that's the point, whether it's an executive or a member. And I think the original motion isn't as clear on that they would be selecting it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Dudas, if it says that or not, but I think that's the point we're trying to get to here is they select a rep, whether it's an executive or a person that's driving every single day that's not an executive. It's a representative that they would select. So if we can get to that point, I think putting the word representative in there would do that. And then we would be free of this problem. So agreed about the executive comments though.
Yeah, this is coming back to when the terms of reference are established for the Transit Advisory Committee, and we'll be discussing at that time all the ways that we will be recruiting people to join the Transit Advisory Committee, right? So this is not our last chance on this. We will have a discussion presumably on how we'll recruit a paratransport user, how we will recruit a member of ATU, how we'll recruit anyone else on that committee.
Fair enough. I'll stand with those comments, Mayor. I agree with you. Just to, I guess, put in place when the clerks reviews this, I think the intent is a representative member from an OC Transport Union. I think that's the majority intent across the board anyway, whether it's an executive or not. So appreciate those comments, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Troster, you're good? Okay. Okay. Is the motion carried? Okay, thank you. There's one more motion that relates to transit, which I'm going to suggest we do now, and then we can take that 15-minute break just for Jeff Leeper's sake. So Councillor Brockington, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. There are actually two motions, but just bundled on the same page. Thank you to Councillor Schuster for seconding these motions. And just to build upon comments we heard from my colleague, Councillor Curry, we were also colleagues together on the school board. The first item before us, that the Transit Commission hosts informal sessions between the Transit Commission, OC Transport Management, and union executives that represent OC Transport employees during this term of council, similar to meet and greets. This is, of course, under the governance umbrella. And just briefly want to say, this is going to be a challenging term of office for public transit in the city of Ottawa. We've got some significant issues that we're going to have to wrestle with. And I want to see relationship building happening between the parties mentioned. I want to see improved communications between all parties. And one way of many that you do that is to host these sessions. I think the unions have a lot of good things to say and a lot of good input to provide us. Excuse me. And there are multiple venues to do that, but we need to start building relationships from day one. And that's why this is being put on the table. For the second matter, I was always concerned by the lack of depth our Transit Commission agendas had the last term of council. They were light and, quite frankly, a struggle to get certain items on the agenda to begin with. And in discussing with at least one of the union presidents recently about ways to better engage the commission and opportunities such as what I've just mentioned, I believe it's very important for the Transit Commission to provide a spot on the agenda at least once a year to the union groups to provide a presentation on their members' main issues and concerns. Are there other venues to provide that input? Of course there are. But I think in a formal setting at the actual Transit Commission, where transit commissioners can hear directly from union representation is a good thing to do and something I'd like to see. So these are two separate motions, all about relationship building and improved communications between Transit Commission, city, and our employee representation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Just before we go any further, I'll clarify. I misspoke. There's another motion related to transit, which Councillor Kavanagh is moving, which we'll get to after this one, and then we'll get to our short break. Okay. Any comments on Councillor Brockington's motion, which is seconded by Councillor Troster? Is the motion carried? Thank you, everyone. So let's move to Councillor Kavanagh's motion. Councillor Kavanagh? I have a hard copy here if you want one.
It's not going to go up on the screen?
Just one moment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you to my colleague, Councillor Troster, for seconding this. Being as equity is very important. Being as you're seeing it for the first time, I'm going to read it out if that's okay. Okay. Whereas OC Transport performance measures fall into 4 categories: safety, ridership, customer service, and service reliability. Whereas these categories and specific measures have been selected to portray the many aspects of transit service that customers experience. And whereas the field of public transportation safety concerns disproportionately affect women, non-binary, transgender, and gender non-conforming people without access to a vehicle. And whereas OC Transpo and City of Ottawa focuses on creating a more accessible transit environment for all, and to be leaders in creating models that enhance mobility and accessibility for marginalized genders. Whereas women and gender diverse persons coming from intersectional backgrounds face complex and multi-layered forms of discrimination and barriers and are at a higher risk of poverty and gender-based violence. Whereas in April 2021, the Women and Gender Equity Strategy was approved by Ottawa City Council. The strategy aims to ensure city services, strategies, and plans integrate a woman and gender lens and proactively promote women and gender equity. Whereas in April 2021, the Women and Gender Equity Strategy was approved by Ottawa City Council. Is that repeating it? To ensure the city's, it's repeating it. Okay, I'll get to the next one. Whereas phase two of the WGE strategy aims to make meaningful changes in the city by collaborating with the community to define how Ottawa can reach its goal of achieving gender equity. Whereas the city began to participate in the UN Women's Global Flagship Initiative, Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces, an initiative spanning 55 cities in 32 countries, supports efforts by local and national governments to prevent and respond to sexual and other forms of gender-based violence against women and girls in public spaces. Therefore, be it resolved that the city's Transit Advisory Committee include a broad equity lens and reflect a diverse cross-section of our OC Transpo ridership, and therefore be it resolved that the members consist of 50% plus one of women, non-binary, transgender, and gender non-conforming persons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Troster.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I was very happy to second this motion. I know that we're all getting hangry and are ready to move on, but I just wanted to say that, you know, women and trans and non-binary people experience public spaces differently. Threats of violence and perceived violence, we experience them differently. And certain policies like allowing folks to get off the bus closer to their home at night can make a big difference in terms of people's safety. And so I do think having gender equity and the specific representation of women and non-binary and transgender people is really, really important for a committee of this nature. I think it's consistent with our city's commitment to equity, and I really hope we can all support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, my question's for the mover. Thank you for the motion. The 50% plus one, are you proposing that be above and beyond the one paratranspo user as well, or can that paratranspo user be part of that 50 plus one?
I expect they are part of that 50% plus one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Is the motion carried? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh and Councillor Troster. All right, let's take a 15-minute break. So it's exactly 1:15. So let's come back at exactly 1:30. Thank you. going to get started again. Please take your seats. We'll be starting again. All right, everyone, we're going to pick up where we left off. The good news, we're halfway through. The bad news is we're halfway through section 1. And there's more sections. So, yeah, here we go. All right. There is a motion from Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Luloff. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My motion reads as, whereas the Office of the Auditor General is empowered under the Municipal Act 2001 and the Auditor General Bylaw, being Bylaw number 2021-5, to be an independent statutory officer who reports directly to the City Council and is responsible for assisting Council in holding itself and its administrators accountable for the quality of stewardship over public funds and for the achievement of value for money in municipal operations. And whereas the Office of the Auditor General has previously undertaken audit functions focused on reviewing the efficiency of programs and service delivery targets, and whereas the Office of the Auditor General has the ability to retain external support to assist in program and service reviews, and whereas the 2023 budget process is an expedited process due to the recent municipal election, and a focused and comprehensive review of the city's services and programs could inform the development of the 2024 budget and future budgets. Therefore, be it resolved that Council requests that the Office of the Auditor General consider undertaking an audit constituting a comprehensive program and service review in advance of the development of the 2024 budget, and be it further resolved that Council request the Office of the Auditor General consider drafting a report that will be presented directly to Council, and be it further resolved that an upper limit of $300,000 be allocated from the Tax Stabilization Reserve to the Office of the Auditor General to cover the costs incurred by this review. And be it further resolved that Council request at the first meeting of the Finance and Economic Development Committee that the committee consider undertaking an immediate financial review to identify savings and efficiencies that could be recognized in the 2023 budget and future budgets in parallel with the longer-term structural review being undertaken by the Office of the Auditor General. Colleagues, the motion before you represents what I believe to be in the broadest desire of this new council to undertake a fulsome and comprehensive review of the programs and services provided to the residents of the City of Ottawa, and an opportunity for council to find savings. The Office of the Auditor General is uniquely placed to assist council in reviewing the value for money and efficiency of service delivery across the many programs and services that we provide. As you can see in this motion, I'm requesting an investment of $300,000 to be provided to the Auditor General to provide her office with the resources needed to undertake such a comprehensive review. For my colleagues who are concerned with the financial impacts of this motion, as I am, I can tell you that the $300,000 is equivalent to 1/100th of 1% of the approved 2022 expenditures of the city. Or perhaps a little simpler, for every dollar invested into this audit, there's the possibility that $18,300 in programs and service spending can be reviewed by the Auditor General's team. This is value for money. Overall, I believe the financial request is reasonable given the large scope of work to be undertaken by this review. I also wish to be clear that through discussions with the Auditor General, she indicated a belief that she would not require this upper limit. However, I wanted to ensure the resources were there to be available if required. The value of this proposed audit goes well beyond the financial implications. It seeks to determine how well the programs and services we are offering operate, if they are meeting their council mandated targets, and if the resources being used are sufficient or could be allocated elsewhere. The Office of the Auditor General has established working relationships with members of council, the mayor's office, and senior management. They also understand the policies and procedures used at the city within the operations of each department. This is valuable insight that is uniquely held by the Office of the Auditor General, and will allow her team to apply the many lenses required to adequately assess the true value of a municipal program or service that extends well beyond the financial considerations. I know the Auditor General has the respective counsel, and given the fact that we have been operating as an amalgamated city for 21 years, I believe now is the time, under the new leadership of Mayor Sutcliffe and this council, to request the Auditor General consider undertaking this review. I appreciate all of the conversations that I've had with the Mayor's office, the feedback shared by my colleagues, and the assistance of the Clerk's office and Motions R Us in drafting this motion, the input from the Auditor General, and to Councillor Luloff, who's worked with me from the outset to bring this motion forward. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, and I look forward to the feedback from our colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My early comment at the beginning of the meeting about the why and the how, I think is, well, I think we've seen it a few times already today, but this is another one of those. And I thank Councillor Brown and Luloff for bringing this forward. I think the how is what I'm having trouble with. And I have a replacement motion that I would like the council to consider.
Okay, go ahead.
Whereas the city is facing significant budget pressures caused by inflation, the COVID pandemic, and other government decisions, and whereas for the city to maintain a tax rate that residents consider to be manageable, the city needs to continue to seek efficiencies in its operations, and whereas finding efficiencies requires knowledge of city operations and services, as well as a process that involves both internal and external subject matter expertise, and whereas other cities and public institutions have undergone resource optimization initiatives within a reasonably short time frame. And whereas the majority of the citizens of Ottawa supported maintaining tax increases between 2% and 2.5% for 2023-2024 without cutting city services to residents, and whereas a budget review process that could include a line item or branch review needs to be established, and whereas the governance report references greater transparency and tools to review the budget for both council and citizens, and whereas the Auditor General routinely reviews various city branches and activities for value for money and program effectiveness, therefore be it resolved that the Finance and Economic Development Committee, at its first meeting, consider and propose a process to expedite a comprehensive program and service review, including consideration of the extent to which the services of the Auditor General could be employed, other expertise engaged, or a working group established involving councillors, external subject matter experts, and staff to complete the reviews. So I would just like to say that, sorry, I guess that I'll see if the mayor has something.
You can add some remarks if you want to, Councillor Curry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that in talking to Councillor Brown, you know, just so we know everybody has actually talked to each other about this isn't coming out of nowhere. We do need a program and services review, absolutely. And we do need a line by line review. Both things need to be done. And I think they're really good ideas, recommendations. And I think the community and the public would expect us to be doing that, especially during these times. So what I'm trying to do here is hopefully, and, you know, I'm happy to hear what people have to say, try to get to something where we can get both. The other is that the $300,000 right off the bat, I think is slightly problematic because we're not in budget right now, and we'd have to determine where that $300,000, even if it's not expected to cost that much, would actually come from. So this is, I think, the motion by Councillors Brown and Luloff is a little premature, but nonetheless very good. So I'm trying to sort of fix this here with this alternative motion.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. And am I right that the motion is seconded by Councillor Gower? Is that right? Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, any discussion on that? Let's start with Councillor Dudas.
So I suspect we're speaking to the replacement.
Yeah, so actually, sorry, Councillor Dudas, let's be clear about this. First of all, I think we would now be speaking to the replacement motion, but obviously we can speak to it in the context of the other motion. The other thing that I would ask is perhaps for the city clerk to clarify whether the replacement motion would, if passed, make the previous motion redundant.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe it would.
Thank you. So, so it's a choice between the two motions. So we'll consider the replacement motion first, and then, if necessary, the other motion. Councillor Dudas.
So this doesn't actually change my question significantly. I'm looking at both the replacement as well as in the context of the initial motion. I would like to know from the Auditor General in terms of, first of all, one, we can't force you to take anything on. Is this something you'd be willing to take on in either of these instances? I would also like to know, in this case, if you do take it on, what pressure does that put on your resourcing level? I know that you have a finite amount of human resources available to you. And in addition, I would like to understand a little bit more about the dollar figure that was initially proposed, because while it is not substantial in the scope of a city budget, it is still money out of the Reserve Stabilization Fund, which is dedicated to things like snow clearing overruns or natural disasters. And where do we get that extra rainy day money? So from those contexts, if the AG could then provide some insight into what she's looking at.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the question. Should it be the will of council and the motion be carried, I would be open to considering this review. As you mentioned, my office is independent and as such cannot be directed in the same manner that staff can be. So this would be something that I would be willing to consider. From a pressures perspective for my office, I guess the first thing I'd like to highlight is we have taken on quite a bit of work over the past couple of years at the request of council for my office to consider. And so we have postponed certain audits, some that I'm not willing to postpone any longer, such as affordable housing that we are currently working on, climate change master plan review, as well as looking at other aspects such as cybersecurity. So I would have to take this away in order to review with my team to ensure that we are not postponing significantly any of these very key items. With regards to the budget aspect that is within the motion, I definitely do not believe that I would require $300,000. I could not give a figure today as to what that would be, because I would obviously have to take back the work. We'd have to determine, first of all, the objective and the scope of the work that we would be willing to undertake. And that would be something that I would choose to meet with all members of council should this either motion be carried, to get an understanding of what are we trying to really get out of this particular review. And so we could focus to the best of our ability and bring forward recommendations to council that would be beneficial, both from a stewardship of public funds perspective and a value for money. That being said, I think we could manage quite a bit within our own resources. I would have to reallocate some of my current budget in order to outsource some of the existing work. Again, still managed by my office, but I do think it's something that we would be able to manage. With regards to the replacement motion, the only thing I can't speak to is what considerations would be for my office. The only thing I need to be make very clear is I cannot participate on an advisory committee. I cannot participate in joint work with management or with council, because in my opinion, it would put my independence at risk.
I appreciate that clarity. I am still mulling over the replacement motion. It's the first I've heard of it, so I want to think it over, of course, as well as the motion that is before us. I will tell you, though, that it is definitely time for a review. I think that it's healthy within our organization to look at what we're offering and how we can do it better, not necessarily just from an efficiencies perspective, although that certainly weighs upon my mind, is that we should always be looking for efficiencies, but can we be doing what we do from a better perspective? So I will be considering both of these options on the table, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. And if I could just ask a follow-up question to the Auditor General, is there anything about the original motion or the replacement motion that goes outside the scope of your work? Because I think in doing a line-by-line review of the budget, there would be an expectation of determining priorities and making choices about one thing over another, which to me, I think goes outside your normal scope of work.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. I do not believe that either motion goes outside of the scope of the work that we would be undertaking. When we talk about a line-by-line review, I don't think we would be making priority or program-related decisions. That would be council-related decisions that we would bring forward. We'd put bring forward areas for potential efficiencies, areas in which perhaps we're not getting the best value for money. And that would be a council decision to then determine what priorities may be changed or how programs may be modified, canceled, expanded. That would be left to council decision.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for your comments as well and clarifications. I think when I'm looking at the replacement motion and comparing it to the original motion from Councillor Brown, I think I like what he's done in terms of adding another resolution to his motion here at the bottom to have Finance and Economic Development Committee process and expedite comprehensive program review for this year's budget. And then we can have a more in-depth, objective analysis done by our city staff and Auditor General, which I think is the place for such a review. And the reason I think that, you know, and this is going back to my original opening comments here this morning, is that services in rural areas are just not happening at the same rate that the constituents out there would like to see. And satisfaction with services and programs is generally lower in the rural areas than it is here. And I think the perception out there is that it's been a long time since we've looked at our priorities as a city and exactly how our programs are delivering for the constituents of Ottawa. And so I think, and you know, I know that you spoke about it during the course of the campaign as well, Mayor, the line by line idea. So I think we're mostly in agreement that it's time to do such a review. I have my concerns about a review being done by the Finance and Economic Development Committee itself. The reason I have my concerns around there about the objectiveness of such a review. And this is something I'm happy to say, is that I would have a very hard time objectively reviewing the processes and policies I'm putting in place in my office or how I run that office itself. So I would think that the objectiveness of the review is very important. And I think the Finance and Economic Development Committee will have people sitting on it who have been very involved in the development of the policies and the programs that are going to be reviewed. And for that reason, I think the Auditor General is the best place for such a review. And so I don't think I will be supporting the replacement motion.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the motion. So, there is precedent for a full-scale program review or audit, and this was done under the former regional municipality of Ottawa-Carleton. There was no Auditor General at the time, so it became a program review done through committees and councillors, like what Councillor Curry is proposing through her replacement motion. It basically ended up being a program review instead of an actual audit, which is what I believe Councillor Brown is seeking in his motion. It wasn't well managed, to my knowledge, and nothing really came of it in terms of savings, other than a better understanding of regional programs at the time. I do believe the Auditor General is better equipped to handle an audit like this. They are independent. They have the expertise. And if council wishes to be more involved in the process, I think we should let the Auditor General do the audit first, and then come up with a report with recommendations and everything, and then it would be up to FEDCO, or I guess the renamed FEDCO, to implement the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Just to clarify something that Councillor Kelly raised, I think it's important to point out I don't think this is a choice between the Auditor General or FEDCO doing a line-by-line review. It's a choice between the Auditor General doing a line-by-line review and FEDCO overseeing a process that would include various players in a line-by-line review. So FEDCO would initiate a process in the replacement motion, not do the line-by-line review itself, just to be clear. Okay, Councillor Menard.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. I guess just the first comment in this new term of council, our first major meeting, is that I'm hoping we see less replacement motions like we were seeing last term of council, that we work together mayor's office, all of councillors work together to find that collaboration before this comes, whether that means tweaks or some water in your wine. Let's do less replacement motions and try to work together to come to something that's positive. And I don't see that happening here today, right? We have a replacement motion in front of us that teases out some details that I have concerns with. And my concerns are that what the AG just said about being independent and not being involved with other bodies like FEDCO or other committees set up because she needs to maintain her independence. And if you're looking at a program review, you want an independent person doing it. The second piece is that Councillor Brown's motion keeps this in-house, right? How much more would this cost if we're farming it out to Deloitte or other bodies? I like an in-house review with an independent reviewer where that program review should be. And so I'd be concerned if this ends up going to FEDCO, we're involving other departments in it, line departments that have interests that the AG can't be involved in anymore, and that we have a risk of sending this out of house. To me, that's not where I want to go. So I'll be voting against the replacement motion. I wish we didn't come to that, and I'll be supporting Councillor Brown's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. There we go. Wrong button. All right. Yeah, when I saw the motion, read through it last night from our colleague, the original, I wondered whether it was actually appropriate for this discussion we're having today on governance report and standing committees. I didn't see the direct link, but I have supported the motion that Councillor Curry's introduced because I think it does bring it back on track to what we're talking about today in terms of some of the priority and process. I appreciate the spirit of what Councillor Brown's motion brings on a line-by-line review. I'm just not 100% sure that I'm ready to vote that the Auditor General's best route to go forward. That may be the best route, but I don't think we've examined the other possibilities. So that's why I second it and will support the motion from Councillor Curry. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to hear from the Auditor General in the event that the Curry motion is defeated and the Brown motion is back on the table. It doesn't go into a lot of detail about what exactly will be audited. I understand, of course, it will be City of Ottawa, but is OC Transpo on the table? Is the Ottawa Public Library on the table? What is on the table and what is off the table?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for your question, Councillor. As obviously this request has just very recently been brought to my attention, I don't think I could answer the question as to what is on or off the table. I wouldn't believe anything would be off the table. That being said, as we do with any audit, we take a significant amount of time to plan and determining the scope of the work that we're going to do. And I go back to my earlier comment, which would be what is the objective of this review or audit that I'm being requested to consider. And that's where meeting with all of you to get your insights as to where your concerns are, where you would like additional focus placed. I would take that back. We'd obviously be reviewing what I would presume would be unaudited 2022 financial statements, because it would be what would be the most recent and true depiction of what is currently going on within the city from a spending perspective. We would take that, and if it would be to inform a 2024 budget, I would have to make decisions most likely based off of materiality. So looking where we might be able to either find the most savings or where we could see whether or not there is sufficient value for money being obtained. So I would say that would be our first and foremost look. But what is on or off, I really could not answer that question. It would be premature for me to state that.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. The second part of the Brown motion says that a report would come from your office to council directly. I'm assuming that's the final report, but can you again talk us through, would you report back to council at any other period of time before the final report? Would you come to us and say, here's my draft battle plan, here's what my team and I have considered, we think this is what we're going to have enough time to tackle, can you give us your okay on this? Do you do that? I know the separate meetings that you have with members of council one-on-one or in small groups, but would you present something just to make sure we're all in agreement on the path forward?
Mr. Mayor, I would be very open to whatever recommendations or requests made by council from a reporting perspective. I think as most councillors that are returning from the previous term understand that I am trying to be as transparent as possible throughout the course of our work. And so if that means a modification to our usual reporting frequency, I am more than open to that. The only thing I would highlight is if we were to come back with a scope of work is just to clearly reiterate that council cannot direct my office, but I would be very open to any suggestions, recommendations, or questions from that perspective.
So on that note, maybe I can ask the city clerk for his input. We've just heard the Auditor General say we can't direct her. I thought I heard her say that she believes there's merit in coming back to council for that sort of battle plan report before she really gets immersed in a full-scale comprehensive audit. Would it then be appropriate for her to report through FEDCO as an information report? I'm just looking for advice on what the best venue would be and how that would be presented, actually presented to either council or FEDCO.
I think, Mr. Mayor, when I read the Brown-Luloff motion, it speaks directly to the Office of the Auditor General drafting the report and coming back to a joint committee meeting of Audit Committee and Finance and Economic Development. And then I would assume that it would go on to council thereafter.
Yeah, I think the motion was amended to strike those committees and say council directly. But given we have not done this comprehensive audit, it's going to be probably the largest one we've done. I'm just talking out loud about the value for the Auditor General to do her work, assess the scope that needs to be done, and present something to us just to make sure we've all looked at it, we all agree with the scope, and at least provide feedback, maybe not direction, but feedback that yes, this is good, go ahead and do the work. So I just want to make sure this motion reflects that intent. Should the Curry motion fail and we're back on the Brown motion?
I believe it does, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so if Curry motion fails, then I think we need to come back and just look at the Brown motion to make sure to incorporate the intent.
There'll be time in between. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Could I ask the interim city manager just to speak to this for a moment on what the normal practice would have been in the past and what because it strikes me that it's unusual to have an Auditor General be doing a spending review to find efficiencies and savings as opposed to having finance staff do it. But I'd be interested to know what's been done in the past and what the results have been in the past.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There have been a number of reviews that have been undertaken since amalgamation. Those reviews have accumulated in savings over, I want to say 22 to 23 years of approximately $361 million and a savings or reduction of 1,700 FTEs. They have happened at various intervals across those years, I'd say ranging between 2 to 4 years. Some of them, Universal Program Review, which happened back in 2004, which is an extensive look across the organization. Obviously, at amalgamation, we had significant savings as well. And there was, and I forgive me, I can't remember the year, but there was a significant review and program that was done that was directed through a former department here at the city, where a large investment of $80 million was made and savings of $40 million annually were achieved through that. So we're familiar with reviews. And we do conduct them on a regular basis. You'll see as we come through the budget process as well, we try to highlight the efficiencies that we have found every year. That's part of our process in terms of putting the budget on the table, that we speak to those.
Thank you. Councillor Troster.
Thank you very much. So I'm inclined to support Councillor Brown's motion, because I think there's actually a large material difference between the original motion and the replacement motion. The replacement motion to me highlights why it is not ideal to have this review go through FEDCO instead of through the Auditor General, because the replacement motion refers to a specific goal, a specific tax rate goal, which seems to hint, Mr. Mayor, at your budget direction, which we haven't even passed as a council yet. I'm concerned that a program and service review with a very specific political objective of a very specific tax rate is going to lead to very specific cuts to services. It's going to be looking for those cuts. The kind of language really worries me. I think it's valuable to do a program and service review on its own merits. And I support the idea of it staying with the Auditor General, because I think the Auditor General must remain politically neutral. I think this process should be entirely politically neutral. And therefore, the actual process shouldn't sit with councillors. It would sit with the Auditor General's office, and then we can make decisions based on the information that we would gain from that review. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Choster. I'll just ask another question to the interim city manager. I know the Auditor General's office is relatively new, but has the Auditor General's office ever done a program service review before? And are you aware of that happening in any other jurisdictions?
I'm not aware of a review that was done in the past. The only thing that comes to mind, and my apologies if I'm stepping on the Auditor General's toes, was in previous audits, they did capture where savings may be achieved and the dollar value of those savings, but no grand review like this has been done that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Brown, I assume you're speaking to the replacement motion and not to your own motion. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And colleagues, I appreciate the feedback that we're receiving today. I think it's important to recognize we're a hair apart, Councillor Curry's motion and mine. The only concern I think I have with the replacement motion is the intent to start right away implementing a budget direction that we haven't seen come forward yet. I think there's tremendous value in trying to apply both opportunities here. One, for FEDCO to initiate a review, as Councillor Curry has written into her motion, but also to have a longer term structural review with the Auditor General's office involvement. And I know that's also referenced in the replacement motion, that perhaps working with the Auditor General. Colleagues, many of you will know that I was working the doors and the phone lines over the past week or so, trying to find a solution that I think would address the overall goal of council to find program and service efficiencies to ensure that we can build a better city over this term of council. I think there's an opportunity here for both motions to work together. My intention, as it always has been, is to work collaboratively, and I'm pleased to see so many opinions on this. I believe the replacement motion would eliminate a very valuable role and asset through the Office of the Auditor General. The replacement motion would more or less direct the entire operation towards one single committee. Therefore, I don't believe I can support the replacement motion. I think at the end of the day, a fulsome review by the Auditor General in parallel with actions undertaken by Committee of Council would achieve the best results possible. So therefore, I don't believe I can support the Curry replacement motion.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my colleague, Councillor Brown, for bringing this forward, and to my colleague, Councillor Curry, for bringing forward the amended motion. I'll admit that my opinion has changed on the original motion since I came to this meeting. And what I'm really struggling with both motions, which I'm currently considering not supporting either, is the terminology. You know, when I hear line by line review, to me, that's looking at your spending patterns. What have we been spending? How does that look at different years? And, you know, and then when I hear Councillor Brown talk about a program and service review. That's, whether or not our programs are effective, where we review the programs. But I think the piece that's missing for me is in terms of doing a comprehensive review of cities' programs and services and how effective they are, is that I'm confused as to how that's going to be measured up against our organizational objectives. And I wonder if it's just because I'm new, what are we measuring that review against? What are our organizational objectives? Is that something that maybe will be defined a little bit later after the budget direction? So, and when I heard the Auditor General respond and not really having the constructs of what exactly the review is, I'm a little bit concerned that, to me, it's just a little bit nebulous right now without having that organizational picture.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll admit I'm trying to grasp with my limited experience in these matters the fundamental difference between the two options on the table. When it comes to the objectives and processes of each option, because it does sound to me like the ultimate goal of savings is mutual to both options. And so when I personally am unsure about deciding between two options that are being presented to me from two sides of a table, my usual path is to try to get a sense of the rationale behind one option. And so my questions are, since we're debating the replacement, my questions are, I think, to the mover, perhaps also to the AG, but to the mover of the motion, and forgive me for asking you to re-explain, but can you re-explain what you believe to be, can you re-explain to me what you believe the replacement motion accomplishes that the original motion does not? And then my second question, and so I'll come back to the AG, I think. My second question is, and if, as what I believe I've heard my colleagues affirm, if the original motion, i.e. an AG-led motion, if that is seen as being the most independent way of doing this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if the AG-led motion, Councillor Brown's motion, is the most independent way of pursuing the goal of savings, then is the degree of independence, which may, as I surmise, be less independent in the replacement motion, is, you just kind of gave me your answer, but is the independence of your process not key to the process?
You can answer the question, yes.
Oh, honestly, I really love this opportunity to clarify, because in no way, I think the Auditor General should be doing this as well. Absolutely. I think the reality is that the replacement allows for the Finance and Economic Development Committee at its first meeting to determine the parameters around this. And really, I think so then it will be a better review, because I think the Auditor General is saying to us, she's not quite clear on exactly what we would want and how it would go and what the parameters would be. And so the motion is asking simply for the Finance and Economic Development Committee at its first meeting to determine what the role of the Auditor General would be. And it could be that it has she's given complete oversight, but would there be any other people involved? And to the performance indicators or whatever we'd like to see of our programs, that would give us some time to think about that, including it. And also because there is a budget component to this, and there was the option to just maybe defer it. But I know it's important and people want to get at it. So I think maybe if at our Finance and Economic Development Committee first meeting, we can determine what the best way forward is to achieve everything, that's maybe the best way to do this.
Thank you. May I follow up? That's still me, right? To the AG then, if in the replacement motion, FEDCO sets parameters for you to undergo this process, if FEDCO sets the parameters as opposed to a process where you either lead the process on your own, or you wait for directions on how to, if as I understand the Brown process, you lead the process on your own. If the replacement motion process has you following parameters set by FEDCO, are you therefore less independent in this process? Not less independent, but is your scope of what you go after, is the purview of what you examine, is that narrowed?
Mr. Mayor, I guess just a little bit of clarification, reiteration is whether it be council or FEDCO, or I guess the now Finance and Corporate Services Committee, neither can direct the scope of the work. It would be a request for a topical area. So in this case, my understanding is it would be potential for either a review of programs and services, or a line by line. I've heard multiple aspects today. That would be the general request the council would make to my office to consider, but in no way, shape, or form can council or the Finance and Economic Development Committee or new renamed committee direct my office with regards to specific parameters. And that might not answer your question, Councillor.
But does that mean if the replacement motion suggests that FEDCO would create your parameters, you're saying no, they cannot?
So FEDCO could suggest parameters, they could not direct.
Yeah, the same is true of both motions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to acknowledge the work that Councillor Brown has done on this motion and the time that he's taken to discuss this with our colleagues. Given the financial pressure the city is facing this term, I think we need more than just an efficiency exercise. What Councillor Brown is proposing is a value for money exercise where the AG will audit our programs and services and determine if they're still providing good value for our residents. As the AG has said, if we potentially go about a different process, the extent to which she could be involved could be limited. I also agree with Councillor Clark's comments around Council's ability to be objective in this exercise and that the AG is likely best positioned to take this on. There's also a need to move forward with this exercise quickly in order to take the time the AG needs to help inform the 2024 budget process. So with that in mind, I think that it is appropriate that this motion is before us today. And so unfortunately, I will not be supporting the replacement motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Brown and Curry for those motions. My question is really about the time frame. My understanding is that the original motion is designed to look at the audit for the 2024 budget. And if I'm correct in understanding that, then I would offer that perhaps we do want to take some time to get our house in order in terms of understanding the performance indicators, what we're trying to look at, and perhaps we don't need to make that decision today. Perhaps we could look at something like the alternative option, whereby there's a body here within the city government, the City of Ottawa governance structure that could prescribe some content so that we can look at that. Because if this was looking at the 2023 budget, which we're about to go through, I could understand the sense of urgency to look at this issue right now. But I guess my question would be for the Auditor General. If we were to take the next month or so to go through the process of starting up governance and the budget process for the 2023 budget, would you have enough time if we did not make a decision today on this in order to look at something like this for the 2024 budget? So do we need to make a decision today on this is my question.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for your question, Councillor. I would say obviously every day helps. The city is a very, very, very large beast with many programs and services. So the less time we have to conduct an adequate review or an audit results in us not being able to look at as much as we would have alternatively done so. So we'd obviously still conduct a thorough review if it would be, for example, a month less, but that might mean a few less programs and services that we would dive into.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Kitts.
Oops. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was curious about the timeline too, so thank you for that question. So given that the work plan is already prepared and approved for 2023, can you say at this time what would have to be removed, or is the funding request would be to hire additional staff so that nothing would be removed?
Mr. Mayor, the funding request was essentially to avoid delaying or postponing any specific work that we have. I will obviously have to rework some of the assignments within my office, specifically because I would say that this is a very, very important task, and I want to keep as much of it in-house as possible. We would likely bring in other experts and consultants in order to assist us, but we do have significant expertise already in-house within this, within my shop, specifically my my Deputy Auditor General actually has experience in auditing the draft for the federal government. So for those that aren't familiar with that, it's the Deficit Reduction Action Plan. So the significant cuts that the federal government made about 15 years ago. So we do have significant experience within our office in order to do this work. So we would keep the majority of it in-house, but it could potentially delay some audits reported by 3 to 6 months at best. I don't think it would be a significant delay.
Okay, thank you. And then you indicated a few minutes ago that you'd be considering a program and services review or a line-by-line audit, and those aren't necessarily the same thing. So is there any, in your estimation, any value in a program and services review being undertaken by your office, and in addition, sort of a different line-by-line exercise conducted elsewhere?
Mr. Mayor, I guess it would depend on what it is that council's looking for. What we could potentially do is a programs and services review with the objective of finding cost savings. Again, it's where we direct our time and our effort. There's obviously always benefits to trying to find efficiencies across the city from a cost perspective. I just wouldn't want to do that in a siloed approach, because at the end of the day, on paper, I could very easily find you areas where you can save money. It doesn't necessarily mean that it wouldn't impact the value that we're bringing to the residents. So I think it's very important that whatever work is done takes both aspects into consideration, because while you can very easily cut costs, the ramifications years down the road can be tenfold if they're not properly thought through.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Lulov.
Thank you very much. Audits provide facts and a clear picture of our current situation and recommendations. And this is an apolitical role and one that's at arm's length of council. A review allows for political decisions, which are ultimately in the realm of council and inherently a political role. Audits are not fun, or at least not those for those that are being audited. Maybe auditors love them. I don't know, but I'm sure that they're not fun for those that are being audited, but they are necessary, just to understand where we stand financially before we can make the political decision on priorities. So no one's asking the AG to make these decisions for us, but I think it's important to get the information that we need to make the best decisions possible. We just read a report on exactly what happens when decision makers don't have all the available information before making decisions. So I think that these two motions are in fact different and perhaps should be undertaken concurrently or consecutively. But I want to know what structural and procedural issues exist right now before we consider what to do with programs and services. Because let's be frank here, there are positive externalities to some programs that may not be seen as efficient. So I'm just looking for a clear picture. So I think that it's important that we get that clear picture before the political undertaking happens. So that's why I originally was very much in support of this motion that I'm seconding. I think that these are materially different. I know that the clerk disagrees with me, and that's okay. It's the chair's ruling. But I think that we can accomplish what we're looking to do here. If we have the best information available, we can deal with and make political decisions on any inefficiencies that we might find, while also making better political decisions on programs and services after we have a clear picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lulov. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Yes. So I think this is a very interesting replacement motion in the sense that it's focusing more on financial efficiencies than perhaps evaluation as a science. They don't have to be mutually exclusive at all. But what I think I was encouraged by with the original motion was that it did really allow for that objective look at the results of the programs. And I think we can agree, and sort of to what my Alta Vista colleague is struggling with, whether or not we have to be thinking about our overall strategic objectives within the city at this time. So if I can speak to that, I would suggest that many departments already have annual reports and internal metrics by which we can evaluate whether or not those programs and services are delivering results. And the way that we ask that question is to say, what is this program doing? This is super classic. I'm not telling anyone anything they don't already know, but what is this program doing? how well are we doing it, and who benefits from this program. And then those programs get a pass or a fail or somewhere in between. And then from there, not to totally simplify your job, Natalie, and I hope I'm not off base here, but I'm pretty sure they're related, right? So from there, we then can suggest, okay, are these programs underperforming because they do not have enough money? Or are they underperforming because the mandate is totally out of whack with the objectives of the program? And I would suggest that for my residents in College Ward, I heard overwhelmingly that people were more interested in knowing that their tax monies were getting the value for what they wanted than debating the differences between a percentage point. And so I am very encouraged by the objectivity, the starting point of a program review that is completely objective. What I also think is nice about that approach is that when you look at financial efficiencies, I mean, sometimes you're talking about labor costs, and staff might be less likely to want to participate in an open and transparent manner if they're being approached in that way. But if you're looking at an issue of mandates, I could suggest that probably there are some staff who think they could be more efficient and effective in their mandates if they could pivot those mandates a little bit, or have a different relationship with a different department or a different reporting structure. And that doesn't necessarily relate to creating a financial efficiency. And so I think that is a more, although it does ultimately get better results for money. So I think that's why I'm really encouraged by the original motion and why I won't be supporting the replacement motion, because I think that starts to get into a matter of subjectivity that will interfere with the spirit of the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. So I just wanted to raise the possibility I know there were some discussions that were going on about the original motion and the replacement motion, and the spirit of what Councillor Menard raised about how in an ideal situation, these kinds of things would be sorted out before a council meeting rather than within a council meeting. Would the movers of the two motions be willing to defer this matter to next week, when we will be meeting again, to have an opportunity to collaborate on a single motion that, since I think we all want the same thing here, I'm not hearing anybody disagreeing with the intent of either motion. So would the movers of the two motions be willing to defer until next week to have more time to collaborate? Because, I think there was an effort to do that, and the clock ran out.
Absolutely. I think that's exactly what happened. And I would absolutely support deferral until somebody can, come up with one that everyone agrees on.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd be willing to defer my motion as long as we can get together and come up with an arrangement that's equitable to all.
Okay. Councillor Brown, are you okay to move a motion seconded by Councillor Curry to defer?
Yes. Okay.
Is that carried?
Carried.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think that's a good solution. Okay. I don't think this one will take us long. Motion from Councillor Conseillère Plante.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Maire.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me find my comments. Whatever the specialty, volunteers represent the pillar of our community, so we have to accompany them in their linguistic transmission, increase the access to French services. Excuse me, Councillor. This is a different motion. We don't have the right one. No, that's it. That's it. No, it's not. It's not that one. Is it the motion regarding AMO?
There's a motion.
No. Oh, so that's my fault. I'm sorry.
Representation. Moved by you, seconded by me.
Good. No, I have this one.
We can put it on the screen again.
Excuse-moi, Monsieur le Maire.
Okay.
I won't read through all the whereases because I think everybody is getting a bit long for this meeting today, but essentially be it resolved that council approve Councillor Riley Brockington as the Ottawa City Council representative for the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, until the 22-26 midterm governance review, and be it further resolved that council directs staff to include the Ontario Good Roads Association, OGRA, in the nominating committee process as a municipal organization to which council will appoint a representative. Merci.
Okay, anyone want to discuss that? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Merci, Conseiller Plante. Next, we have a motion from Councillor Menard, seconded by Councillor Gower, on comments by affected ward councillors in citywide reports. Councillor Menard.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And I'll try to be brief as well. This came out of the procedure memo. I'll read the therefore be it resolved, and then I'll just quickly motivate that council direct the office of the city clerk to amend the standard council and committee report template to require that reports about significant citywide items, including briefings in advance of the report publication and formal comments by ward councillors whose wards are directly affected by the issue, as described in this motion. And what we're trying to do here, Councillor Gower and I, is ensure that we're consistent across the city. For some items of citywide significance, we have consulted that local councillor, others we haven't. And so this would make it consistent that that consultation would occur in advance. They'd be afforded an opportunity to be part of that report. And I think it just makes good procedural sense to move in this direction. So I hope my colleagues can support this.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Discussion or questions, Councillor Dudas.
I have a question for staff. So I just wanted some clarity on this. When we're talking about a citywide city building report, something of that nature, all councillors have a say on it, have input onto it. I do understand it may be positioned within one person's ward. How would this differ from what you're already doing? I would just like some feedback on your perception of how feasible this is and how much weight that would have on the work you're doing and the involvement of the ward councillor.
So, Mr. Mayor, there's no consistency, if you will, in how we would consult with a member of council who has a citywide application within their ward that's significant. Even though the report template may say that the application is citywide, we don't necessarily consult with the affected ward councillor. And I think the example that's been used is Lansdowne, where Lansdowne is a citywide asset, but the sort of day-to-day operational impacts are localized to the ward. So the idea would be to consult with the affected ward councillor, seek their comments, put those into the report template.
And just one more question then. So in terms of what is citywide is not citywide, that will still remain with city staff. That will be deemed as included in the report then? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to give some examples for members of council. The Civic Hospital redevelopment in River Ward is really on the border of 4 wards, or it includes 4 wards. It's all going to be built in River Ward, but it impacts Kitchissippi, Somerset, Capital Ward. The planner, Sean Moore, has allowed for councillors to submit comments in the various matters that come before committee or council. That's very good. Lansdowne Park, the local councillor did not be provided that opportunity, could not, at least in the formal process in that report, provide comments on behalf of his community. That needs to change. The other inconsistency I see is when you have developments on the border of wards. Sometimes, in my experience, development in River Ward that borders another ward, the planner requests input from the neighboring councillor because there are impacts, and that should be included in the report. In other cases, that doesn't happen. The answer is no. I just think, what's the best way? We want the reports to be as fulsome as possible. We want them to reflect the local issues. And I think the safe way is you err on the side of caution and you include abutting councillors or give them that opportunity to provide those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Lowe, did you have your hand up? No? Okay. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm open-minded to this motion, and I appreciate the example that was provided. Seems reasonable. I guess my question to staff is there a timeline for councillors' offices to provide input to the reports? You know, I appreciate that it takes some time for a councillor to respond, but I wouldn't want to see this hold up a project that is of a major undertaking for the City of Ottawa, and that if we accept that the councillors would undertake to provide their input in a timely manner.
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that it's somewhat variable, but so for example, I believe, and Mr. Herware can correct me if I'm wrong, for planning applications, it may be 2 weeks, subject to any changes that might be coming forward separately. For other projects, my understanding is that staff would provide a clear deadline to the member to provide their comment that they would need to abide by.
Okay, that's helpful, and I think that's certainly some relief for me to know that there will be some deadlines so that we can make sure that something is of a corporate city-wide importance is not delayed. And again, I'm open-minded to this as long as it's done in a timely fashion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Any other comments? Councillor Menard, did you want to add anything else?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Is the motion carried? Thank you, everyone. Next motion, still in part one, I'll remind you. We have another motion from Councillor Menard, seconded by Councillor Kitts.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thanks to the seconder, Councillor Kitts. This motion is with regard to ensuring that reports policy matters of citywide significance, that we have options provided in the reports. This is a common practice that we do on a regular basis, but sometimes those options, even though staff have the options, they may not always put them in the report. And so therefore be it resolved is that council directs staff to describe in staff reports for policy matters of citywide significance any other options considered and reasons why those options were or were not ultimately recommended. I think there were some good examples last term of us including some options, the official plan, that sort of thing. But we didn't always do this, and I think it just regularizes the practice, and I appreciate the clerk's office's help in drafting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Curry.
I just want to say how much I support this motion because we tried this at the school board. I remember that asking staff to come up with alternative motions, and it was, we didn't have them for a long time. And then once we started to get them and we could see what the thoughts were, it saved a lot of time in meetings as well. I mean, the odd time we'd say, actually, I love this other idea that you rejected. However, it mostly didn't. It mostly showed why another idea was rejected. So I really appreciate this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. I just wanted to ask the interim city manager or anybody else who wants to comment on this, what the impact on staff resources might be from this, whether this would create additional work or not.
Thank you very much for the question. I think the intent is in all of the reports that will go forward on policy matters to include those. As the councillor has noted, we have done that in some of them in the past. It will be a bit of additional work, but it's something that we are committed to do.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, is the motion carried? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Menard. Conseiller Plante. Motion seconded by Councillor King on outstanding inquiries.
Again, I will just go to the therefore be it resolved. Council approved that the outstanding inquiries listed in document 5 remain open so that staff may respond to the responses listed publicly in the relevant committee or council agenda in due course, and be it further resolved that the office of the city clerk continue to track and regularly report to council and the relevant committees the status of all outstanding inquiries, motions, and directions in accordance with some section 33(4) of the procedure bylaw and the existing council inquiry motion tracking process.
Did you want to speak to the motion?
Just specifically in Ward 12, we have some outstanding unresolved issues around Panda, around furniture left outside by students. And I know Councillor Tierney will appreciate rats as well. And we just want to make sure that the ongoing staff reports on these remain active and that I be updated on them accordingly. And I also invite if any other councillors have items carrying over from the last council that they be allowed to have those reports as well. Merci.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Any comments on the motion? Any questions? Is the motion carried? Thank you. Merci, Conseillère Plante. Councillor Johnson, motion seconded by Councillor Luloff regarding a working group of councillors to support the advisory committee review. Councillor Johnson.
Merci beaucoup. So thank you very much to Councillor Luloff for seconding this motion, and I'll skip to the therefore be it resolved. So therefore be it resolved that council strike a working group to work with the city clerk to develop the report on advisory committees, council sponsor groups, community advisory tables, and the proposed new transit advisory body, comprised up to 5 members of council that do not form a quorum of any standing committee, and staff representatives from each city department. And be it further resolved that a circulation for interest be undertaken for the councillor representatives on this working group as part of the nominating committee process. So we've spoken quite a bit about citizen engagement, citizen representation, and the authenticity with which we engage citizens on decision making. And so through this motion, it was my intention to bring forward the opportunity to review the advisory committee process. The city clerk had already committed in the governance report to bringing forward a report that looked at advisory committees, and it was stated in that governance report that, in fact, we hadn't undertaken a review of those advisory committees since 2012, and in fact, some of the structure that we have been using has even predated amalgamation. And so it is high time, given the sensitivity around citizen participation with respect to the OCLRT or OLRT, pardon me, report, that we think through how we engage citizens. And I just wanted to thank the city clerk and the mayor's office for helping me to get these resolutions right. One of the issues that I've heard the most about during the recent election is that too many residents have lost faith in City Council's commitment to public participation, to accountability, and to transparency. And these advisory committees should provide an opportunity for Council to hear thoughtful, studied feedback from the public through a structured official channel. Unfortunately, that hasn't been working. I have heard from residents recently looking at some of the previous iterations of our advisory committees. One of them was a pedestrian and transit advisory committee, and this resident sat on it, and he was feeling that that he was sidelined in these advisory committees, and they had little impact. So I've heard the expression of little teeth around the table, and so this is what this working group is intended to advise. I think many of us around the table ran on a platform of accountability and a platform of bringing that trust back into our relationships. So I am confident that with council input, we will be able to inform the city clerk in a meaningful way to ensure that when we do ask citizens to sit on these committees, that they can be assured that their work and their voluntary contribution has effort and has meaning. It is not intended to suggest that we consult on absolutely everything. And that is one of the challenges when I describe what my career has led me so far. I'm not suggesting that we open the door to citizen direction at every opportunity. And in fact, sometimes the misunderstandings around that are what cause us a lot of grief, So this report from the clerk is an opportunity to appropriately define how and when that input will be seen and received by committees that will inform decisions. So it will be a measured and thoughtful approach, but it will, by creating these roles and responsibilities in a clear and intentional way, I hope it will restore some of the trust that residents have in participating in our democracy. So that being said, I feel that staff to undertake this review alone doesn't really send the signal that we're all after, which is that we as elected representatives are serious about public engagement. And so if we aren't involved in this process, I would be apprehensive that on the very issue of listening to the public, we as council members would not be listening to the public in our best way. So I believe change is needed, and we will be a stronger, better informed, and better respected council if we manage that change effectively. And it is members of council who are best able to commit to that change. So thank you very much for the consideration, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Luloff.
I want to thank Councillor Johnson for the opportunity to second this motion. I think that having a thoughtful discussion about setting the terms of reference, for these engagement bodies, I think is really important, and having elected representatives at the table advising on that and having those tough discussions, I think will be really important. I think that we know that there are a lot of advisory bodies that worked really well last term and some that perhaps didn't. So having that thoughtful discussion, I think, is a really good idea. And so I certainly do, as you can probably tell by my seconding of this motion, I certainly do support this. And I want to thank my colleague for involving me in this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Dudas.
Yeah, I'll just start by saying I fully support this motion. Absolutely. I think it is going to bring great value to our advisory committees. I was just wondering, maybe staff can weigh in on this, would this run concurrently to the staffing recruitment of these committees? Do you see this work as continuing at the same time that these committees are already starting up? The reason why is because I wouldn't want any delays to the advisory committees getting off and starting their work immediately. So do you see that this can be something that is undertaken quickly and enacted quickly?
Mr. Mayor, the intent is that for the advisory committees that are being reviewed, the existing members will continue to serve and meet as needed until this review is undertaken, with the exception of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, where we are currently recruiting for new members so that we can achieve quorum for that statutorily mandated committee. So in summary, we don't see an issue.
Perfect. No, I think this brings great value. I'm happy to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Gower.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a good initiative. There's a lot of really good emerging work happening around how governments can do a better job at consulting. The way we do it now often has some serious issues with true representation and concerns around equity, and would encourage whoever ends up on this working group to please look out for some of that research, and perhaps in a couple of years of midterm governance, it might be appropriate for council to look at investing in some professional help around how to improve overall consultation practices at the city. But we'll look at that at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Any other comments? Is the motion carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Conseiller Plante, motion seconded by Councillor Kitts on appointment policy.
Merci beaucoup. Peu importe leur spécificité, les bénévoles représentent la colonne vertébrale de notre communauté. Ceci étant,
volunteers are at the base of our community, but we have to help them in that transition. We have to offer them services in French.
The goal of this motion is to acknowledge the importance of bilingualism in our nation's capital and to ensure that Francophones and Francophiles in Ottawa feel that City Hall and its related functions and committees are committed to promoting the richness of the French language, the cornerstone of our nation's capital's history, identity, and heritage. I'm honored that Councillor Kitts has agreed to second this motion, and I know we all share the goal of working closely with our Francophone partners all over the city to promote French language and the diversity of French cultures in the National Capital Region. Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Plante. Any comments or questions? Is the motion carried? Merci encore, Conseiller Plante. Okay, so I believe that is it for the motions for Section 1, Part 1 of the governance report, Council Standing Committees and Related Matters. So Council may now carry part 1, recommendations 1 to 21 in the governance report as amended. Is section 1 carried?
Super whooping carried.
Okay. Give yourselves all a silent high five in your heads. Let's move on to part 2, accountability and transparency. We have a motion on part 2. Before we introduce and debate the motion, do any members have any general questions to staff on part 2 of the governance report on accountability and transparency? All right, let's move to the motion from Councillor Desroches, seconded by Councillor Curry, on reporting of the number of housing units and building permits issued.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think this is another area where there is consensus on council to move forward on both affordable housing and increasing the housing stock in a very, very fast-paced, fast-growing city. There's considerable pressure on us, I think, both from the electorate and from the provincial government. This is a government that has taken, to say the least, some very dramatic steps to make housing a priority, housing starts a priority, both in Ottawa and in municipalities across Ontario, to the point of essentially gutting some of our kind of core tools that we have to help support the growth. And I do think that is going to be a boomerang that it will come back to us, that after 3 or 4 years, we will get questions. What have you done as a council to make progress on housing? And I'd like to move and to suggest to whoever is the chair of the planning committee to make this a priority, to report on a regular basis on the number of housing starts and how many housing approvals that we have made. And I know previous councils, we have made progress, but I think the time has come that we really have to amplify the work that we're doing and really broadcast that it's a priority for this council. And if it were up to me, Mr. Mayor, I would have like a sign, millions and millions served, right? Because I think we're going to do that. And I think it's going to take that kind of promotion to get through to residents that we're making process. And again, respond to the province that will say to us, we gave you the tools. What have you done to get going on housing? So I'm asking again that the chair of the planning committee report as a standing item on a regular basis the number of housing units approved by the City of Ottawa, number of building permits issued by the City of Ottawa, and our communication branch work on coming up with a strategy that ensures that we're promoting the progress that we're making on a regular basis through the various media channels that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. All right, Councillor Troster.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Desroches and Councillor Curry. I do think this is really important information for us to have. I'm not sure, though, about if the intent of the motion is to also specify what kinds of housing we're building. And if not, if it would be possible to do so in capacity, because the housing crisis, as we know, is not just a crisis of pure supply. In places like Somerset Ward, just like many other wards, the kinds of housing units that are being built matters a great deal. I'll give you an example. I had a developer who came to me to get the green light on an application which will be taking down 2 rental homes. One is a 3-bedroom home and one is a 4-bedroom home, to put in a mid-rise building with 42 units, which is great, but all of them are very small, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. And I know that in the downtown core, we desperately need 3 homes that are larger for families to grow into. And I'm also interested in things about size of the home, whether it's nonprofit developer, and what the affordability is. I think that granular detail could really help us meet our housing goals. So I'm not sure what the best way is to achieve that in this motion, but I would love to encourage collecting that information as well too. Thank you.
So Councillor Troster, are you asking for an amendment, or are you just sort of providing that as kind of some input?
I mean, it's just input. It could go into the terms of reference for the actual report that's provided to council. I'm not super sticky on how it's done. I just think I would like to see more data than just number of homes. I would like to see more about the nature of those homes, what they cost and how big they are.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Curry?
Thank you for that. And just on following up on that, this motion does indicate that staff are to look at this. What is the best way to do it? And it is, I think, for that granular detail. And Councillor Leeper and I and Gower, I would say, have talked a lot about, you know, residents come to you and say, well, like all we see are built apartment buildings going up. Like, what are you talking about? We're not building enough affordable housing. And that's all we see in some areas of the city. And to be able to say, well, these are the actual numbers, and maybe with additional detail, I think is very helpful, because there is maybe with Bill 23 your perception that we're not building houses at all or something, and that we're blocking everything when we're not. So whatever it is that's the best way to get that information to people, I think would be a start and would be helpful for people. And for us, even when you're talking to residents, to say, this is the actual number recently. So anyway, I think this is a great idea. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Any other thoughts or comments? Is the motion carried? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Councillor Desroches. That's the only motion for part 2 on accountability and transparency. Is part 2 recommendations 1 to 5 as amended carried. Thank you, merci. Let's move to part 3, which is about local boards. We have a couple of motions on part 3, but before we introduce those, are there any general questions to staff on part 3? Okay. Let's move to the notice of motion from our previous meeting regarding the Police Services Board Chair. Moved by Councillor Curry, originally seconded by Councillor Hubley, but in the absence of Councillor Hubley, Councillor Leeper is seconding the motion.
Oh, Councillor Brown was going to do either one.
Okay.
But sure, Leeper, thank you.
All right.
We're both on police services.
Go ahead, Councillor Curry.
All righty. So the therefore be it resolved part of this, because I read it last time, all the whereases, that council approve an increase in the honorarium for a public member of the Ottawa Police Services Board who is elected as chair to $54,000 to be funded from the existing honorarium and the council administration budget credit that would otherwise go to the constituency services budget of a member of council who is elected as chair of the board. And be it further resolved that council direct the office of the city clerk to revise the recruitment process and advertisements for the Ottawa Police Services Board public member to reflect that council may recommend to the board that this public member be appointed as chair, and that the candidate recommended for appointment may be required to undertake a police records check. And be it further resolved that the selection panel for the Ottawa Police Services Board be directed to take into account the provisions of the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019 when recommending the appointments to council. Right, just very quickly, I think everyone understands the intent of this, and I want to just make note of the language in this. You will notice that council cannot direct Police Services Board to do anything, but we can recommend that they consider or think about it, because we're not in this motion saying we're determining that the chair is the member of the public. But if that is the case, that ends up being the case, then their remuneration would be $54,000. So I just make that point because we always need to be very careful about that, what the relationship is between City Council and the Police Services Board. But I think this is a good idea for many of the reasons that are outlined in the whereas clauses. It's a huge job, unbelievably time consuming for the chair of the Police Services Board. There's so many other events other than chairing the meetings and all the rest of it. There's so many other events that the chair goes to all throughout the weeks, and just the consultations back and forth, that the person who does that, that's my personal opinion, that it's difficult for that person to be a city councillor at the same time. And if it's not a city councillor, then it needs to be somebody that is paid for this. So that's the thinking behind it. The other thing I would reiterate is that the community, let me get my glasses back on here. Community Safety and Policing Act has not been passed yet, but it will potentially replace the Police Services Act. And it has a number of really good pieces of advice in it for how to choose someone, any member of a Police Services Board. So something for you to all pay attention to as well. But I think this is an important step for us to make sure the chair is properly remunerated.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Troster.
Hi there. Thank you very much, Mayor and Councillor Curry. I understand the intent behind this motion, and also that it would ultimately be cost neutral to the city, given that that's the same allocation that would go to a councillor's office budget. But I've been thinking about this deeply, and I think there is a fundamental difference between giving more money to an office budget for the purpose of supporting an elected member of council and paying $50,000 to someone to chair the police board. In my ward, that's actually more than the median salary. Frankly, to me, it sounds more like hiring someone. It's a similar salary to what a lot of councillors are paying for assistants in their office. And I believe if we're hiring someone, we should have a hiring process. To me, there's a fundamental difference, and I'm very uncomfortable with this motion for that reason. I understand the desire to reward the incredible work that goes into this process, but I think if we're nudging close to paying a full-time salary, then there should be a more robust process for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Just for clarity, I think I accept what you're saying about the average salary in your ward and how comparable that is to other salaries. But I think in terms of the experience and qualifications of the person that we would be attracting to this role, it would not be considered close to a full-time salary for that kind of role, because it would be somebody with a lot of professional experience. And as you know, there are board positions that pay significantly more than what we would consider a normal full-time salary for a part-time board role. I'm not suggesting we go that far, but I think this is in line with or less than, frankly, what the Toronto Police Services Board pays its chair on a part-time basis. And we're looking for someone with considerable experience and qualifications to bring to the role. So, yeah.
A follow-up question. I know you stated to me your preference is that the chair would be an elected member of council. Is that correct? Or
sorry, say that again.
I believe you stated at one point in conversation with a few of us that you would prefer the chair to be an elected member of council. Is that correct? Or no? Okay.
No. All right. I'm suggesting, this motion is suggesting, and I support the motion that and again, this is the decision of the Police Services Board. It's not the decision of council, but I campaigned on a commitment to have council appoint an independent representative. So that, just to take a step back, the Police Services Board is made up of 7 members. 3 of them are appointed by the provincial government. One of them is an independent member of the community who's appointed by council, and the other 3 are members of city council, including me. And I suggested and still feel it would be wise for us to use that one independent spot to appoint someone who has the experience and qualifications we need to be a part-time chair and spend 20 or 30 hours a week in that role. Because in the past, what's happened is it's been put on a city councillor to do that, and a city councillor doesn't have 20 to 30 hours a week, and a city councillor doesn't get extra compensation for sitting on the Police Services Board. So in this case, it would be to find someone with experience, governance experience, experience in this field, who could sit as a member of the Police Services Board and be, in theory, appointed by the Police Services Board to be the chair and be remunerated appropriately for that role.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand that it is a huge time commitment. My strong preference is for the chair of the Police Services Board to be an elected member of council. So that's just a difference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradley.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I am supportive of this motion, and I recognize the huge volume of work it is to be chair of the Police Services Board. My question, though, is just that should an elected member become the chair, does this motion provide for the flexibility for that half-time FTE to return to the chair?
Yes, it does. Yeah, okay. That's my understanding. So basically, the idea would be that moving forward, the Police Services Board would choose a chair. It would either be the independent person or a member of City Council. If it was a member of City Council, the half-time FTE would stay there. If it's not a member of Council, then we take the money from that and pay the independent Police Board chair.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Devine.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if I have a question, and I really am a bit on the fence with this motion. The issue that I have with this motion is a few things. It seems to be not so much putting the cart before the horse, but leading the horse somewhere. And I understand that the election of the chair is certainly not a foregone conclusion. It hasn't happened yet, but it feels like this motion puts in place the incentives to lead towards a desired not a desired outcome, but a more likely outcome. We don't yet know who will be elected chair of this, whether it be a councillor or a citizen, but the very fact that we're attaching a dollar figure to it and promoting the dollar figure to it means that the recruitment process will now all of a sudden bring in other people. And that may very well be the incentive. But given the huge systemic concerns that many people have in the city and elsewhere outside the city with policing as a whole, and the governance and the oversight of policing and the culture of policing, when I hear the description of that, this, because one council was saying, you know, the $54,000 seems like it's a job, and so it should be a hiring process. And the response to that was, well, no. The kind of person that this might be geared towards would not see this as a salary. This would be as an honorarium given their experience. That lends me to believe that we are trying to predetermine who is the kind of person who should be chairing police. And whereas I agree that experience is always a factor in determining who should chair anything, the fact that we're financially incentivizing this kind of chair as opposed to financially incentivizing the potential citizen chair of other bodies leads me to wonder what kind of person are we seemingly trying to have their ears perk up when they see a financial figure attached to it. So that's giving me great pause on how to understand what to do with this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. I'll just speak to a couple of those points. First of all, in my view, this is giving the Police Services Board more options, not fewer, because currently it's too much to ask somebody who is not a city councillor to be the chair. If a city councillor becomes the chair, they get paid nothing, so it's a horrible job. But, you know, as we've seen, it's a demanding job. Maybe that's a better way to put it, but it's a very demanding job. Horrible, not, you know, horrible from a time management perspective. Horrible from a time management perspective. But, you know, it's not fun. And they don't get any compensation. They get the half-time equivalent. To ask somebody who's not a city councillor and serving the public in a full-time capacity to take on that role is a lot to ask when we're paying that person $12,000. So that person would already get $12,000. We're just changing the number from 12,000 to 54,000. I also think it is consistent with the approach that we've taken in the past to try to find highly experienced people to serve on boards, not less experienced people. There is a chair of the board for Hydro Ottawa who is paid a similar amount of money, so there's a precedent for it. I think this provides the Police Services Board with more options, not fewer, because I think it would be hard to ask now an independent member to be the chair without paying them an appropriate amount of money, because they don't get the halftime equivalent in terms of support. Thanks, Councillor Devine. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you. This is totally hypothetical, but what about the provincial members? What would happen if one of them became chair, or is that not possible?
So the provincial members do get some compensation. Not very much, I don't think. I think it's $8,000 a year, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think we contemplated that, but I would presume if one of the provincial members were to be the chair, then they would get the additional amount as well.
Okay. I'm just wondering. It's just looking at all the.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Councillor Kavanagh. I can't hear you with your mask on.
Okay, sorry. It just wasn't mentioned, so I just wanted to know.
Okay, thank you for the question. Any other comments? Is the motion carried? Okay, Councillor Bradley has a motion seconded by Councillor Leeper on hybrid meetings. Councillor Bradley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So colleagues, this motion, which Councillor Leeper kindly offered to second, is with regard to electronic participation and hybrid meetings of the Ottawa Board of Health, Ottawa Police Services Board, and Ottawa Public Library Board. The motion recommends that our boards allow for hybrid participation for the 2022 to 2026 term of council as the standard format. This recommendation is in line with what staff have proposed for council and standing committee meetings and provides for safe and effective participation for board members, staff, and members of the public. So with that, I'll just read the therefore be it resolved So therefore be it resolved that Ottawa City Council requests that Ottawa Board of Health, the Ottawa Police Services Board, and the Ottawa Public Library Board allow for electronic participation in meetings and hold hybrid board meetings as the standard format during the 2022 to 2026 term of council, with virtual meetings on an as-needed basis, including but not limited to emergency special meetings. So I think we can all agree that since transitioning to virtual and hybrid meeting formats, we have seen an increase in public engagement and an increase in diverse voices participating in committee and board meetings. Allowing for the continuation of hybrid meetings as a standard format is not only good public health practice, it's also an issue of equity. So I hope that we can all support this recommendation for our boards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Choster.
Thank you. I just wanted to state my support for this motion. This was something I mentioned during the election as part of my platform. I think we should be increasing opportunities for public participation. I mean, council itself is running in a hybrid format. I think it should be the same for all of our boards. And this is also consistent with the demands coming out of the community of folks who are interested in police reform. So I highly support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Choster. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much. As the chair of the Ottawa Public Library Board, I just want to give some additional context on our plans moving forward. The OPL board is planning to resume in-person meetings for the first meeting of the new term on January 31st, 2023, while retaining the option of electronic participation for trustees and the public. Our rules and procedures bylaw was previously revised to allow for electronic participation back in 2020. We planned to begin in-person meetings earlier in the fall of 2022, but delayed the recommendation to the Governance Ad Hoc Committee due to the legislative agenda, the senior executive considerations, and some technological requirements that we had. So our goals are to maintain accessibility for the public, which I think that this motion is the spirit of this motion. We want to reduce barriers to civic participation, foster collegiality among the trustees, which is much better done in person, but retain the flexibility when needed. So trustees are going to be encouraged to attend meetings in person in order to facilitate the collaboration. Staff will be expected to attend the meetings, but public delegations to meetings can be made in person or electronically via Zoom or phone-in options, or they can visit one of our branches to access Wi-Fi and technology for Zoom. And members of the public can choose to watch meetings in person or online via the stream of OPL's YouTube channel. So I think this captures the spirit of what you're looking at. I just want to make sure that this remains a recommendation, and that these bodies that pass their own board rules and procedure bylaws will still be able to make those decisions on their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Curry.
Thank you for this. Just again on the language on this is a request, and for the Police Services Board, we've had conversations and responded to the public's request for online delegations, that in terms of the staffing required for us to do that, because the Police Services Board has almost no staff and neither one of them knows how to do that technology and trying to run all of it at the same time. So we've had those conversations, try to figure out how it would be done, what the salary of an additional staff would be for that. It's all part of, I think, what the Police Services Board will have to discuss in the next little bit. So just to reassure you that it has been already contemplated. And, I think the question is how do you do it best and serve the needs of people? I've had many conversations with residents who've called in and said, I want to come to a meeting or call into a meeting where there are no police. I don't want to see police, and I just want to speak to the board. And that is actually what our bylaws indicate. So there's more nuances to this, but just to be reassured that this conversation will take place.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion makes reference to hybrid meetings allowing for increased accessibility and engagement, and I'm not refuting that. But this is a question for the clerk. Do we have data that validates this, or is this just more anecdotal based on sort of numbers of delegates, that kind of thing?
Mr. Mayor, we did observe over the period where council and committees went virtual following the COVID-19 pandemic to have an increased participation in public delegations. However, it was coinciding with the heaviest legislative agenda that I think we've seen in some time. And so we can't specify whether those increased delegations were purely because of the format or because of the subject of the meetings.
Okay, thank you. Given that it looks like we're moving towards a more permanent shift in meeting style. I'm wondering if the clerk's office has sort of reviewed the process for delegations or best practices for virtual delegations, or if that's a direction you'd be willing to take, or if that's better as an inquiry.
Mr. Mayor, it certainly is our intention as we move to hybrid meetings of committees that involve delegations in both formats to review those procedures to ensure they are fair and equitable for both groups of delegations. So that is already part of our plan and moving forward.
Wonderful. That's great. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Any other comments? Again, I'll underscore, as Councillor Curry did, that this is a request or a suggestion to, a recommendation to the other boards that they still have to make their own decisions about this, but it reflects our view on this. Is the motion carried? Okay, thank you, everyone. So those are all the motions for part 3 of the governance report. Is part 3 as amended, recommendations 1 through 5, is it carried? Okay. Thank you, everyone. We have a few motions in part 4 before we introduce and debate part 4, which is various bylaws, policies, and related matters. Do members of council have any questions, general questions to staff about part 4? Okay. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. I have a very small question related, no motion attached. In document 14, in which we're talking about changes to the authorities bylaw, there is a proposal at 10.2 to give the general manager of parks the ability to increase fees. And I'm sorry, I've lost the particular document unless I still have that open. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the specific reference. It is in document 14 at a change proposed to 10.2, which gives the GM of parks delegated authority to raise fees associated with programs. Why? Or can I just ask, what is the color on that?
Mr. Mayor, the delegation that's being requested is that year after year, we generally adjust our fees to reflect cost of living, so that the cost of delivering the programs is reflected through the fees. Excuse me. What we're finding is that because budgets come either late in the year in a regular year, or a quarter way through the year after an election, that we are actually not able to implement fees until council approves those at budget time. So what the delegation is requesting is that we at least be able to include a cost of living, so that for winter session, for example, we are able to start collecting fees with the additional provision right away.
Okay. The implementation of some sort of cost of living allowance seems like something that council doesn't necessarily need to weigh into. The new delegation power is more broadly worded than that, though, such that it would give you the ability to raise fees more significantly than, say, a cost of living. I'm not going to bring a motion on that today, and I will approve the report as it is written. But is there some commitment that we can ask you to undertake to inform council that you're thinking of doing this, and then to let us know when you've done it?
Yes, and note that the actual increase to the fees would still be part of our fee schedule in the budget, and council would be at liberty to roll it back or increase it beyond. So there would still be transparency in terms of what we are doing. It's just primarily a timing thing.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So if you are looking at implementing an increase, and certainly an increase that is different from just a routine cost of living, please let us know. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Anything else before we move into the specific motions? Okay, first one, Conseillère Plante, seconded by Councillor Brown, but I think you're planning to provide a direction in place of this motion. Is that right? Conseillère Plante? Merci.
My understanding, Ms. Stevenson, and I'm just going to read off what was done here. The original motion had a delegation of authority, a look at putting this off until the new year, until we could figure out how much delegation of authority was given out throughout the city. But I want to thank Wendy Stevenson, because my understanding is last night we've agreed to put forward a direction, and the direction is to bring forward a report summarizing the purpose and scope of all existing and requested delegated authority set out under each schedule of the delegation of authority bylaw to the Finance and Economic Development Committee and City Council for consideration. Is this correct, Ms. Stevenson?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you so much. And I wasn't sure if you wanted to put a timeline on this. I was thinking end of Q2. Would that be a reasonable timeline?
Yes, that's sufficient. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I just wanted to clarify too for my council colleagues, this does not mean that you will be getting phone calls about every light switch and every swing set and everything that has been delegated in your ward. This is just more a report about the delegations throughout the city of Ottawa. Thank you.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Next, we have a motion from Councillor Bradley on a procedure bylaw amendment. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you. So this motion, which is seconded by Councillor King, is an amendment to our procedural bylaw for council and committee. The motion, which is quite technical, seeks to amend the procedure around a member providing wrap-up remarks to a motion that they have put forward. So essentially, it embeds in the procedure bylaw that the mover of a motion has the last word, which is their 5-minute wrap-up, prior to the vote being called. This will be the standard procedure at both council and committee meetings. So I'm just going to read the therefore be it resolved. So therefore be it resolved that the procedure bylaw be amended with the effect that the mover of a substantive motion at council or committee may speak immediately prior to the vote after the mayor or chair as follows. Subsection 4.1 and section 47 of the procedure bylaw be amended to read as follows. 4.1, the mayor may state relevant facts and the mayor's position on a matter before the council without leaving the chair, which, subject to section 47, may take place immediately prior to the vote. And 47, no member shall speak more than once to the same question without leave of the council, except that a member who has presented a substantive motion may reply, which, notwithstanding subsection 4.1, may take place immediately prior to the vote. And be it further resolved that subsection 79.1 be amended and a new subsection added to section 81 as follows, to provide for the opportunity for a motion mover at committee to wrap up on the motion immediately prior to the vote. 79.1, the chair may state relevant facts and the chair's position on any matter before the committee or commission without leaving the chair, which subject to subsection 81.5 may take place immediately prior to the vote. And this new section 81.5, so subject to subsection 3 and notwithstanding subsection 79.1, a member who has presented a substantive motion may wrap up immediately prior to the vote. Told you it was a little technical. So this change is actually minor in nature, but it's intended to allow for the mover of a motion to address any and all of concerns or comments from either a colleague or city staff during debate. When questions or comments continue after wrap-up, the mover no longer has that opportunity. This does not impact the mayor or chair's ability to provide final wrap-up on a report or staff recommendations, which traditionally makes up most of the agenda with maybe the exception of today. It also does not make it mandatory for the mover to wrap up. It's only if they choose to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bradley, for your motion. I'm not entirely convinced this is necessary because the mayor has kindly extended an olive branch, we'll say, or well, he's basically delegated some of his powers to us, some of the powers that are afforded through the Strong Mayors Act to us, and I think it is worth for us as a council to return that. It's basically a courtesy. Return that courtesy. To let him allow the mover to speak before the vote, because I believe he has a few times in today's meeting. It may be worth deferring this to midterm, if anything. That's just my comment, but I'm not entirely convinced it's necessary.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you. I have to say I won't be supporting this. the fact is that I'm not even looking at from the role of council. I'm looking at it even from the matter of a chair role, and that chairs work at great length with city staff in advance of a committee meeting. They work with each of the individual councillors. And, you know, in many, many cases, they are required to provide some kind of context before it comes to a vote, and to at least provide some sort of summary. That's not always the case, but to remove that from the discretion of the chair, be it mayor or chair of a committee, I think that that does a bit of a disservice, particularly as we're looking to seek new chairs for the coming term, to enable them to provide that further role, I think is of value. I would also say too, when I saw this motion came up, I did a little research and looked at other jurisdictions to see what they do. And many other jurisdictions, Toronto included, also follow our current model. So I think to that point, I would like to continue with having the opportunity for the mayor or the chair of the committee to have that final opportunity to provide context, and leave it in their discretion if they wish to weigh in or not.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Desroches.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I think when we look at the various issues throughout this term of council, we need to fix the issues that I think are universally viewed as broken. And I'm not convinced that this is a case where the system that we have in place is broken. And I have served on 2 different councils under 2 separate mayors. And generally, the business of government has worked. And as we've heard, other jurisdictions follow a similar format. I think the mayor has taken some bold steps to decline the powers that have been granted to his office as a result of the recent legislation. And I think the mayor does bring, and the chair does bring, that citywide view that often residents are looking for. So I won't be supporting this. I think if there's concerns about how this table is moderated, that it's time to have a speaker. And I think it's too late at this point in time. The City of Toronto has a speaker. And in 2006, we had thought about that. And maybe it would have been a good idea back then. We were a lot of talk about, Councillor Hume doing it, who I think would have been a fantastic speaker. But again, we are a much smaller legislature than Toronto. I don't think we have the same situation as Toronto. But I think if there's concerns about how this table is moderated, that you go towards a speaker. And again, it's too late, I think, to undertake that process. And I really hope that we focus on sort of the priorities that we heard on the doorsteps. And I think we heard a number of diverse and wide-ranging views. But I can certainly tell you that on the doorsteps, I did not hear this issue come up, or the speeches of politicians being a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kind of on the same line of thinking as my colleague, a question to the clerk. I'm wondering, are the rules of procedure here a made in Ottawa format, or, were they created with precedents that other municipalities are organized this way as well?
I'll ask the city clerk to add anything he would like. My understanding is the council's procedure bylaw was adopted initially following amalgamation based on best practices in other municipalities, as well as a certain amount of Robert's Rules of Order, and has been subsequently amended by terms of council since.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I share the view of some of my colleagues. I think this is a bit premature. I think, this is sort of a relatively minor change that we could take up at midterm governance, should it pose an issue to the governance of this council. But I don't necessarily think it needs to come forward at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I guess a question to staff, because I want to try to make it clear what this is and isn't doing. If there's a motion on the floor, say I've put the motion forward, we go through the rounds of questions and comments. The mayor could still comment on my motion at the end of my motion, correct? Under the current proposal.
Mr. Mayor, under the current procedure bylaw, the member would be able to wrap up on their motion, and then the mayor would be able to speak prior to the vote. With the proposed motion, the member would be able to wrap up after the mayor or chair immediately prior to the vote.
Right. So if the member wrapped up and then the mayor chose to speak, I understand the mayor could still speak after the member wrapped up, but that member would be afforded an opportunity to reply.
Under the current proposal at council, the motion mover would still have an initial 5 minutes to introduce their motion and one wrap up at the end, which would be able to be immediately prior to the vote following the mayor. At committee, it is different because members can get back on the list to speak multiple times. So a motion mover may speak multiple times to their motion.
Okay. Yeah, and my understanding is through our current procedure and the motion in front of us, the mayor can speak almost any time that they'd like, as we've been seeing during the meeting, which, you know, I think has been helpful. You've been able to reply to questions or comments as they're raised. I don't see that changing with this motion, but I think what we're trying to correct perhaps is what happened last term, right? Because what we would see often last term was the mover of the motion would wrap up, and then we would have the mayor reply with sometimes, in my view, some outlandish points that weren't being able to reply to by that mover or anybody else. And I don't think the current mayor's necessarily going to be doing that. I hope not anyway. But that mayor would also wrap up and say, and I want all of you to vote this way, right? And so I think the mayor still has the ability to say, look, I want all of you to vote this way, and has ability to intervene. But the fact of the matter is, any other board or commission I've been on, the mover of a motion always has the last wrap up. That's how it always has worked. Student council, school board, pedestrian transit advisory committee, for the most part, that was how those things worked. The mover of the motion would wrap up, and then the vote would take place because that's that mover's motion. I think the same principle should apply here, and recognizing that the mayor can still intervene in the discussion as many times as the mayor would like under our current procedure bylaw, including at the very end, but this would still afford that person that moved the motion the chance to wrap up. And so I think that's fair given the problems that we saw last term with this.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Bradley, I'm going to leave you to the end if that's okay, since you will have the chance to wrap up. Councillor Brockington, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. We're trying to prioritize our priorities, and for me, we don't have a problem that we're trying to fix here. And I understand what the previous speaker just said. There is a procedural opportunity should any speaker, including the mayor, say something that's incorrect, even in the final wrap up. You have the right on a point of information, I guess it is, to correct the record if something false is stated. But the mayor has every right to state his or her opinion as any other elected member does. And I still think wrap up is important. And if it's right before the mayor gets their opportunity to speak, I still think those points can be well illustrated and taken into consideration before we make a final vote. So I'm not swayed that this change is needed. I think wrap up and the mayor's position, just as everyone else's position, is important to hear. And I will not be supporting this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting this motion, but not at all because I'm not appreciative of the process whereby the mayor has currently led. I've been very appreciative of the flexibility and grace that you've shown in allowing us, in encouraging us to speak. And the reason I'm going to be supporting this motion, because I do think that this motion would allow for, I think, the best of both worlds. Whether the mayor speaks penultimately or ultimately, we are all going to listen to that comment with great import, whether it's last or before last. However, if the mover does speak last, I think that will, I'll speak personally, let me look at those two opinions with a bit more of a level playing field. And I will genuinely listen to point, counterpoint. And as to the notion, I agree that the mayor does have a citywide purview, and therefore that opinion should be considered, but not for a second do I think that I do not have a citywide purview. I represent my ward, but in no uncertain terms do I represent the best interest of the city as a whole. And so I do not think it's a question of all of us only speak from a microcosm and the mayor speaks from a macro. And so for that reason, because I think allowing the mover, who is the originator of the idea, to speak last will not at all diminish the mayor's impact on my vote. And I think it makes for a better system. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Kelly.
I just want to pick up on something that Councillor Devine just referred to, and that's that we all have a citywide purview, which I don't necessarily disagree, but we did not all get votes from right across the city. And, you know, I think that's just part and parcel of being the mayor or the chair or another equivalent at another level or in another chamber. And it's my understanding, and the clerk may be able to answer this, the mayor or the chair of any committee can always use discretion to jump into the debate or to add the last word. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, the chair or the mayor at council can intervene in the debate to keep the debate moving. Specifically, the procedure bylaw also provides for the mayor to state their position on the matter under debate and to do so immediately prior to the vote.
And this motion would not change that, correct?
It would not change the mayor or chair's ability to intervene in debate as necessary throughout consideration of an item.
I think that's all I had.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Bradley.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the discussion on this. And I should start by saying that I very much appreciate Mayor Sutcliffe's collaborative approach to chairing this and other meetings that we've had so far. So in no way was this intended to be a slight on his chairing ability. But I hear you. This motion is not intended to be punitive or to hinder the mayor's or chair of a committee's opportunity to weigh in on a debate. It just simply allows the mover of the motion to wrap up and ensure that they've been able to address any outstanding concerns or questions from staff. But if I'm happy to, and I've talked to the seconder, Councillor King, to defer this motion to midterm governance and see if it's necessary at that time.
Okay. So do you want to just withdraw the motion and then bring it back if you choose to?
Is there an option to defer it?
Mr. Mayor, there would be an option to move and second a motion of deferral to midterm governance review.
Okay.
That would be my preference.
Okay. So Councillor King, what are your?
I would support that.
Okay. Yeah, so do we want to defer this? Yes? Carried? Okay, thank you.
Consent.
Pardon? Oh, that was just somebody on the Zoom call, was it? I think so. Okay.
I captured a dissent from Councillor DeRoche.
Oh, Councillor DeRoche?
Just dissenting on deferral, thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right. Conseiller Plante, you have a highly relevant motion about the time that we wrap up our meetings.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Maire. En français, on appelle...
Yes, thank you. In French, we call this the GBS, common sense. I'd like to thank Councillor Devine, to whom I talk about this motion, and he's a father, and he can talk about this when I'm done speaking.
A hard stop at 7. It's not a secret that we have a lot of young parents around the council table on both sides, and I believe it's timely that we end our meetings at 5 p.m. Just for reference, Parliament has a hard stop at 6 p.m., so this is in line with our federal counterparts. As well, and this was brought up to me by a rural councillor, that their commutes are very long and the sun is going down quite soon. So if we can help them in any way get home in a timely fashion, so they're not stuck in the snow and they're not stuck in the dark for long periods of time, I think this is very appropriate going forward. Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Plante. I guess my first question would be, would it apply today? Since here we are. It's 3:38. Just curious, as the chair.
Carried.
If it's adopted, would it apply today?
Mr. Mayor, if this motion was adopted, council could still pass a resolution at this meeting to extend beyond 5 p.m.
Right, as we could at any meeting, yeah.
That's correct.
But it would be necessary today to go past 5 o'clock. We would need then to do that. Okay. I'd be curious if we pass this motion after 5 o'clock today, whether there's need a time machine or something. Okay, Councillor Dudas.
I hate to say this, but I cannot support this motion. And I say that, I say that because this is not a 9-to-5 job. And when I look at the past 4 years and all of the committees we've had and the many, many long hours we've had, I think of even the delegations that have attended, the fact that they'll sit there for hours in the morning and take the day off work. And knowing that if we decide to end at 5, that means they have to return on another day, when instead maybe we can manage to plow through until say 7 o'clock and take another vote. It doesn't prohibit us from ending early if a chair or a mayor decides that, the conversation's getting a little long in the tooth and we need to end it. But my concern is that, it was mentioned about, say, the provincial house, and, they do sit until 6, but they start at 8. And, I think of my own family. I've got young kids. And if I was playing with times, I'd say I'd have to be home in time for them to be back from school. And that's much earlier than 5. So, we all have families, we all have obligations. And I do know that the vast majority of us, as we're looking at even the coming weeks, we're probably likely to be going to community events in the evenings anyway. So our days are pretty packed. So I understand the intent of this. I just won't support it because I think, I'm working personally around the clock. I know we have to juggle these things, but the opportunity with the hybrid model of these meetings also means that we know if we have family obligations or other obligations, maybe we choose to attend from a hybrid perspective. So I'm sorry, I just can't do it. It's my own personal feelings on it, but thank you for bringing forward the motion and having the discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Troster.
Hi, thanks so much, Councillor Plant, for bringing this forward. I'd like to support this motion with the understanding we can always extend a meeting if we feel that a matter is urgent. I don't think any of us think that this is a 9-to-5 job at all. But I also think that if we're going to encourage people with young families to run for office, we should try to model some form of work-life balance. And I also think that, if we're starting at 10, taking a 15-minute break and going until 5 o'clock, I'm not sure how many useful brain hours happen after that point. It doesn't mean that we might not be flying off to an event in the evening afterwards, but I do think this is important behavior to model, and that going beyond 5 should be the exception rather than the rule. And also to just to comment on your argument, Councillor Dudas, the fact that we do allow hybrid participation means that we don't necessarily have delegations waiting here for 8 hours to speak if they are able to delegate virtually. So I would really like to support this motion. I think it's really important to a lot of the folks who were recently elected to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in agreement with Councillor Duda. My perspective on this, just from my previous career, is, I would say mission, soldier, self. In this position, we have a responsibility to, from time to time, not work, until 5 o'clock and get off the clock. We have to finish the governance work in order to support the soldiers, which are the residents of the city. That's our obligation. And, it's not every day that we have council meetings and need to run late. It's from time to time. And so I would agree with Councillor Dudas, and I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this motion either. I agree with a lot of what has already been said. And, I do think this job is actually quite flexible. On many other days, you're not in meetings till 5 o'clock. You can do whatever you want. You can you have no real boss except for 4 years later when you are elected or not. So I think this job has a lot of flexibility that it doesn't need to then this actually be in effect for 5 o'clock. The other thing I will say is, and this was my initial thinking, is that at the school board, when we had these hard stops, it became a very political thing as to who would vote to continue and who wouldn't vote to continue and what the issue was under consideration. And then whether we wanted that dealt with. And if it was time sensitive, would we continue? And it became this whole other thing that was highly controversial, and it was used strategically. And I would caution councillors, if this passes, that, that becomes that. I will say that, a lot of the delegations that are actually virtual, and they have been waiting for 10 hours, 15 hours when we go over 2 days. So I think the better thing is for people to, not have as much to say as they normally do, myself included, and get through the business as efficiently as we can. But I will not be supporting stopping at 5.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, I'd love to support my colleague, but unfortunately, being on council so long, you realize quickly scheduling becomes a nightmare in general. And if we're chopping off the automatic 2 hours that are currently in place with the 7 o'clock existing, where we have to extend, can you imagine if we got ourselves into a trap of 5 o'clock and it starts rolling back further and further? We have a terrific option with hybrid. We talked about it today. And again, would it be great to have every member of council sitting at the horseshoe? It's not reality. Even today, I've been occupied. I've had to leave this meeting to participate in FCM duties. It happens. So as much as I would love to support this from a scheduling perspective, especially the next day, we all have council schedules that are loaded day after day and things start shifting. So unfortunately, I can't support it at this time, but certainly it's something that if they wish to review towards midterm, I certainly would be open to that.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to offer a comment. I will be supporting this motion. I don't have children yet. This is not a pregnancy announcement, but in the last term of council, I was the youngest member of council, and now I think I'm 4th, 5th, 6th. I'm not sure. So I do think, I want to call attention to the fact I think this is a positive generational shift. I do think that we will end up moving a motion to go past 5 p.m. more often than we might like to admit now, because I think there is value in what some of my colleagues said about respecting delegates' time and the staff schedule. But I do think that this is signaling a good thing for this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I rarely endorse the opinions and positions of your predecessor, but in this case, I do. When our former mayor wrote an op-ed that was all about the value of family and how that should take precedence over our life. And my own wife will say that she wishes I took that value to heart more often than I do, but I must. And I am that person with 4 kids that has already seen how the non-9 to 5 flex nature of my position now, which I am so grateful to have, it has a huge impact on my family life. And not always, sometimes great, but sometimes not so good. And because of that value, which I am trying my best to hold as paramount, I will be supporting this motion. As to the notion of mission soldier self, I see value in that. But we've already, no matter the high end nature of that screed, mission soldier self, we've already set a definition of what is valiant, i.e. 7 p.m. Why is that so much more valiant than 5 p.m.? Why not make it 9 p.m.? Why not make it you go home when the damn business is done? We've already set a bench line. We're just asking now to shift the bench line. And I think there's value in that. I'm also, as somebody who has chaired many meetings myself, though I am long-winded, I am a believer in you can squeeze the work done that you need done into the parameters. And that will dictate how much we put on the agenda, and that will dictate, how much we get done. And to what another colleague said, we will be more effective if we work more efficiently. I don't need the Auditor General to tell us how to be more efficient in that sense. And finally, the 5 p.m. cutoff whereby we can vote to extend, that's the insurance policy we need. And I am quite confident that the responsible people around this table will know when it is time to say, you know what, honey, I'm coming home later. And if that is a political decision that we have to make, we're paid to make political decisions, and I'm willing to be on the record making a political decision whether or not I go home at 5 p.m. if it's important. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'll be supporting this motion. I just wanted to bring another perspective to it. I was well aware when I ran for office that I would be working a lot. I think I love watching the Facebook feeds of all the councillors and seeing how many bake sales they go to on a weekend. We're always out in the go. From a health perspective, I think that this is an important signal as well. As somebody who struggles with their weight a little bit and has had, issues with blood sugar, sitting in a chair and encouraging sitting in a chair for long periods of time isn't exactly a healthy way. I know we can stand up, we can walk around, but I think it's important that we model, healthy habits as well. And we do still have the motion to extend.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. There's a couple more speakers, but I'm not opposed to this motion personally. I'm open to it, and I'm interested in hearing what everybody has to say about it. I would point out that we meet twice a month. The Ontario legislature meets 4 times a week, I believe. So there is a difference in terms of the volume of meetings that are involved in serving as a member of provincial parliament or federal parliament compared to the meetings that we have as councillors. And I would also just ask the city clerk's office what impact moving portions of the meeting to the following day would have on our legislative agenda, because there are often, there could be a domino effect with committee meetings and other activities on the following day.
Mr. Mayor, there is rarely an opportunity for council to convene on the following day with a full legislative schedule. That would usually mean displacing another standing committee of council, which is why in the procedure bylaw it provides that the default spillover day is the Friday.
Okay, so if we suspend a meeting, we would be moving it to Friday, not Thursday, because there's typically committee meetings on the following day.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct, unless council agrees to an alternate date and there's a conflict.
Okay, thank you. Again, just trying to make sure everybody has full information on that. All right, Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. Just clarification from the clerk's office. So when we get to that hour, whether it's 7 o'clock or if this passes 5 o'clock, council or the committee has the opportunity to put a motion on the table to extend the meeting at that time. It's not automatic that the meeting will adjourn. There's an option to put a motion on the table to extend the meeting, and what percentage of those in attendance is required to pass that motion?
Mr. Mayor, a motion to extend the meeting beyond the time provided for in the procedure bylaw passes with a majority vote of council or the relevant committee.
Okay, so in order to go past, I think it's Councillor Devine who put it well, we make that critical decision if the business left is critical enough that we want to keep people longer past, whether it's 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock, that can be done at any time. And we have seen that many times, and we're going to see that not just at council, but particularly at committee meetings this term with heavy agendas coming, especially with budget. I think the motion sends the right work-life balance statements that we want to make. I think it's important for us to do that. If we want to attract and retain people to public office, this is one of the many positive signals that we send. Let me tell you, as a single dad of 2 kids, this is not an easy job. And there have been many times where I've actually left committee meetings. I remember vice chair of Community and Protective Service during budget. I actually left, went home to pick up my kids, got them settled, came all the way back. The meeting had not ended to get through those budget meetings, and other times where you're stuck between, I really have important work to do and it's pickup time and I'm the only guy that can do that. So I think this is a positive signal to send. And when we have the critical business before us that needs to be completed that day, then that's something we have to consider and plan for. So this is rare. We don't normally meet till 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock. So hopefully these circumstances will not be that frequent, but I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Conseillère Plante, I'm going to leave you till the end all right. So
well, we can have the other comments before mine, if that's helpful.
Pardon?
There was other people who wanted to comment. I was going to allow them.
No, I'm saying I'm leaving you to the end.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. No, c'est bon.
Yeah.
Merci.
That's what I was saying. Councillor Kavanaugh, and then Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much. This is actually an issue I worked on Parliament Hill because I was in the whip office. So it was something new to have a lot of younger members of parliament, sometimes cabinet ministers with babies, young children. We had to do a lot of stuff. Now it's much more impactful when you're coming from another part of the country, of course. Very, very intense. And it just wasn't considered the grueling schedule for breastfeeding and other things. That had to be considered. And I appreciate the fact that we're looking at that. This is rarer because, as you said, it's a couple of times a month. I think we're all sensible people. And if we just have a couple more items and it's 5 o'clock, chances are it makes more sense to just sit here rather than wreck our Friday, because Fridays are busy too. I have a newsletter that comes out that day. So I am sure that most people have full Fridays. We work 7 days a week. We're already working very hard. So I'm willing to consider it, and perhaps a review can come up at midterm. If that was of interest, but I don't think it's going to come up that often. This is rare, and but I think it sends the right message that we want to encourage young family people to. I'm not one, obviously, but I'm a grandma. But it's nice to see them too. But it's I think it's important to send the right message that that we're sending the work-life balance. And I like Councillor Carr's point too. Sitting all day is not great. So thank you. So I would suggest considering it at midterm, if just a review, if that is an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Kelly.
I think a couple of my colleagues have raised the idea that because it's so rare that we go past 5 o'clock, that we should pass this motion, whereas I see it as the exact opposite. So if that's happening so rarely that we need to sit here past 5 to get through this agenda, I don't think it's a positive message to send to the people of Ottawa. And I don't think I would like to send that message to my constituents. One of the very first things that we do here would be limiting our time in this chamber on Wednesdays, which, like you said, we're talking about 4 hours a month here. This is twice a month that we meet. So I just on principle, I'm opposed to this motion. And I am someone who is, I have a 3-month-old daughter. Last night I was up till 1 cooking beans for our potluck on Thursday. And I don't want to stop at 5 if we're not done this. I want to finish it and then go home. So for that reason, I'm not going to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly, and congratulations again on not just the new baby, but running an election campaign while having a new baby. All right, Conseillère Plante.
Je suis ouverte à la proposition qu'ont faite la conseillère Kavanaugh et le conseiller.
I agree with Councillor Kavanaugh and Tierney's proposal that we can look at this in 2 years, right? So,
amenable to other people, so we can actually see what our sort of council hours extend to into before then.
So you're talking about deferring this to the midterm review?
Oui, c'est ça.
Okay. Is everyone okay with that? Is everyone any objections? I think I heard carried, but okay. Thank you. Merci, Conseillère Plante. That saves us a step potentially today at a minimum. Okay, we have an additional motion. Councillor Gower, this is the Better Homes Loan Program. Councillor Gower?
That's right. It's related to the delegation of authority bylaw. So whereas as of January 1st, 2023, provincially mandated review timelines enacted through Bill 109, pardon me, I'm reading the wrong motion. Here's the correct one. Whereas Council adopted on July 7, 2021, the Better Homes Loan Program to provide for residential retrofit projects. And whereas Council approval provided the delegated authority for the General Manager of Planning, Real Estate and Economic Development, along with the City Solicitor, to list special charges bylaws on Council agenda and provide a list of the affected properties to the relevant ward councillor. whereas such matters only proceed with the consent of the homeowners, and whereas additional funding for the Better Homes Loan Program was approved by Council on May 11th, 2022, therefore be it resolved that the Delegation of Authority Bylaw Document 14 be amended to provide for the following: that the Delegation of Authority Bylaw Schedule H be amended to include the following provision. 35A, the city solicitor is authorized to proceed directly to council to obtain authorization for a bylaw to authorize a local improvement where such has been approved in accordance with bylaw 2022-134. So this motion, staff have asked me to introduce this. Mr. Mark has pointed out that this is what council intended with our approval of the Better Home Loans Program, and it streamlines the process for staff to bring this to council as required by the bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, thank you for the motion. Just a quick question for the mover there, Mayor. What is the current practice?
I would like to ask or defer to Mr. Mark to provide that context. We can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this program was created created by council in July of 2021. So it is a new program. It's a very popular program, and Mr. Herwire may be able to speak to that. Such that council had to add additional funding in May of this year. There is no current practice because the first bylaws will go in 2023. I apologize. I failed when I reviewed the delegation of authority bylaw to insert a provision that allows the bylaws to go directly to council without a staff report. And so this just remedies my omission, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lowe. Is the motion carried? Okay, thank you, everyone. So I think that's it on the list for part 4, amendments to various bylaws, policies, and related matters. Is part 4, the recommendations 1 to 11 as amended, is part 4 carried? Okay, thank you, everyone. On to part 5 of 5. But we have motions on part 5 before we introduce and debate the motions. Do any members have any general questions to staff on part 5? No? All right. We have a motion from Councillor Troster, seconded by Conseillère Plante, regarding the council liaison for women, gender equity, and 2S LGBTQ+ affairs and other related matters. Councillor Troster.
Thank you very much. So I hate to have to say it, but homophobic and anti-trans hate is on the rise in Ottawa. I saw it directed at me when I was campaigning. I've been out for more than 20 years. Ever since the convoy came to visit us in Ottawa, I've never seen such horrendous hate directed at all sorts of people in public life, but specifically homophobia and transphobia. And at the same time, we're losing resources. The virtual gender affirming healthcare clinic that many patients across Ontario were being referred to just closed. I think it's important to be clear and specific about our support for the 2S LGBTQ+ communities. We can't be bullied into silence by the vocal minority. There was a terrible shooting in Colorado Springs a few weeks ago. And in Ottawa, we've seen targeting of events in our community, including a family-friendly drag story hour in Bell's Corner at Pride a couple of years ago. There were protesters outside a high school in Renfrew recently. And last year, I know that some members of council went to support high school students in Nepean. I was concerned that the only time LGBTQ+ issues were mentioned in any way in the governance report was in relation to a case study about a local board in Hamilton. There was nothing about our approach locally. And our communities really need to see our elected officials stand up against rising hatred and commit to taking action. So I put this motion together not just to condemn the kind of hate that we're seeing in our community, but also to respond in a concrete way to some asks coming out of the community. So I won't read all the whereases, but the be it resolves are that the Council Liaison for Women and Gender Equity be renamed the Council Liaison for Women, Gender Equity, and 2S LGBTQ+ Affairs, and be it further resolved that the Mayor, on behalf of City Council, write to the Premier and the Minister of Health to support Bill 42, which is the Gender Affirming Healthcare Advisory Committee Act, And be it further resolved that Ottawa City Council publicly and unequivocally denounce anti-trans hate, rhetoric, and violence in the city of Ottawa. And be it further resolved that council refer the calls to action put forth by the Ottawa Coalition to End Violence Against Women, the Canadian Centre for Gender and Sexual Diversity, the Elizabeth Fry Society, and Wisdom to Action in September 2021 to staff for study and consideration in the 2023 and 2024 budget priorities. And just to let you know, one of those call to action does include a request for an advisory committee on 2S LGBTQ affairs. So, but that is something for staff to consider. It is not a demand. So thank you very much. And thank you so much to Councillor Plante for seconding the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
For bringing this to my attention. Melinda, do you want to show I had a slide I just wanted to show. Some of you may know that I acted as a gestational surrogate for a gay couple in 2017. This is her when she was born. She has 2 dads. They are awesome. They live in Spain. She lives in Spain, so I have a warm place to go when it's cold because they owe me forever. I wanted to share this picture. Can you show the next one? Because I'm also her godmother, and even though she's not genetically related to me, it's very important to me that she grows up, and of course her dad's, in a world where her family is accepted, her family is seen as normal, and her life goes on seamlessly. Now, there have been some hiccups for her. In Spain, for example, things like birth certificates when she was born say mother, dad, school and healthcare forms say mom, dad. So there's been some work on the part of her parents, her dads, I should say, to try and make parenting a little more accessible and gender neutral, which I can really appreciate. And when Councillor Troster approached me with this motion, it was a no-brainer for me to support it because I want the little girl, her name is Martina, I want her to grow up in a world where all of these small little micro barriers are not in place, and she's not afraid to go to a bar, and she's not, this is her, by the way. She's not afraid to go to a restaurant. She's not afraid to go to a bar, and her family can be seen as normal and seamless as most of ours are. So I would appreciate as well your support for this motion, and I thank you for looking at my family pictures. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Councillor Kavanagh.
Just quickly, as the current liaison on women and gender equity, I support this. So I just wanted to make that clear and thank the mover and the seconder for this.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Any other comments? Is the motion carried? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Troster and Conseillère Plante. Merci. Next, we have a motion from Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Troster, on a review of Councillor's office budgets. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas each member of council is provided with a constituency services budget with which to operate the respective office in accordance with the requirements of the council expense policy and the councillor's office manual. And whereas the constituency services budget is a global budget that covers members' staff compensation and non-compensation items, such as community events, communications, donations, and sponsorships, hospitality, and office supplies. And whereas the only increase to members' global constituency service budgets is the annual cost of living adjustment applied to the compensation portion of the budget only. And whereas the councillor's office manual was recently reviewed and updated for the first time since 2005 to incorporate updated policies and guidelines, enhanced office management processes and procedures, and improvements to the recruitment and hiring processes for councillors' assistants approved by council in July 2020. And whereas recent reviews have not included an examination of members' remuneration and budget allocation to ensure that members have the support required to meet the demands placed on their offices and that compensation for members and their staff is keeping pace relative to the organization and other peer groups. Therefore, be it resolved that council direct the office of the city clerk to retain an independent third party funded from the council administration services budget to conduct a review of the funding allocation for members' constituency services budgets, the pay scales and job descriptions for councillors' assistants and remuneration for members of council. And be it further resolved that recommendations further to that independent third-party review be included as part of the 2022 to 2026 midterm governance review. Mr. Mayor and council colleagues, To my knowledge, there are only two councillors that make up this council that have the, I would say, distinguished pleasure of having both a staff perspective, a political staff perspective, and now an elected member's perspective. The one thing that I always found challenging and rewarding as a member of the political staff support team was working with our members to support our communities and the neighborhoods that we now represent. The challenge, however, is the long hours, often the evenings and weekends that our staffs are required to work to support us and our communities. And it's challenging to find and retain talent that want to dedicate the time required to ensure that we as council members are successful, which is why I'm pleased to bring this motion forward with Councillor Troster. It is only so we can take an honest and open review by an independent third party and have those recommendations come back in 2 years for this council to consider. I think it's a pay equity issue. I think it's reasonable given the major changes that council has undergone in recent years to address some of the gaps. And this is just one more gap that we can look at and ask an independent third party to determine if changes need to be made. So I'm very thankful to have been able to bring this forward with Councillor Troster, and I look forward to any of the comments and feedback from my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Troster.
Thanks very much, Councillor Brown. I was very happy to bring this motion forward. So I posted jobs to work in my office at the maximum salary that we could afford and still received plenty of feedback that the salaries did not come close to market rates or to the salaries paid for similar positions at other levels of government. Somerset Ward is one of the busiest in the city in terms of casework, so we require full-time staff. I needed to hire them right away. And that means I'm spending 90% of my office budget on staffing, and it leaves very little flexibility for anything else. This is, as Councillor Brown said, it's a pay equity issue. I believe it's a staff retention issue. If we want to attract skilled staff and be able to retain them, we need to ensure that we're paying them, if not market rates, then much closer to them than we're able to do right now. I think it's a net benefit to residents if councillor staff are properly compensated and incentivized to stay in their positions and to build long-term relationships with communities. And I know the controversial piece of this motion might be taking a look at councillor salaries, but I see no harm in including them as part of this review to ensure that our own compensation accounts for the level of fiduciary and legal responsibility that we have as members of council. And again, this is to bring back a midterm review. This doesn't require any immediate action. This is us taking a deep dive at compensation, both of councillor staff and of councillors themselves, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question for the city clerk, and that is, when will the midterm governance review be undertaken with your report tabled with either FEDCO or council? What are the timelines associated?
Mr. Mayor, would usually be in the second year. We start in the summer, reviewing with members of council, probably towards the end of the second year of council.
So that would be 2024, late 2024. So colleagues, if there's a problem now with retention of quality staff, if we're concerned with inflationary pressures on the allocation for our budgets, you might not want to wait 2 years to get that report. And so I'm just wondering if the mover could address the timelines associated. I don't think that the work being asked from an outside party would take 2 years. I think this is something that could be done and presented to us maybe in Q3 of 2023, so that decisions or recommendations that we want to move on would be incorporated in the 2024 budget, right when 2024 begins. So, you know, it just depends how much of an issue we think this is. I'll let the mover comment on that. But the other point I'll just make, if we think in the interim, our office budgets need an allocation, that can be part of the 2023 budget process. If we think during the period that this review is undertaken, we want to augment our budgets by an amount, we have that authority to do so, and just wait for the final report to come out to see what, if anything, happens there. But I'm just concerned about waiting this period of time to get some information from the mid-year governance review and then actually act on it when we can do it a little bit sooner. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I know it's been a long day. I will be supporting this, and I couldn't pass up the opportunity to take a brief moment to give public praise for our counselors' assistants. They do a really hard job. They are on the front lines of on difficult issues. You know, they work irregular hours, and they stand by our sides through a lot. So I'm happy that this is coming forward. I think it's appropriate, and I just, on behalf of everybody, wanted to sort of salute the amazing work that our counselors' assistants do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Any other comments? Is the motion carried? Thank you, everyone. All right, we have completed the motions for section 5. So as amended, is section 5 of the governance report carried? All right. Thank you, everyone. We're done with the governance report. 6 hours and 14 minutes. Okay, well, no, because there were the statements before that. So not all that time was the governance report. Okay, we are moving to item 10. It may not be item 10 on your agenda, actually. I may have a different version. Is it item 10? Okay. Finance Services Department, Direction Générale des Services des Finances. The proposed 2023 budget directions timeline and consultation process. This report is being tabled at today's meeting for consideration at next week's council meeting on December 14th, 2022. Similarly, any motions in relation to this item will be debated on December 14th. Is the report received and tabled?
Received.
Okay, and there are a couple of notices of motion related to the budget direction report. Councillor Curry, I think you have one of them. Am I right?
I do. I need it up on the screen though. I think there was someone going to print it off for me. I don't have it in front of me.
We'll get it for you. There it is. No?
Yep. Therefore be it resolved. The whole thing? What would you like?
Do you want to read the whole thing now or?
Sure.
Yep.
Whereas the 2022 to 2026 Council Governance Review Report outlines the requirement of the budget process for the Chief Financial Officer / Treasurer to annually present a directions report that details the budget timetable and provides budget directions in advance of each budget. And whereas the proposed 2023 budget directions timeline and consultation process report outlines that city user fees and charges increase in accordance with the direction outlined in the fiscal framework or the long-range financial plans. And whereas the fiscal framework sets the principles and recovery targets for municipal user fees, in general, the rate of increase in user fees is to be in relation to the cost increases associated with providing the service within the cost recovery. And whereas the proposed 2023 budget directions timeline and consultation process report recommends the 2023 transit fare increase of 2.5% will be included in the budget, as it is consistent with council direction provided through the 2019 transit LRFP. And whereas many residents struggle with an ongoing affordability crisis amid an uncertain economic climate and require safe and affordable city services, therefore be it resolved that the 2023 budget will include a transit fare freeze for 1 year, including seniors pass, Equipass, and youth fares.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. And Councillor Dudas, I believe you have a motion on recreation fees.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me, a notice of motion, just to be clear. Yeah.
Notice of motion. Seconded by yourself, of course. Whereas the 2022-2026 Council Governance Review Report outlines the requirement of the budget process for the CFO Treasurer to annually present a directions report that details the budget timetable and provides budget directions in advance of each budget. Whereas the proposed 2023 budget directions timeline and consultation process report outlines that city user fees and charges increase in accordance with the direction outlined in the fiscal framework or the long-range financial plans. Whereas the fiscal framework sets the principles and recovery targets for municipal user fees. In general, the rate of increase in user fees is to be in relation to the cost increases associated with providing the service within the cost recovery. Whereas the pandemic has had a significant impact on young people and has amplified issues of children and youth mental health, anxiety, and food-related disorders. Whereas the pandemic has resulted in limited access to recreational programs and services for many children and young people in certain areas of the city. Whereas inflation has had a significant financial impact on families across Ottawa. Therefore, it be resolved that the 2023 youth recreational programming costs be decreased by 10% in recreation programs targeted to children and youth, and that staff be directed to bring forward options to achieve the decreased costs through initiatives to offer free or low-cost sessions for children and families in participatory activities such as public swimming, public skating, or to increase existing participants' subsidization entitlements for low-income families.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. So we'll consider those motions at our next council meeting on the 14th, along with the budget direction. Both those motions are consistent with the commitments that I made during the election campaign about freezing transit fares for 2023 and reducing recreation fees for families by 10%. And in fact, rather than across the board reduction in recreation fees, Councillor Dudas's motion proposes a more targeted approach that would help the most vulnerable families in our community, which I support. And I'm looking forward to the discussion in the intervening week about the budget direction, and looking forward to following through on the commitments that we made during the campaign with regard to taxes and other priorities for the city. So we'll be talking more about that in the days ahead, leading up to the vote on the budget direction next Wednesday. All right. I believe there are no in-camera items. Is that right?
Mayor, I just have two other notices of motion.
Pardon?
I have two notices of motion.
Yeah, there are some other notices of motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not related to the,
okay.
Yeah, that we're going to get to in a couple of items on the agenda.
Thank you.
Yeah, those were related specifically to the budget direction. So I don't believe there are any in-camera items. We have a motion to adopt reports from Councillor Gower.
That the report from the city clerk entitled 2022 to 2026 Council Governance Review be received and adopted as amended.
All right, is it received and adopted?
Received and adopted.
Thank you, everyone. All right, we are moving on now to a motion that was introduced at our last meeting by Councillor Luloff, seconded by Councillor Kitts. It was a notice of motion last week. Councillor Luloff, do you want to speak to this? You did read the whole motion, I believe, at last week's meeting.
I did. I think everybody is familiar with it. I think that we're okay to go to the vote unless somebody else would like to speak on it. I think we all have some pretty incredible microbreweries in our wards, and we want to make sure that we can support them in every way that that is at our disposal. So I think that we can just go to the vote.
Okay, any comments? Is the motion carried? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Councillor Luloff. We have a motion requiring the suspension of the rules of procedure from Conseillère Plante, seconded by Councillor Carr. Conseillère Plante. Sorry, I forgot to ask first, is everyone all right with suspending the rules to hear this motion? Yes, thank you. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Alors, à quoi sert la...
Well, thank you very much. What's COP15 all about? It's a time for heads of state to set out goals to protect biodiversity. Did you know that since the 1970s, we've lost 60% of wildlife? And the pandemic has created upheaval in our life, but it did have an unexpected consequence on Ottawa. The health crisis allowed us to understand the importance of a green space in our quality of life. Biodiversity is not something we can take for granted. They're very fragile. the disappearance of habitat or space can upend the whole ecosystem. With the participation of me and Councillor Carr in COP15 will show Ottawa's leadership on protecting biodiversity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Plant.
Any comments on that? Is the motion carried?
Carried.
All right, thank you. Councillor Brockington also has a motion for which he would like the suspension of the rules of procedure related to Mooney's Bay, the toboggan hill at Mooney's Bay. Is that right? Is everyone all right with suspending the rules of procedure for this one? All right. Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. I know it was a notice, but given the seasons are changing and some infrastructure work needs to take place, in speaking with the general manager, sooner would be better than later for this motion. So thank you, colleagues. So I'll try not to read this word for word, but as we know, Mooney's Bay Park is a very large park in our city, 88 acres. We have a 50-year lease with the NCC. It's NCC land. We run a 50-year lease to provide recreational services. Many activities take place in the park, including in the winter. The one, obviously, that this motion is about tobogganing on Mooney's Bay Hill, which has taken place for many, many years, many decades. The hill is currently an unsanctioned hill. It's been both a sanctioned hill and unsanctioned hill over many, many years. And steps have taken place both at Mooney's Bay and other hills under the city's jurisdiction and the jurisdiction of other government agencies to reduce some of the risks of tobogganing. You could see hay bales, some netting, wrapping around trees, posts. There's additional signage. The north-facing side of Mooney's Bay Hill was physically altered a number of years ago. There's a berm at the bottom, which helps slow down tobogganers, and other initiatives. Last year, the tragedy took place at the bottom of the west side of the hill when 11-year-old José Abdiasel was killed in an accident at the base of the hill. Very, very tragic indeed. Professional assessment was undertaken to staff's credit. That was done almost immediately in January of this year. And of course, that assessment identified a number of risks on site with tobogganing and tobogganing in general. What I'm looking for here today is your support to work with staff to come up with a solution that would keep part of the hill open for tobogganing, allow staff to undertake a thorough assessment on options that we can consider in Q4 of next year. Obviously, I'd like to see this as a sanctioned site, and there could be some resources that are needed to make that so. But in the meantime, the motion asks that we reopen the north-facing side of the hill. Staff have a plan where tobogganing would not commence at the summit, but further down the hill. There'd be less slope, obviously less speed, and work on some solutions that will see this as a tobogganing site in the years to come. The feedback from the public has been very strong that they would like to retain the site for tobogganing. It's very tragic, obviously, the death last year and injuries that happen across the city at various toboggan hills. And really the goal is to try and help mitigate those risks and still allow people to get outside and enjoy winter activities, including tobogganing. So colleagues, I'm asking for your support today on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. And that motion, I believe, is seconded by Councillor Carr. Okay. Can I just ask for opinions from city staff on the implications of this? Mr. Chenier and
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is before you today, essentially because staff have designated back as far back as 2016 the hill as not being approved for sledding because of safety concerns. We have no issues with the second part of this motion that asks us to look at a better, a more comprehensive approach to perhaps changing the profile of the hill or installing some safety measures. Where we do have concern is with opening any section of the hill under temporary measures. What this motion recommends is to open up the north side of the hill, which essentially ends in the fence, in a chain link fence that separates the Terry Fox Athletic Complex from the park. The consultant that we hired back in January as a result of the fatality recommended that we not sanction sledding on this hill because we had asked the consultant for are there any options or is there anything else that we could look at? He did opine that on the north side of the hill, if we were to significantly reduce the run, and essentially here the idea is to try to reduce the speed of the sleds, which he's estimated at 70 to 80 kilometers an hour going from the top of the hill down to the bottom. That if we could do that and put in place wood chips and sand and a separation, one of the other challenges at this site is that there is a very active cross-country ski program with the main trail going from the building, the Terry Fox main building, into the park crosses this area. And so what the consultant identified the risk of a sledding versus skier conflict and said that we should be putting in place both a separation and some significant ground maintenance. We're not convinced that we can do that on such a regular basis that we're fully mitigating the risks. Because of that, we've had a concern and fundamentally believe that the hill, unless it is significantly modified, should not be reopened. That is why this is before you today.
So just to be clear, are you of the view that we should proceed with this or not?
I am of the view that the hill should not be reopened until more significant modifications are made.
Thank you. Is there a legal consideration to this as well, Mr. White?
Mayor, certainly whenever a public authority is confronted with a scenario where, quite frankly, the safety consultants, the experts have recommended a course, which in this instance is to not allow the hill to be reopened to tobogganing, there is obviously a risk in the event that the municipality proceeds kind of irrespective of the recommendations. Certainly staff can do whatever is possible to minimize the risk. But that said, I think, and this has been reviewed over time, and as Mr. Shania said, even most recently, that there is no solution that serves to adequately mitigate the risk of injury to a child or any other user of the hill based on its current configuration.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper, did you have your hand up?
You asked my question. It's illegal. Thanks for the legal opinion.
Are there other questions or comments? Councillor Brockington, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, again, I'll look to Mr. Shania if he wants to add to this, but when we spoke, it was my understanding that the proposal for this coming season would be the north-facing hill would basically be modified with fencing to ensure that the starting point for tobogganers would not be at the summit, would be at a location that was further down the hill so that the run itself would be shortened, that the speeds undertaken would be reduced, and that would be an accommodation made for this season and this season only. In the meantime, they'll do some work and come back to the appropriate committee by Q4, and committee and council can make a decision on, do we want to put resources into this as part of the 2024 budget and make it a fully sanctioned site, or make another decision at this point. But I'm looking for direction from council and support that the most, I'll just say risky sides of the slopes will remain closed the riverside facing slopes, the west facing slopes, the northwest facing slopes will not be open, that the more popular side for families, the shortest run, the less steep side is the north facing. And it was my understanding you could have the starting point, as I said, further down the hill. So I do believe this is appropriate. The public is looking for council to take a decision on this matter. And I think this is doable for this coming winter, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just ask, is there an enforcement issue, Mr. Chenier? Just would it be challenging to stop people from starting higher up, that sort of thing?
Mr. Mayor, there is, and I thank the councillor because his initial motion, he did allow us to say, if we're going to do this, then at the very least, let's reflect the consultant's recommendation in terms of bringing the start of the run down the hill. We have currently installed fencing, 2 lines of fencing, one about a quarter of the way down and another ring lower down on the hill, that we hope will effectively stop sledding on the hill. Right now, it doesn't allow it on any portion of the hill. There is the concern that by sanctioning sledding on one portion of the hill, that it will bring people there. And I mentioned this to the councillor yesterday. We know that people come to this site because of the big hill. They want the thrill of the full ride. What we are proposing, or what the consultant proposed rather, as without an endorsement, really saying if you wanted to, you could do this, but there are risks, is to only do a 25-meter run, which he called a bunny hill of sorts. So what we would do, should council give us direction, is to modify the fencing that is already in place to create an area that would be sanctioned. But as I repeat, there is still, with 25 meters, there is still a good run down to that fence. And there is still concern that there is risk for participants.
Thank you. There are a couple of other councillors who want to speak to this. Councillor Brockington, I'm happy to go back to you after them if you decide to add more at that point. So Councillor Carr.
I think
we need a motion to get Councillor Carr some IT training, but.
There we go. I spent almost 3 years working virtually, and so I always just hit the unmute key out of habit. I apologize for that. I agreed to second this motion. My ward is very close to Mooney's Bay. And I just wanted to address a few comments. First of all, Mooney's Bay is a wonderful site. It offers free activities. There's lots of new Canadians, lots of folks in the neighborhoods nearby that border Councillor Brockington's and I ward that really benefit from using Mooney's Bay. But I just wanted to note, Mr. Mayor, you asked a question about enforcement, and we talked a lot about the hill being sanctioned or unsanctioned. I just want to address that there's a lot of hills in this city where tobogganing is not sanctioned at all, and that pose a risk as well. So I don't think that I think we have to be careful when we talk about enforcement and stopping people from doing activities, because there's always going to be people that are taking risks and going on the hills and out sledding late at night. We see it all the time in areas that it shouldn't be, that it's not sanctioned. So I think we kind of have to mitigate that risk, and we know that it's an issue, and it was absolute tragedy what happened to Josie Abiabel, and I think about it often when I drive by there. But we do have a lot of winter sports that are played. Ice rinks, canal, all sorts of sports, and there are inherent risks. And I think the reason I wanted to support this is we have to mitigate our risks, and we have to do what's safe. And at the same time, we have to find ways to encourage people to use these facilities and make them safe. And so I really wanted to support this motion because it is such an important institution in the community and has been for many years.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. My question's for the mover, I guess. One of the findings or one of the recommendations that came after the incident was to have the posts that signaled where the 3-stream garbage bins, I believe, went to be removed, because I believe that's what ultimately caused the incident. So the measures that you're proposing to open only the north side of the hill, basically closing off the other sides of the hill, would that kind of bring a lot of that, I'm assuming it's going to be fencing of some sort, wouldn't that kind of bring the hazards that caused the incident in the first place, wouldn't that bring that back?
I didn't hear the very last bit. The recycle and garbage stations were implemented throughout Mooney's Bay. They are, to my recollection, not on the north side at all. At the base of the western side, there's a multi-use pathway, so it made sense to put some waste stations there. The actual containers were removed, but the posts were not, and that's what Jose hit.
Yeah, and okay, so maybe it wasn't too clear at the end of my question there, and I apologize if that was the case. The temporary measures, I'm assuming there will be temporary measures like fencing of some sort to close off the sides of the hill that you want to keep closed, so anything but the north side. Would those not pose the same hazard as the posts that caused the incident did as well?
I'd have to defer to the general manager. The fencing's already in, but he can comment.
Mr. Mayor, and that is something that we considered. What we've done, and if you know Mooney's Bay Hill, you can essentially go. It's a round hill, and you can go all around it. So we have put a circle around the top part of the hill, about a quarter of the way down, and around the bottom of the hill. The idea is that no one gets on the hill. It's construction fencing, so it's robust. Several years back, we had tried this with snow fence, and in that case, there was the ease of destroying the snow fence itself, but leaving the posts where people could then create a hazard. In this case, this is robust fencing that should prevent people from getting on the hill and will make it virtually impossible to actually get a good sled down any portion of the hill. So from that reason, and it will have to be monitored. To the question about enforcement, last year we had Bylaw do very frequent visits to the site. And we do, City Park staff and Bylaw staff do patrol both our sanctioned hill sites and our non-sanctioned hill sites and report issues where there appear to be hazards. And that can be everything from people bringing material to the site to creating jumps that are unsafe and all of those kinds of things. So we do monitor it, but not on a daily ongoing basis. It's on a touring basis, shall we say.
Thank you. So it's, may I? Oh, okay. Thank you. So it's fair to assume that if we were to open up the north side, there would be fencing to cordon off the other sides of the hill. That same
Mr. Mayor, we haven't designed a plan yet for what we would do, but we would shift the existing fencing that would leave the other sides closed off and would allow access further up the hill, somewhere in the 25-meter range up the hill, so people could go up to that part and come back down. In that case, the fencing is not an issue. It would be above the sledders. The fencing that is an issue at this site is the fencing that runs across the bottom of the hill, which is the Terry Fox fence, which traditionally is where people have been injured. The 2016 review that it led to changing the designation of the hill was from litigation and an investigation into a broken tibia, I believe it was. The reason, and even though we have done mitigation of hay bales and padding, the reality in our climate is that freezing rain, snow freezes those, and hitting them is perhaps a bit better than hitting a metal fence, but can still cause injury.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Brockington. I very much do want to support this motion. I have two active daughters myself, and we're at Mooney's Bay quite regularly. But I guess my bottom line question for staff is, is there a mechanism that this could be made safe going forward for this season?
We don't believe unless we don't believe that in the short term there is an easy. We've been meeting with Councillor Brockington for quite a while now. He did bring forward a motion 2 years ago, I believe, and we met in the summertime, looked at various options to try to mitigate. And short of actually changing the landscape, creating a different profile to a portion of the hill, which in itself is going to be some work because it is NCC owned, and so permissions and whatnot, and we need a design. We don't have a design. So for this year, we didn't see our way clear. That's why the fencing that's going up is temporary. It does leave open the possibility of doing something, and this motion, the second part of this motion does compel us to go forward, develop something, and come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my question was actually similar. I grew up in River Ward. Mooney's Bay is a glorious park. The hill is iconic. So I can appreciate that we want to use the recreational amenities that are most precious to Ottawa. But you know, being a mom of kids, like just the consequences, the safety consequences of moving against the recommendations of the city with respect to risk for this year versus the second. Like, are we able to support the second part of the resolution without supporting the first? Is that something that can be done? Are we able to parse that out, or how do we talk about that?
Would we have to amend the motion, basically? Would we propose an amendment to?
Mr. Mayor, it would be in order to vote separately on separate resolutions in the motion.
Okay. So council would first have to decide to vote separately on the different resolutions?
A member of council may ask for a divided vote, and that could occur without an additional motion.
Okay.
So would I be able to ask for that?
Yeah.
Please. Thank you.
Okay. Could you put the resolutions on the screen again? Would that be okay? So there are three resolutions. Any other comments before we vote? Councillor Brockington, did you want to add something?
Thanks, Chair, and thank you everyone for the input and discussion. I think it's a no-brainer to ask staff to go back and provide a report, look at options, look at the costs, what would this entail? They'll consult with the NCC. I think we owe it to the public to do that. So please, I'm looking for unanimous support on that one. For the first part, for people who are apprehensive about reopening the hill, if the starting point is 25 meters or around that area, you're not going to generate the amount of speed and potentially crash into a fence after going over a berm than you would at the summit of this hill, which is much higher up there and where your speeds can get much faster and contribute to some of the issues that I believe the consultant and Mr. Chenier and others are concerned about. The public is looking for an option here. The option is to bring that fencing down from the summit and allow people a starting point at the midpoint or some other point, which I believe is doable and can be done. If it's not the will of council and rather we focus on the report, I'll accept that that outcome. But I do believe that there's a solution here, Mr. Mayor, and that is to approve part one that would allow a compromise here on this matter. So thank you everyone for your input this afternoon.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. So I'm going to propose that we do a recorded vote on the first resolution about reopening a portion of the hill. And unless anybody objects, we can just ask if the other two parts of the motion are carried after that. So recorded vote on the first resolution.
Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Councillor DesRoches?
No.
Councillor Kitts,
No.
Conseillère Plante,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Hubley, Councillor Kavanaugh,
No.
Councillor Bradley,
Yes.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
No.
Councillor Carr,
Yes.
Councillor Lowe,
No.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
No.
Councillor Luloff,
No.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Devine,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
No.
Councillor King,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
No.
Councillor Troster,
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse,
No.
Councillor Tierney, Mayor Sutcliffe,
No.
11 yeas, 12 nays.
Yeah, so on the rest of the motion, is the rest of the motion carried?
Okay.
Just to clarify, Councillor DeRuse, you said no, correct?
Yeah, I said no.
You said no. Thank you. Okay, let's move to notices of motion for consideration at a subsequent meeting. We have a few of those. Councillor Kelly, you have a motion regarding Rural Summit, seconded by Councillor Luloff. Go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
Whereas the City of Ottawa hosted a rural summit in November 2005 to address the results of the city's 2004 Citizen Satisfaction Survey, which identified that Ottawa's rural residents were significantly less satisfied with municipal services than urban residents. And whereas the first rural summit resulted in many improvements and new initiatives for rural Ottawa, including the creation of the Rural Affairs Office, an enhanced role for the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee to provide council with advice on Ottawa's rural economy and issues affecting rural residents, and the establishment of the Rural Association Partnership Program. And whereas the city hosted the second Rural Summit in April 2008, which served as an opportunity for rural residents and representatives of rural organizations from across Ottawa to reconvene to discuss ways of further improving networking and continue to build on the strengths of rural communities. And whereas the City of Ottawa has not hosted a rural summit for the past 3 terms of council, and whereas issues impacting rural residents have continued to evolve since the last rural summit, including the recent modifications to the City of Ottawa's urban boundary and potential changes to the protection of rural lands proposed in Bill 23. Therefore, be it resolved that council directs staff to report back to the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee by Q2 of 2023 with options to host a rural summit during the 2022 to 2026 term of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Next, we have a notice of motion from Councillor Leeper, seconded by Councillor Gower, regarding 1040 Somerset West Community Benefit Agreement. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. So for this is noticed, therefore be it resolved, the council approve an amendment to the existing agreement replacing the original community benefits with a payment of $500,000 plus indexing to be allocated as follows. This is with respect to 1040 Somerset West. 1, a cash contribution of the $150,000 towards road modifications of a signalized intersection at the corner of Somerset Street West and Breeze Hill Avenue North. And 2, a cash contribution of $350,000 toward the Hintonburg Park Fund. Be it further resolved, staff be directed to take necessary steps to finalize an agreement incorporating this amended term and any other required amendments and register the said agreement on title. The original benefits package was negotiated years ago. I was a community association president at the time. Times have changed and we have a new agreement.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Next is a motion from Councillor Kavanaugh, seconded by me, on single-use plastics. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Whereas the development of a single-use plastics reduction strategy for city facilities and operations has been prioritized as an initiative in the solid waste master plan And whereas the final master plan will be tabled for council consideration in 2023, and whereas municipalities in Ontario and Canada in particular are limited in their regulatory abilities to completely eliminate plastic waste, as it is a complex issue requiring collaboration between all levels of government as well as industry. And whereas members of council and staff continue to advocate our federal and provincial government partners and industry to support reducing these materials. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to review all avenues within municipal jurisdiction to eliminate plastic waste in city facilities within the next term of council, or as soon as it is practical. And be it further resolved that the goals and directions of the solid waste master plan supports the direction of reducing waste and increasing diversion of waste, including plastic waste, with the aim to promote the broader elimination of single-use plastic within the community. And be further resolved that the city immediately cease the purchase of single-use plastic such as straws and stir sticks whenever possible. Be it further resolved that staff strive to reduce the impact of plastic waste on the natural environment by encouraging waste through recycling, for example, and highly engineered landfill waste management to prevent its use and to mitigate the secondary effects from polluting the natural environment, and that staff report back on the efforts by Q1 2025 to the appropriate standing committee.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Carr has a motion seconded by Councillor Gower regarding project management. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the City of Ottawa currently manages a significant number of projects, including several over 100 million, including the Ottawa Public Library and Library and Archives Canada Joint Facility at Atoke, the Lansdowne Park Revitalization, the Stage 2 Light Rail Transit Project, and whereas the recently released final report of the OLRT Public Inquiry Commissioner outlined numerous issues with project management, including those related to costing, scope, procurement, stakeholder, issue, and risk management, and whereas the city's report presented to the Finance and Economic Development Committee on November 9th, 2022, titled Update on the Ottawa Light Rail Transit Public Inquiry and Recommended Next Steps, included the following recommendation. Recommendation 3, direct the Chief Financial Officer, in consultation with other city departments, to consider the lessons learned and any final recommendations from the OLRT public inquiry related to internal project governance and communications for major projects as part of the ongoing review of the city's business case and project management policy and project management framework as described in this report. And whereas the City of Ottawa currently has no enterprise project management office that provides oversight of all project initiatives, therefore be it resolved that staff consider the implementation of tiering and gating as part of the review of the city's business case and project management policy and project management framework. Be it further resolved that as part of its review of the city's business case and project management policy and project management framework, staff consider an option to have an independent enterprise project management office established within the city to ensure oversight and respect for project management practices. And be it further resolved that staff consider criteria for when to undertake an independent review during a project. And be it further resolved that council direct the acting chief financial officer to bring the proposed amendments to the business case and project management policy and project management framework to the Finance and Economic Development Committee and council for consideration and approval.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Next, we have a motion from Councillor Menard, seconded by me on CIP and brownfields. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for your office's support on this as well. Whereas the City of Ottawa has historically taken advantage of provincial development incentive grant programs, including Brownfield Grant Program and the Community Improvement Plan, and whereas staff is currently preparing a program review and update for the Brownfield and Community Improvement Plan, and a report is anticipated in Q2 2023. And whereas the city remains committed to bring forward a revitalized and refreshed economic development strategy, official plan, and climate change master plan, and whereas current programs need to be reviewed in the context of these plans, and specifically the new official plan, transit supportive, affordable housing, climate change, and energy evolution, and whereas Brownfield and Community Improvement Plan has been in place for a number of years with the goal to stimulate business investment in specific identified areas and to encourage rehabilitation, redevelopment, and revitalization of the existing built environment with limited impact. And whereas a community improvement plan specific for affordable housing is currently in development and was intended to be an implementation tool to establish the most effective incentives for the delivery of affordable rental rental and ownership units throughout our community. And whereas the province of Ontario has introduced Bill 23, the More Homes Built Faster Act 2022, and Bill 109, More Homes for Everyone Act 2022, which proposes extensive changes to several acts and regulations, including the Development Charges Act, Planning Act, Municipal Act. And whereas development charges are critical to build the infrastructure needed to support development, and whereas there are concerns that the recent provincial legislative changes would have significant impact on municipal planning, financing, processes, and operational matters. Therefore, be it resolved that the city's Brownfield and Community Improvement Plan program be suspended effective immediately pending a full evaluation of these programs in light of the significant legislative changes occurring in Ontario related to provincial development charges programs, and that staff report back in 2023 on the return on investment of continuing these programs in the current legislative and financial climate, and that this review include options for the delivery of incentives for affordable housing, including not-for-profit rental and ownership units throughout the city.
Thank you, Councillor Menard, and I appreciate the work we did together on this one. Appreciate it. Thank you. We're going back to you, Councillor Menard, for a motion seconded by Councillor Brockington.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This is on LRT delegated authority. Whereas on December 19th, 2012, Council approved the report entitled Design, Build, Finance, and Maintenance of Ottawa's LRT Project. And whereas Council delegated to the City Manager the authority to negotiate, approve, execute, deliver, amend, and extend the project agreement and associated ancillary agreements for the OLRT project, subject to the terms and conditions described in that report. And whereas on March 9th, 2022, Council approved Motion 29-2, directing staff to issue a notice of default to Rideau Transit Group in accordance with the project agreement and ask for a remedial plan and schedule for mediation of its defaults, and delegated the authority to the City Manager to take any actions required under the project agreement to give effect to Council's decision. And whereas on October 13th, 2021, Council directed staff to deliver a notice of dispute under the project agreement with respect to RTG defaults, have the defaults confirmed through the contractual dispute resolution process in the agreement, including, as necessary, asking the court to confirm the validity of the RTG defaults and report back to Council on the outcomes of these actions. And whereas the 2022-2026 Council has now been provided with an in-camera update on the various legal disputes arising from the Stage 1 LRT project agreement. And whereas the Ottawa LRT Commission Public Inquiry recently released its final report and included information that the city lessened the project agreement requirements for accepting the system at revenue service availability, changed the project agreement requirement for total number of trains on the line to open the system, and that the Commission found that the memorandum from the City Manager sought to deliberately disseminate misinformation and hide critical facts from Council so that councillors could not properly exercise their oversight function. And whereas the delegation of powers policy provides that all delegation of powers and duties may be changed by Council at any time, therefore be it resolved that Council revoke the delegated authority to the interim City Manager with respect to Stage 1 LRT project agreement amendments, and direct the interim City Manager to bring forward to Council for approval any required amendments related to the Stage 1 LRT project agreement. And be it further resolved that the interim City Manager be directed to bring forward to Council a revised proposal for delegated authority with respect to the project agreement that would permit Council to retain substantive decision-making while ensuring minor or technical matters could continue to be managed by the subject matter expert staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Next is Councillor Gower regarding an update to Bylaw 2009-320. Councillor Gower.
Thank you. Whereas as of January 1st, provincially mandated review timelines enacted through Bill 109 for site plan control applications will be in effect. And whereas staff, pursuant to a report approved by Council on July 6, 2022, will return to Council with the Phase 2 report concerning Bill 109 in early 2023. And whereas Bylaw 2009-320 requires that only site plan control applications which require public consultation pursuant to Section 41 of the Planning Act must submit a pre-consultation application. And whereas staff has identified that Section 41 of the Planning Act does not require any site plan control applications to undertake pre-consultation, and this statement in Bylaw 2009-320 is an error. Therefore, be it resolved that Council approve amending Bylaw 2009-320 by striking the words where public consultation is required pursuant to Section 41 of the Planning Act as contained in Section 2C of the bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Next, Councillor Dudas, seconded by Councillor Kelly, regarding the vacant unit tax. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you. Whereas Ottawa City Council passed the residential vacant unit tax on March 23rd, 2022, whereas the VUT requires all 330,000 plus residential property owners in the city to proactively file a yearly declaration with the city, whereas failure to file a declaration will result in a property owner facing first a $250 fine waived for 2023 and their property being deemed vacant and subject to the tax, whereas the new tax is the only tax or service administered by the City of Ottawa that follows this model, a yearly reverse onus style approach required for all residential property owners. Whereas the annual declarations will primarily be made online with only limited options made available for accessibility and those who cannot access the internet. Whereas how this program is being implemented ultimately disadvantages seniors, snowbirds, deployed military service personnel, those with disabilities, new Canadians, those with limited access to computers and or internet access. Whereas the number of vacant properties ultimately subject to the tax was preliminarily estimated to be less than 2,500 units, between 0.5% and 0.75% of all 330,000 plus residential units required to now make the annual declaration. Therefore, it be resolved that staff report back to Council via memo no later than June 30th, 2023, with data related to the tax regarding the number of declared vacant units, the number of deemed vacant units due to no declaration being submitted by a property owner, the number of late declarations from property owners, and be it further resolved that staff report back to Council via memo no later than October 30th, 2023, with the preliminary data related to the tax regarding the number of notices, complaints received by the September 15th deadline, regardless of their assessment status, the number of presumed final vacant units, those declared and or not having their deemed vacant status contested, the number of properties that would be subject to the waived late fees, as well as the dollar value of said fines, the number of the complaints and or inquiries received from residents regarding the new tax program, and the number of declaration audits underway.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor King, and therefore be it resolved, because I can see everybody wants to get out of here. That bylaw number 2008-250 be amended to enact a holding symbol on the land known to municipally as 325, 327, 333 Montreal Road, 334 Montfort, and 373 Saint-Anne. Thank you. Which is right now the Booth Street Salvation Army in the Byron Market. Merci.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Are there any other notices of motion? No? Okay. We have a motion to introduce bylaws. Councillor Gower.
That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings be read and passed.
Okay, are they passed? Thank you. Let's go back to Councillor Gower for a confirmation bylaw.
Que le règlement suivant soit lu et adopté, règlement ratifiant les délibérations du Conseil du
The rules be ratified for December 7, 2022.
Okay. Any inquiries? No? All right. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Gower.
Que les délibérations du Conseil du 7 décembre.
That the proceedings of the City Council meeting on December 7 be adjourned. Adopté.
Thank you, everyone.
Merci tout le monde.
I want to say thank you to our staff for hanging in for a long day.